seconds.
Hello everyone and welcome to Kobolds Rave number 2. I'm Coversox and today we're going to be watching Team Kev against Yangon Galacticos. This is going to be the first series of today, one of the most important ones actually. And you know what? Both teams are in dire need of some points. Team Kev, yesterday me and Played, we were talking about how they were secure for the upper bracket already. But apparently, it isn't the case. There is a possibility of them being dropped down to the lower bracket. There is no way they get eliminated, but they can be dropped down to the lower bracket. At least it looks like it. Yangon Galacticos, though, they are on the brink of elimination. They absolutely have to win this 2-0, and then also hope that Team Bright doesn't win their games in a convincing fashion. Team Bright, they're going to be playing second and third series of today. They're going to be playing against Execration and Spiky, both formidable opponents. But Team Bright also went through some changes to their roster, and from what we've seen, they do look better now. So we'll see. But yeah, let's concentrate on the draft. It's gonna be Void Phoenix Pangolier combination from Team Cav. And the Yangon Galacticas, they're playing something more conventional, I would say, something more straightforward. Hoodwink, Murano, Centaur, all the heroes we've seen before, all the heroes that we are kind of used to. But you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
5 seconds remain.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Team Kev, thinking.
Dire must choose.
We're gonna go with Mareska here. So a lot of team fight potential coming in for Team Kev. They have Chronosphere into Terrorize, into Supernova, Pangolier just rolling everywhere. They are kind of limited in terms of
10
cheap
seconds
lockdown.
remain.
That could be a problem later down the line. And say welcome to Mr. Plate. He's going to be joining me today. This is very last minute, and I absolutely love it. Thank you for joining me. And you get the stream, right? Like you see the pics
Yeah, I can
already.
see everything. I can see, yeah, I can see what's going on. You know, Kawaii, you and I, lovers of jank, doesn't necessarily have to be in Dota. Could be, you know, a little jankiness in the stream, but you know, coming in hot. Kawaii Socks. Looks like Team Kev coming in hot with the Faceless Void pick up against that Mirana, but Leshrak doesn't really care about the Chronosphere, can still pump in damage even when he's chronoed.
Yeah, I like the Lash pick. I feel like Lash is one of those heroes that is consistently valued by professional teams and is consistently good at doing what he does best, dealing damage and surviving through all of it. Right now, on Team Kev, I'm not seeing enough damage. If he turns on his Bloodstone and is inside like a couple of heroes who are being cleared by Pulse Nova, I do feel like he should be surviving until the later stages of the game when Faceless Void becomes an actual right-click and carry, not just a setup.
5 seconds remain.
I mean, the thing is, like, the Chronosphere are going to be so impactful. Like, catching these slippery heroes, the Mirana, the Hoodwink, these are heroes that can kind of play the outskirts of the fight. But when you get chronoed, the Yangon Galacticos don't have a save for this Chronosphere. I think Team Kev, they're going to be rallying around this Chronosphere for a lot of their team fights.
I agree. It's a good stampede counter, and there's so much follow-up to it. You can even combine it into Terrorize with Bramble Maze, and even if you use stampede at the very tail end of Chronosphere, you're probably still gonna be locked down, which isn't ideal. I do feel like they're lacking damage on Team Kev, though. They need enough laners that can actually pump something into this Chronosphere. Otherwise, it's for the first like 20 minutes is going to be a bit problematic actually killing multiple targets, and it's a really long cooldown. With this Chronosphere, you really want to kill at least 2 heroes, right?
Yeah. Is there like a Death Prophet off lane potentially coming out here for Kev? Maybe?
10 seconds remain.
That's what I had in mind personally. Yeah, I agree with you. I think this Prophet would be pretty strong here. Heroes that naturally can build into pipe if she needs to. Heroes that naturally builds into defensive items, can push, can help with Chronosphere. All in all, even Yule's here is actually really, really good. So I would love to see Death's Prophet. I'm not sure whether they're going to go for it. Looking at the Yangon Galacticos bans, I think it's going to be Pangolier offlane, and they need to ban a mid laner, which could be the case considering Pango with his Leshrac could be problematic for Pango.
Yeah, I think
10 seconds.
Yangon
Enemy's
Galacticos are just
turn to
trying to
pick.
angle off and give Leshrac the best game
Turn
possible. I mean, into the Pangolier, it doesn't. You don't really care, and they're gonna go for the Sven last. It's a lot of sort of survivability coming out for YG. I mean, the amount of physical damage the Team Kev are going to be doing with Chronosphere and Pango as well, going to be negated by that Warcry. I really like it when Sven is paired up
10
into these really high physical damage lineups.
I agree. And what I also absolutely love is that every single hero on the Yangon Galacticos has a stun. And personally, I feel like stun win games. You know, you don't need heal if you're just mitigating the damage by keeping the enemy preoccupied and stunned or hexed or disarmed or silenced. And every single hero in the Galacticus has a stun that is kind of cheap, you know? Like, it's not a Chronosphere that you have to wait 2 minutes for. You can just throw it, see what happens. If it's a good engagement, you go in. If it's not, you don't. It's easy to use. It's very powerful, and all in all, kind of favoring Yangon Galacticus here quite a bit.
I mean, they have each of these stuns as well, except for the Mirana circles, right? And last game we did see or yesterday, we saw Faceless Void, you know, not use BKB in time. It got hit by a torrent through the game. Team Kev, they're going to go for Coddle instead here as the option for their mid, which means that this Pangolier is going to be offlane into the Sven. Should be a pretty decent matchup for Pango, but kind of a hero that needs those levels.
Oh yeah, definitely. So it's gonna be Coddle mid, right? And uh, it is damaging to Chrono, but you know me, right? Like I'm not a big fan of Coddle in general in the core position. I started appreciating him slightly more once I realized how much cast range he gets when he's ultied up. And that allows him to be super flexible when it comes to his positioning as well as spell casting. But all in all, it's a hero with an expiration date. That said, though, it's a hero that stalls the game, even if you're losing. And with Faceless Void, you're going to be the alpha carry in this one.
It's just going to come down to how much space Butterfly Effect can make for the Faceless Void, but it is a good pairing with the Faceless. I mean, you're going to get a full Coddle Blast into Chrono, at least, you know, one, if not two, depending on the stage of the game that we're in and when the Chrono lands. So, I think overall, there is a really nice sort of Chrono-esque fight coming out for YG, but I mean, sorry, for Team Kev, but ultimately YG, they're going to have to sort of mitigate this Faceless Void by playing up-tempo and not letting Faceless Void become that carry that can take over the game.
What do you think of the fashion game in this one, though?
What? Pardon?
The fashion game.
Oh, the fashion?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, it's, that Coddle's pretty bare bones, if you ask me. He's got the weapon, but
yeah, why, right? Like,
yeah,
I think players, we are kind of joking about it, right? About the fashion, etc. But players who love the heroes, who play them a lot, they typically have all the super expensive cosmetics. Like, just look at the
yeah.
He has a immortal that costs like a lot. And to us, it immediately screams that he's been playing this hero enough to care to dress him up. For Coddle, it's an immortal that is just some random from TI.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not going to be the best performance on Butterfly Effect.
Well, we can instantly judge how good a player is going to be on their hero by the cosmetics that they're using. That is how it works. Dota is pay to win. I mean, not normally, but I feel like with this, you know, new sort of skin or the immortal that they have for the Vengeful Spirit, it's like very confusing to me anyway.
I think Dota is win to pay, you know, like if you win on a hero, you naturally want to get better looking hero that is something unique, that is something yours, and
yeah,
so it's win to pay. It's also 3 runes going the way of Yangon Galacticos. returning to the realm of actual Dota, and that is a good start, but 99 will find an observer ward. So this equalizes the economy a bit at the start. That's also giving a bit of an advantage here for butterfly effect.
And they get the D ward as well. You know, nice stuff coming out here for the boys on the Radiant Team Kev are, you know, gonna mitigate that, but the blast, I mean, coming out from Coddle, butterfly effect is showing us why you pick this hero mid and why it's the most annoying thing to deal with as a mid laner.
Yeah, it's a hero, like, when it's played by somebody who just kind of picked him up and tries to make it work, it's usually heroes that loses last hits on range creeps, allows for denies that are kind of unnecessary, etc, etc. But butterfly effect, even though he is not the prettiest of coddles I've seen, he does know not to give away the free denies. And so far, he's leading the net wars. Actually, did give away 2 denies to Leshrac, but I think it's temporary.
That's fine. Yeah, he's got 6 CS. He's gonna, again, go up that net worth track. And of course, Cuddle on the Radiant side favored a little bit more because you do have that camp right next to the tower. You can just go up that ramp from the camp and then come back down and from the creep wave again. So again, Cobble's just gonna look for as much CS as possible. Bottom lane, we've been talking a lot about the Faceless Void, Kawaii Socks. This lane has to go at least mediocre for Faceless Void if Kev want a chance here. And Phoenix, not really the kind of hero that can necessitate that, as Undyne gives up first blood, doesn't have the dive, can't get out of that situation.
I think this death at level 1 is, I've seen way too many times with Phoenix players. Because you want to have Fire Spirits for the harassment purposes, as well as just the maybe even kill potential, and protecting your carry, of course, with attack speed slow. But then you're kind of stuck there with 0 armor, 0 starting armor, I believe is in Phoenix. And the moment enemy just goes on you, you probably die. He has 1 with 4 what are they called? The branches. And yeah,
good job.
So sorry about that. I'm still waking up here.
That's okay. It's, you know, fatigue affects us all, and the offlane also affects us all. This is an offlane patch, you could say, and YG up in this top lane. They have this, you know, Pangolier going for Team Kev, and I'm not sure the Pango will do awful or good against this Sven. I think it just might be, you know, mediocre. Kev or Sven gets levels and it goes in the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Pango in the offlane is kind of weird, because can he really go for Diffusal Blade, considering he doesn't have the levels and the gold usually to support this kind of playstyle? Diffusal Blade is a really good item on Pango, but it's a tempo item that also got nerfed in one of the recent patches, where Swashbuckle is now 3 hits instead of 4. So all in all, do you really go for that, or do you go for team fight? Do you try to rush Blink as soon as possible, get heals for more lockdown on plays? I feel like this Pango, there are good reasons why he's not being played in the offlane all that much. And naturally, they were hiding him in this one against Lash, which makes a lot of sense. But I do feel like if he goes for a Diffusal, it's going to be a bit of a mistake. I'd rather see him just go on full team fight.
Oh, just get the Blink Dagger up, be able to put in the control, cause a lot of chaos in the fights, and force YG to sort of react again. We talked about the amount of stuns that YG have, but you can't stun Pango during roll. It's just not how Dota works. Unless, you know, new patch, you can stun Pango during roll. That would be something. You can't go left or right or move his hero, but he just goes in a straight line. I think that would ruin the hero, but either way, Kev again. You know, this middle tower, half the HP already at 4 minutes. Young PH is just burning it down with Diabolic Edict.
Yeah, he is all in on aggression. He knows the butterfly effect on his Kotal can't really push in the wave. Push in the tower, I'm sorry. He can push in the wave, but most of his damage is just creeps. And right clicks that are particularly impressive, especially this early on. So he wants to take this tower as soon as possible, make sure to open the map, and then he is free to rotate or free to farm. Both options are viable. I do feel like in this one in particular, he will have to create space for Sven. But looking at the creep stat, it feels like Sven is comfortable creating space for himself, having a really, really good start here. And this is a neat Kotal trick.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
That was really well done, and it's actually very efficient. Still, Cosmo is kind of behind this young PH Leshrac, and this is his turn to glimpse the creep wave now. Taking quite a bit of damage here from Butterfly Effect, but should be absolutely fine. Has Bottle, and Butterfly Effect, he can't really go and jungle the way he usually wants to accelerate even further, right? Because he has to be there on the defensive duty.
I mean, I feel like maybe Team Kev, you'd think maybe you can rotate a support over to get the kill onto the Leshrac when he goes underneath that tower like that, but where's the stun? Like, where's the control? Maybe you bring Dark Willow over to find it, but if you miss the Bramble Maze, I don't think you can get the kill onto Leshrac here. And again, this tower, there's now a catapult here. A Butterfly Effect will probably be able to just again, continue to burst the waves down. He's got level 6 as well, gonna pop it immediately, and they're gonna make the play on the young PH. They have the blast, it's gonna connect. The Bramble does connect this time, and 999 throws shade from the low ground, gets the kill. The region rune gonna get denied, but again, that is a lot of magic damage coming out from the mid Coddle.
Yeah, just bursting him down almost immediately, rotating towards top, forcing Sven out. So Butterfly Effect, he is all over the place in a good way. He killed mid, protected it, left it for the Dark Willow to get her levels, immediately rotated top, and is now going bottom through the Twin Gates. He's literally going to be all over the map in just a span of a minute, and that is pre-Boots of Travel. He's not even going for Boots of Travel. Hawk might be...
I'm not sure. I don't know where Phoenix is. I mean, the Stomp is going to be there. You have the Blast. It's probably going to be like, why is there a Coddle here? But again, you don't have level 6 on the Coddle, so you can't chase him down with the... I forget what that slow is called.
Solar Bind, yeah.
Solar Bind. Wow, Kawaii, there's a reason why you hear the analyst on the guy yelling at the bright lights. Young PH, he's making a lot of bright lights. There's a reason why we call him the Disco Pony. Taking a stack. Very nice play coming out from him to try to mitigate the farm coming out from Team Kev.
But it's 2k gold lead for Yangon Galacticos. Just look at it. And Butterfly Effect, he just lost his stacks he was making.
The Solar Bind coming through. Ha will not get any help from that Bushwhack. And instead, it's going to be Ulu with the bash kill onto Ha. The tower mid, I believe, is going to fall here. They even just straight up pop the Chronosphere. They know that with the blast, it'll be more than enough damage. Butterfly Effect getting that second one. And now YG, their bottom tower is under a lot of pressure. Their offlane has kind of collapsed here.
It is a huge difference between using and not using Solar Bind when it comes to damage out on this Coddle, I have to say. Because first time, Paul ate a full Illuminate, he lost maybe a quarter of his HP. Second time, with Solar Bind, that was closer to like 45%. River? Bottom River? They're gonna burn down.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at the net worth here, Faces Void has no money, dude.
It is a tough lane for him. And they also fed First Blood to Centaur, so that meant Centaur probably had like an early Helm of Iron Will or something like that. And he could just right-click Void, and there's absolutely nothing Void could do. Centaur doesn't care about the creeps, doesn't care about the Undying Phoenix, he doesn't care about the Void, about the power, anything, because he has so much regeneration, and with Helm of Iron Will, he also has armor, so that made the lane extremely tough for Faceless Void, but he can recover. It's a hero that is playing the long game, right?
Yeah, the long game is going to be Ha. Again with that Stampede, it's got a long duration. Is it long enough though? No, it is not. He falls, and 999 with that kill onto Ha this time. Again, it's just like the Centaur, you're a tanky hero, but every time you show up in the lane, you die, man.
That was a misplay, though. Like, he literally ate a bush that he didn't need to. He was... basically, he used Stampede after eating one bush, and then ran straight towards his base, eating the second one. If he just jukes it slightly, just changes his position slightly.
Gonna land, not gonna connect, but you have Butterfly Effect here with the Solar Bind. TP out from Young PH, the blast, gonna be enough damage. Butterfly Effect getting the return kill. It's revenge for 999.
The cool bit here is Butterfly Effect actually steps forward every single time he hits, while his auto attack is on cooldown. And that is like a really underappreciated part of this play here, but he comes forward after auto attack so that the connection of his projectile from the auto attack is coming faster. And I think if he doesn't do that, if he just stands there and hits him, he doesn't get this kill. But the last hit connected almost point blank, and that was like a kill on 0.1 second. So even with infused raindrops, Lashrak dying is a big deal. And now you got Galacticos. They had a 2k gold lead, currently starting to lose their top lane.
Yeah, the top tower gonna fall here. I mean, Kev don't really have the best tower taking heroes, not until Faces Void gets, you know, his money, and then he turns into an absolute menace. But that's just Faces Void doing Faces Void things. On the other side, though, YG, they have God Strength, they have Retaliate on Centaur, they have Diabolical Edict. I'm kind of worried for Kev. If Kev take fights close to their bases and their structures, they're going to be losing them almost as quickly as the fights that they're fighting around them.
Oh yeah.
Chronosphere, oh, barely catches the Centaur Stampede, and that's a full duration Stampede that has no duration left because the Chronosphere again burned it all away, and Paz just dying on cooldown bottom.
Okay, I'm stupid. Because I just realized I love how you agree. It's just immediately.
I'm your co-caster. I'm supposed to agree with everything you say.
But I just realized that Dark Willow is damage into Chronosphere currently, because she used to be as a what is it called, as a Bedlam. It only used to work on her, but now she can actually use it on Faceless Void himself, and that adds a significant amount of damage for the Chronosphere in the earlier levels. So kind of misjudging the draft here slightly. They do have everything they need to actually make it work.
And I think YG here might have just... They're kind of misreading the Centaur here, I think. I mean, every time he shows up in his bottom lane, you know Kev are going to be looking... When I say Kev looking mid, it does look like the Diffusal Blade got picked up onto the Pangolier. Zhang Yu deciding, you know, we should probably get a little bit of that mana burn. I think it could go a long way, but maybe not as impactful as that Blink Dagger that you and I were talking about.
Oh yeah, there are many things that kind of we are in waiting for. A smoke play here coming in from Kev.
Oh my goodness. You know Kev just want to kill the Centaur again.
He's struggling, but not as much as Void. So they're gonna reveal themselves, not gonna find anything, not gonna find a connection or anything meaningful really. But Pangolier did end up with a Diffusal Blade, and he's trying to use it, misses the Swashbuckle on skill late.
Yeah, well, you know what, not all of us can land all of our spells. You have to play percentages, and right now it looks like this Mirana dropping that ward mid, Zarain playing the percentages of living here, and in the trees there's a higher chance that he'll survive. And you know, just kind of poking around a little bit, pinging up Butterfly Effect. I don't think anybody's gonna come here, but he's kind of like, I actually have no idea what he's doing here. Do you know what he's doing?
I think he was preemptively placing vision for the later fight, and is now kind of stuck because he knows where the enemy is, and the enemy doesn't know he's here, but he can't really go out because otherwise he just gets killed. Doesn't really want to use a TP, so all in all, we'll disengage safely. Look at the economy.
I'm looking at it.
The Sven is getting massive. Can we have a look at Sven? What does he have? So Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and going for the Blink first before going for BKB. That could be huge. Oh,
I mean, Kish is just absolutely growing up those muscles. Left and right arms gonna have to be strong enough to carry YG through to this game. And you know, normally Faceless Void does really well into these burst heavy lineups, right? You can just time walk all that burst damage, but again, YG have all these stuns. You'll be able to catch the Faceless Void off. And looks like we're having some frame fun here, frame drops. Good stuff.
Notice turn base now.
Yeah. It's a slideshow.
Yeah. I love the smudge effects.
Yeah, no, I like those too. Going to PowerPoint presentation. Somebody make that a mod as a butterfly effect getting gone on here, bursted instantly. And 999 again gonna get summed up by Young PH, will also die here through the Shadow Realm. And they continue on looking for this Pangolier, but the turnaround out into the Piranha, leap up onto the high ground. Do they have an egg available? They do have an egg with the Chronosphere as well. It's a wombo combo. Young PH, he's gonna get bursted down. He's not gonna die though. Instead, he has a time lock away from Ulu. The Phoenix Egg didn't actually secure itself. It died, and Ulu dies as well. YG cleaned that kill out pretty easily, and Kev, all the team fight ultimates just layered, but not like butter.
Yeah, they didn't use them well, I have to say. I think it all started off with Kotal dying, and I think at the moment Kotal dies, you don't take the team fight, right? You just run. You don't have the damage currently, even though Dark Willow is kind of helpful in that regard. You're not getting anything done if you don't have your Kotal behind just blasting everything. It's also a strong heal, and on top of it, I feel like Phoenix is really overestimating his survivability. He has to use the egg, and the Chronosphere has to be placed on top of it, almost feels like, because they have multiple melee cores, most notably Sven, with high attack damage, and as long as he gets to hit the egg, he will kill it. It's not level 12 on Phoenix quite yet. And returning back to my point about maybe you don't go for Diffusal Blade on Pangolier from the off lane. Well, he did, and I don't think it's working. I don't feel like this item is coming in soon enough, quick enough, for it to make a huge difference like it does from mid.
Instead, we're seeing, you know, he kind of rolled around a little bit and then just backed up immediately. And now they're looking to lose another Phoenix. Undyne gets picked off bottom. The tier 1 tower will fall as well, and YG, they have the tower pressure to retaliate coming through alongside the right clicks from the Sven. Gonna be a little bit more than enough, and I feel like when Kish gets that BKB, I'm not sure how Kev are gonna have the damage to take him out.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Maybe, like, the way to play, maybe the reason he has this Diffusal Blade is because there is a maximum of 520 mana on the Sven. So, technically, if you manage to burn his mana, he might not have enough for, like, an extra stun, a BKB, because currently his mana usage is what, like 275 for Stormhammer, and there's a God Strength and 40, so it's like 315. You burn 120 from it, and it's 435. You literally need like a swashbuckle and a couple of right clicks, and KSH won't have BKB available to him. But that is all based on him just standing there and taking this damage like a champ, which is probably unlikely. That said, I don't know. I still disagree with this approach. It's a bit greedy. He is highest net worth on Kevzo on this Pango.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's been farming pretty aggressively, and YG top net worth Sven gonna clear, gonna eclipse that 10,000 gold lead mark probably easily in, I would say, next 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and Kev, their faces voice is like 3,500 gold behind, and now Coddle of the Light getting hit with that pushback on the side there. Something to terrorize. 999 needs to be able to find that angle, and he will. The break onto the Coddle, trying to slow him down a little bit. He's going to connect up with the Pangolier instead. The blink in from the stun Hawk. TP's at him immediately. Kind of knows how bad of an idea that was. You can't make up for that play, but instead, Kev, they're going to make up for some of the lost ground. They continue on to some of the terrain that was seceded in that last engagement, and they're going to go up high ground now. YG, this middle tower under siege. The blink forward, the time walk is going to be met with the Chronosphere as well, and now the poor little squirrel exterminated. It's a pest, and Kev, they want nothing to do with it anymore.
It's something they could take, they're gonna take it. I feel like I like the approach from Kev. They're not trying for a huge team fight. What they're trying for is winning time. You kill a support, it's not an economic victory, it's not a good kill, but it is winning you time. And time is definitely in their favor, as we were discussing previously, especially considering the Sven is kind of out of control, so you need Void to kind of join him in the pantheon of rich heroes. Void is really, really far away from that, though, I have to say.
Yeah,
So
he's so far behind right now in terms of the rest of the lobby.
I don't even know how it happened. He had a poor laning stage, sure, but that's kind of a given with Void, right? In most matchups, then maybe there just wasn't enough space. Maybe he died a couple of times. Or maybe Pangolier, like our observer is showing, just taking all the farm on the map, because it looks like that's the case. You know what? Pango could go for a Mage Slayer. That would be smart. That would be good.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I mean, you're playing into Lash, right? Like, you need a Mage Slayer, and Pango is a natural Mage Slayer builder. Would make him a lot more tanky, can apply it on multiple heroes at the same time, so technically, if he applies it to, let's say, Centaur, it's already mitigating something, right? The Hoodwink, the same thing. And of course, it's absolutely amazing when applied to Lash. It's also some extra damage. It does not prevent you from farming, either, because you're applying this debuff, and you can kill creep waves faster with it. Almost the same cost as Diffusal Blade, but gives you teamfight presence, gives you something that you want out of your position 3 mostly. This Diffusal Blade is nice, sure. Like it's a staple in the hero for a reason. It's really good, but its usefulness is gonna be dependent on when you build it and how you utilize it. And I feel like this item didn't pay for itself quite yet, while Mage Slayer would have stayed relevant until like minute 65 and even further, like until the end of the game, essentially.
Yeah. And again, that Pangolier top of the net worth, as we just said, it's just gonna be about the like weird chaos team fight that Kev want to employ. You need to keep Butterfly Effect alive. The last fight that they lost, it was because the Butterfly Effect, the Coddle got bursted down immediately. And when you have tools like Stampede, Sven might get that Aghanim Scepter going as well. Coddle's gonna have to stay so far back.
He does have BKB now on Kobold, but there is a BKB on Sven as well. And ooh, nice dodge.
Really nice dodge from the Pango. Gonna turn around, has the blink available. They get the Solar Bind onto Ha. He cannot move at all. Poor guy with the first crown. It's not a gift, my friend. It's actually a curse. As the Faceless Void getting bursted down, the stun was there, and then turn around. Murano's gonna leap into 4 heroes with the Starstorm. It's a lot of damage. YG, they turn around on the back of Kush. The Bushwhack, there's no tree in the middle of the lane, buddy. You're gonna have to try that one again. Butterfly Effect getting stunned up, at Ha has returned with the blink, the pump fake on the arrow, but instead this Phoenix, the Yule Scepter up, catching the bird off guard, turned into an omelet. Whatever way you like it, sunny side up, it doesn't matter. Hard boiled. YG, they claim 3. Even though it's 11-11 on the kill score, Kawaii, they're up 8,000 gold at 20 minutes.
Absolutely amazing fight from them. It looked good for a second there, right? Like, but the Faceless Void didn't manage to get his Chronosphere off. Immediate turnaround by KSH. And I have to say, like, he played this fight so well. He caught initiated in a really good fashion. But after that, there were a couple of small moments where he showcased that he knows this hero. He knows it well. So essentially, you have this Dark Willow standing in the middle of the fight in Shadow Realm, using Terrorize, trying to catch as many people as you can, so that they run away and then they disengage safely. But what Sven does, if he sees that he cannot hit the Dark Willow, he turns around, goes slightly back, pulls a catapult towards himself, and uses a cleave from catapult to kill Dark Willow before she gets Terrorize off. So all this decision making was made in under like 2 seconds by Sven, and it just was so beautiful to watch. It was so clean, so crisp, and so effective at the end of the day.
You know what? It wouldn't be Dota if we didn't see somebody, like some support, die to Tormentor.
I don't know why this keeps happening, honestly.
It really shouldn't say neutral creep kill the... It should say Tormentor. Personal opinion.
We slip into shadow.
Or like Dark Willow Tormented, right? Like, or something like that.
True. Something like that, but instead, it's gonna be YG with that smoke up on the bottom area. Kev not farming there, so they will be safe and avoid this maneuver.
They can go for Roche if they want to. I think they're going for Roche, right?
I would assume that Roche play. I mean, they are literally inside of the pit, and we're watching them hit the Roshan, so, it's probably gonna be the play here, Kawaii. There is a reason why we get paid the big dollars. This is it.
The analysis of them going through the road pit.
Yeah,
Who's they gonna give it to?
crazy. Probably the left. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I said it as it happened, so you can't give me any credit.
All in all, though, it's such an easy game currently for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah.
And they needed easy games, right? Because Team Bright have 2 matches today, and Yangon Galacticos, that's their last chance. If they close it 2-0, I think there is a good chance they overtake Team Bright, considering Team Bright is playing against some of the tournament favorites. That said, Team Bright, they are much stronger now with after the switch of the players. So, I don't know. Maybe Yangon Galacticos are playing for nothing, but maybe they're playing for the tournament live. It is still like of their own making, the stations they're in.
Yeah, if they,
Ooh,
I mean,
nice.
obviously, if they don't win a single game and Team Bright win a single game, Yangon Galacticos, they won't actually make it to playoffs. They'll be eliminated again. Team Bright and Yangon Galacticos both have the same amount of points, and Young PH's found a really good target here. The BKB TP coming up from the butterfly effect will connect. And they use the Stampede. Who are they finding in the bottom lane? It's just a death roll. I'm probably not going to live through this. Hold on, the Terrorize coming through. They're going to pop the Chrono on top of the roll. You're going to get bashed out one time. And now this Hog Centaur thought he could find the pinch off in the bottom lane. You keep dying. But instead, it's Pinch. He comes in with the BKB. The damage is more than enough. He's got a Chrysalis. Holy damage. Tango coming forward as the Yangon Scepter. Diffuse the blitz slow on the Krish again, but on that backline, he can't BKB TP out of this one. Butterfly effect, the pushback going to be there, but one hit from the Sven through the trees gets the kill. And then after get out of there, through the portal he goes. 1 hit, 2 hit, none of those are crits. Tango will be okay.
He's gonna survive, but I don't think he's okay, because his base is gonna be starting to feel the pressure now. They have the glyph. A lot of Alpha Towers are still standing for Kev, which is surprising, and it's good because it's keeping them alive in this game. And Young PH can't really capitalize on having the ages, but we are seeing how the Sven is becoming a real threat, a really huge problem. And even though I do feel like at level 25, Faceless Void, A, survives Sven initiation, and B, kills Sven with a Chronosphere, it might not get to this point. Sven currently has so much tempo, he's almost like 60% ahead of Void in terms of net worth. Actually, more than that.
He is.
He is. And it's just kind of an impossible task here, especially when you have no Chronosphere. But even if you do, it's getting hard. The only reason Kev are actually in this game is because in Galacticos are playing it slightly greedy. They're splitting up, and it was like multiple small fights across the map, with Young Page having to TP in, with Scoddle getting to TP out, etc., etc. As long as they go together as 5, I don't think there's any way for Kev to retaliate, especially not without Chrono.
Yeah, no Chrono and no egg on top of that, but you know, good meme Kawaii, Sven does have 3,222 HP. So, you know, Gaben may be telling us something. I love a good meme.
So, if a turnaround is about to happen, it's gonna happen now, right? Before he gets any extra levels or...
Yeah, it has to happen this fight. He's got the health for it. But again, that's a lot of HP, a lot of health, a lot of armor that you have to burst through with the Chronosphere. I mean, Cuddle Blast does a lot of damage, but it's not 3,000 damage. Not on one target anyway. Maybe if you hit 5 heroes plus a creep wave, you'd be able to do that much. But again, YG taking all of these towers, their tower push is beyond godlike.
Green, Lash, and Sven, they just don't feel the towers. Yeah. Wrapping around towards Wisdom Throne, they will take it from the enemy. I think PH is even gonna bottle it, so he can showcase it to the... No, he's not gonna.
Nah, he's not that cruel. You know, he's got to use it, got to get that experience. What, doesn't it gain more experience as time goes on, or is that like only for bounty runs?
I think it just increases every 7 minutes.
Oh, I see.
So
okay.
Yeah,
it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't change then.
Yeah, it can't improve for that long. But if they stay, like if you control the map, you can sometimes leave a couple of wisdom runes on your own path, so that maybe you get something.
Oh, good TP.
It was nicely done here by Phoenix. They're stalling decently well.
Kawaii, if there's anything I know about Dota, the longer the game goes, the more, or the closer to a 50% win probability gets achieved. And here, Kev, they need to bring that down as it's on to 2 to start the fight. There's a mechanism going, but it's a permanent chain stun on both supports. And now you have Ulu, who's got a time walk away, has a BKB available, might have to use it just to try to survive. Young PH's Bloodstone is over, but the BKB from Ulu will also be over in just a second. Yup, YG, they're gonna look for that dive. The angle isn't there. Somebody makes the very boring call to back off.
That was so unfortunate though for Kev. They were grouping up for the smoke and for going for a play most likely, right? And because of it, they were kind of standing there on top of each other, setting up themselves for a really good Sven Hammer and a really good Bushwhack to follow. Just unluck, honestly. Nothing wrong. Like, it wasn't a mispositioning. It was just them not
swing down. This is the Pangolier. He has a roll up, but the permanent stuns are there again, Kawaii. YG are layering like lasagna right now.
Oh, I didn't get the chance to have breakfast, and you come in here with your lasagna.
my food analogies.
This is tough. I've been punished now, but so are Cav actually, because they are struggling here. They do have really good tools for dealing with Sven when he has no BKB. 999 did get a shard. He's going for Isolands next, so the whole map is going to be covered in brambles. Bramble mazes.
Bramble mazes. Yep, there we go. We got her. Good job.
So that could be a good thing, right? Like that could be something that allows them to keep their base intact. And from the looks of it, Yangon Galacticos, they will wait for the next Aegis. They will wait for the next Roche before they commit. Sven is going Satanic, so one Dispel is going to be available. It almost feels like he needs both Satanic, BKB, and maybe even somebody getting a Lotus Orb. They do have Lotus Orb, don't they? On Yangon.
I'm not sure. Maybe. Who has Lotus?
Probably like Mirana could go for a Lotus, or like Hoodwink.
Oh, they smoke up. I think they want to find the angle. They did see Mirana. Instead, they ping up the Leshrac up onto the high ground. They catch out the Dark Willow, so it's going to be a fight without any of those Bramble Mazes we talked about. Ulu pops the BKB in response and gets out that Chronosphere. Is there damage with the Phoenix Egg coming through on the backline? Kush, even though he's a Sven, he doesn't have the best attack speed, still cleaves through that Phoenix Egg. It's cracked wide open, and YG have also cracked this game open. Gonna start pushing in mid now.
Oh, is it gonna call it?
Ulu, they just call GG. They know without Chrono, without Egg, they can't fight, and YG take game 1 in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, I think the easy, straightforward draft of having 5 guys with 5 stuns, especially at this like tier 1.5 level, it will always beat a playstyle that is kind of hard to use, reliant on cooldowns, and has a lot of moving parts to actually be effective. For me, it feels like Kev are experimenting slightly. They're trying to get some experience playing this kind of draft where the execution is so crucial. Because, as we've discussed yesterday, they are under no threat of elimination. Mostly, they are content with where they are, and most likely, they won't be going even into the lower bracket. They're kind of set there in the middle of the pack as an upper bracket team, but not to the semifinals. So, I like that they're experimenting with something different, but I also like that Yangon Galacticos are just playing good, straightforward Dota, because I want to see those guys come to playoffs.
Yeah, and Kev can't make it out of this upper bracket area, so again, does not matter that they lose or win the series, but for YG, it's everything for them. This could mean that, you know, they create that separation with Team Brighton, make it through to that lower bracket. I mean, you know, making playoffs is better than being eliminated straight out from the group stage, but game 1 goes the way of YG, and game 2, we'll see if they can close it out on that clean 2-0 sweep.
to break it with
Coming,
Schofield.
Boxy with the lasso. Static Storm right on top as well. And the Flame Break in addition. 2 dead from Heroic right off the bat. And Divai Llama glimpsed into death. So Heroic absolutely crushed. And now they have to worry about their Void Spear potentially getting away because Coil was still up and available. He pops it. Analog with the Astral Step. Trying to get away with all this mobility, but just not enough.
3-0.
And now he's going to snowball Insania. Has to live here. He's going to get Malefist on, and the Eidolons will continue their reign of terror. And that is a long walk back for Insania. Boxy's TPing in. Be able to get the Firefly off. This will be a pretty damn valuable kill onto Divai, but he's just right-clicking away. Flame Break is there. Boxy getting pretty damn low, and now another snowball, so Boxy will die, but can Mickey try to get the kill? Indeed, Divai's reign ends. The kill streak is over, and Mickey really needs to finish the job here. A couple more right clicks will suffice, but a nice Ice Shards buying some distance. Looks like he'll be able to walk away unless... Oh my God! Okay, Analog.
Rogue Siege Creep here, giving
They
some
have vision there, but they find Schofield instead. Snowball. Gonna put himself in a terrible spot, but Divai Llama with a nice black hole onto 2. Mickey just on the outskirts with a nice focus fight to be able to kill off Schofield. Eventually, Boxy does fall, so it's a 1-for-1 to start. Divai Llama burns to the ground as Nisha taking care of the backline. K1 looking to try to do something here, but he's left all alone. Shackle shot and dead. And this is likely going to be a full team wipe for Team Liquid. Obviously, the Inkswell is like the most important spell on this hero. You need somebody that can go on. Is going to have to hold the horses again. Moonlight Shadow, Analog again in a lot of trouble. I don't think the Inkswell is getting him out of this one. Does dispel, but just too much damage as Boxy ends up taking him out. And the Primal Split doing some extra work on the K1. Oh! My goodness. So the Brewmaster ends up falling to the swatch. The coil comes in from Nisha onto 2. The silence is there as well. Rolling Thunder from Divine, not able to find any connection, and K1 just has to rage, try to run away, but the Inkswell does connect onto Nisha, but he's gonna have to run away instead as K1 just taking too much damage. Nisha actually going in for the kill. He gets it. Will he get out with his life? Swashbuckle connects. Schofield in the tree line gets nightmared by Insania, and in fact, they might just turn this around on Schofield instead.
See if Foxy is pretty well positioned here. We'll break it.
Yep, Schofield making his way over.
And he will just yield the area.
Yeah, but now Sticky Bomb is actually going to not hit. Fissure going to block out Boxy. Lucent Beam onto Schofield. Who gets the first blood is the question. Got the shield crash onto several. Boxy is going to go down first. And first blood goes to Analog. Very important for Heroic. As Schofield, he's going to make it difficult. In fact, he's going to make it impossible to kill him with that Fairy Fire. Now Insania slowed to a crawl with the enchant. See if they can actually finish the job. The fissure is there. Nice block from Schofield. Terrific start.
You can start strategizing around, all right, are we going to target him? Are we going to dodge him in fights? What's our prioritization?
Orchid, Dragon Tail combo into the blast off. Do they have enough damage? So tanky, but eventually Analog does die. And KJ now.
Big damage,
Some good damage. He's actually stuck in the trees. Very awkward for him. Not sure if he has a way out, and K1 and Divide will be able to take out Boxy, although the Hand of God was placed, keeping Boxy alive. Eventually, the fissure does do the job, though. Nisha, a bit aggressive on the other side of the fissure now as the Eclipse comes through. A lot of creeps to tank it up, though, as the Primal Split is used as well. As Nisha gets destroyed by Schofield. Divide eventually getting run down, though. So lots of trades throughout this fight. As Schofield brought into the air and swiftly brought back down into the tree line he goes. the enchant totem, trying to get off the blink, but there's just too many cancellations. And that should be another kill for Liquid. Ends up being a 3 for 3.
I think Heroic might have got an even better fight out of that.
Yeah.
Boxy in trouble.
Boxy being pursued, but has some company with him. K1 gets loose and beamed. He's silenced up right now as well. The sticky bomb applies. They don't have the damage to finish him off. It looks like he's going to be close. Finally, the Aegis is taken. And Nisha getting rolled on as support in the form of Insania as K1 making his way over with the Shikuchi. Look at that impetus damage. A big vacuum from Divai Lama. Nisha's dead. Insania looks to be next. This is a disaster for Liquid. Mickey pops the BKB. Will he be able to get out with his life? Looks like that is not to be. 4 dead. Heroic absolutely destroying Liquid here. Yeah, the last thing they want to do is just sit high ground and wait for the inevitable. It's K1 being shown. They dust him. They pop the Lincolns, and they get the Dragon Tail. Do they have the damage? Big vacuum into an Echo Slam. K1 has lived as a result. Somehow nobody is dead. As they're going to push back the Enchantress, and now Analog comes in with the Rolling Thunder. K1 continue to apply a lot of pressure from afar. Still has the Aegis intact. Nice fissure with the Rolling Thunder combo. Mickey getting really low. The shield crash into the impetus. KJ gets the kill. Make it 2 as Liquid crumbling. Now they get the Aegis, but that is all. Aegis Cheese, and I believe Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see who consumes that after this potential fight. Schofield is found in the tree line. 33 with the gem in vision. Now they take out the Earthshaker immediately. Has the buyback though. There's the back wall, but not really hitting too many. But the Luna is who they're targeting. Mickey pops his Eclipse, taking a lot of damage from that impetus. There's the Hand of God keeping him alive. The blast off going to connect onto one. Divine Lama in a lot of trouble. Boxy getting extremely low as well. Beautiful Rolling Thunder. The beautiful fissure as well. They lose one on the side of Liquid as Nisha trying to continue the pressure onto Analog. As K1 finally the Echo Slam comes in onto 2. Schofield and company take out Chen as a result. They take out the Aegis though as K1. It's going to kill off Insania. Mickey getting relatively low. Beautiful vacuum on the other side of the fissure. They're kind of stuck here now next to this cliff as Mickey trying to heal up on the creeps. He's going to be left to his own devices here pretty soon. The last remaining member of Liquid will not survive. And no buyback to come from him. A great buyback coming out from Schofield.
Okay, wait, we might not get to talk about anything else then. Who's going to die?
Yep, smokes break. KJ, oh man, that was beautiful. But the snowball comes out. Pseudo save, but now they're putting themselves in precarious spot as KJ is the one getting super low. The Nature's Attendant's healing up ever so slowly. Nice blocks from Analog. Gets a nice resonant pulse off as well. Nisha wants to finish the kill, but KJ continues to run. Half Bambi. It's Analog now. They're going to turn their sights to him. This will be a much bigger kill, and it looks like another snowball. Potential save, or is it suicide again? Now Analog is on the run. Nobody from Heroic wants to die. Insania looks like Nisha's the first to fall, in fact. Analog ends up trading his life. It's a bloodbath as 2 more supports go down. It's a 2-2 trade.
25 seconds without collapse. Hex there. The swap here, they're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but Seb's in with the disruption. Yatoro, they're going to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target. He'll look over towards the Morphling, but he gets caught by the bashes of Whisper. He has to split back up, backs off under the tier 4s. Collapse gets caught once again on the front line. Cookie's in, they're taking the Aegis out of Tomato's hands.
Where's BZM? Oh, he gets him.
There's no chance to kill BZM though. Oh, maybe there is Yatoro! Okay, he gets the kill, but he's losing his teammates. Can Yatoro do this? He's going to go over towards Seb, but the Glimmer Cape is there.
Tomato's there, though.
And he's going to turn over towards Tomato. They've got the Cookie in on towards the Morph. He's losing his mana. Yatoro able to focus Tomato down here with the illusions. Tomato's getting low.
He's cleansed up. There's a heal coming in.
Can Yatoro make another jump? He's looking for his target. He's going to head over towards Ari. Tomato with the Stolen Spear is there. In fact, it catches him and kills him off. Ari with the outplay.
Ari is playing like a beast.
And there's nothing for Mira to do there. Poshka's watching from the side, maybe looking for a stomp setup. He's not going to get it though. With the root instead on towards Seb with the brambles. Jump in and a jump out from Lal. It's a little low on the mana. The Supernova comes out. They're not going to try and kill it. They'll let the spear from Collapse finish off Ari. The arena's down. Now they're ready to go back in for round 2. They look towards Seb. Seb caught in the arena. Tomato turns up. The Infest is there. Gives a bit of a burst heal to Seb to keep Seb fine. And instead of being Lal that's dove under the tower for this, he gets punished. Lal's out. Mira will manage to TP away. BZM, he'll get the deep one. He's going in for this one. Beyond the tier 3, but the Yules is there. Mira will be able to dodge the combo. Whisper's still ready to go though. Jumps in with Tomato. They're diving into the base here. He's on towards collapse.
It's deep.
They've got to be a
Welcome
little
back.
bit careful here, OG. I don't know if they
I'm
can
just
continue
played-
to try and get away
I'm
with
joined
this.
by
They're on
Kawhi
the
Sox.
retreat. Lyle
This is
try
game
and
2
drag back
between
Tomato. They've got
Yangon, Galacticos, and Team
again,
Kev.
it's not going to
And you might notice my energy's a little lower, Kawhi.
5
I'm coming in a
seconds
little
remain.
more chill. That's because I think maybe Team Kev, they need to chill a little bit. Calm down. They've lost a few games in a row, and maybe they need to slow it down just a little bit. What do you think?
I agree with the approach to their mentality. They absolutely need to reset mentally because they've been
Yeah.
losing a bit too
10
much.
seconds
But
remain.
in terms of gameplay, I do feel like they need to step on gas slightly, and I enjoy the
5
Slaughter
seconds.
first pick because they've been playing all those stalling kind of lineups
Mhm.
with team fight oriented heroes like Faceless Void, Phoenix,
Dire
etc. Maybe they're testing it out. Maybe they're trying to make it work for them, but I do feel like they are at their best, and the patch generally favors teams that go for aggression, that go for the first move in a fight, that can go and delete a hero before the fight even breaks out,
10
and then
seconds
snowball
remain.
out of it. So in that sense, I do feel like Team Kev they need to
seconds
not chill,
remain.
but the opposite of that.
Well, the opposite of chill is burn. So they need to burn to get hot. Yeah, there you go. That's the one I'm looking for. And YG waiting on this pickup a little bit here. They really value that hoodwink. I can't blame them. I feel like that hood again
Dire's
offers a lot of value, and they go for Mirana as well. Now, Kawaii, did you really see like an arrow or something? What? Okay, hold on, YG. What are you doing here?
It's a Naga for the safe lane because they see Slaughter and they want something that can stand against Slaughter. Naturally, being the queen of Slaughter, Naga has a favorable matchup here. But
Oh, IO Marcy? Oh, IO Lesh. Okay.
this is such a good Lesh game. This is so good. I,
Yeah.
I love the draft from Team Cap. I like the Naga adaptation. I think Naga adaptation is strong against Slaughter. You have a lot of armor, so you don't really get bothered by Slaughter. You can stay in the lane even after level 6 because you have Mirror Image to dispel Corrosive Haze if needed. You can also push in the wave without being there physically. Slaughter naturally doesn't really deal, with the current build at least, doesn't really deal all that well with illusions. So all in all, absolutely love this Naga pickup. But Lash as a counter to Naga is awesome, and they also pick up Mars here. And that could be Mars with the Mage Slayer, by the way, because that's
Could
the
be.
item we've been waiting for a really long time. Last game, and it never came out.
Yeah, no, didn't get to see that Mage Slayer coming out, but again,
10
YG have the Mars, so obvious Mage Slayer builder. You can just shield crash 800 different people at once, and it's also pretty good against the IO, right? You get the shard onto the spear, and you can spear 2 targets pretty easily. I get that IO in a spot where they aren't really that effective, and I think again IO might struggle a little bit against the hoodwink. You get bushwhacked, and then there's like 500 heroes on top of you. Also, the Naga
10
Siren with the Song of the Siren can just stun the whole team. Then you can set up onto the IO, throw the
5
arrow out,
seconds.
stop the song. There's a lot of combos that you can do to really prevent this IO from just sitting in the back and existing as in whatever capacity they want. Now, what if Kev go for the safe lane Marcy here, because they do have the IO still, right? Like you don't necessarily have to keep just the Lesh as the partner.
I wouldn't mind Marcy, but I prefer Gyro. I think
Yeah.
Gyro just. I
I think
understand
Gyro
it's
might stand out though.
it's not that good against Mars in general, but you need a Naga problem
10
solver if
seconds
Flash is going to be the one for bursted down. So
Mhm.
it's better to present multiple threats at the same time. Gyro, decent against Naga, is good IO partner. We've seen Gyro just skyrocket in terms of net worth, having like a 15-minute Falcon Blade and Aghanims and Chrysalis. Oh no, it was just Chrysalis and Aghanims, no Falcon Blade.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of gold. It allows you to be ahead of Naga at every single point in time, and that means maybe you can afford to go for like a Mjolnir item, Mjolnir style item if you really want to, or you can just go BKB and don't care about the arena at all. They're gonna ban Sven. Could be a good Naga counter as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Sven is really like the best pairing with IO. I guess like Sven likes attack speed, builds 2x attack speed items. Maybe you
10
like forego
seconds.
the Echo Saber if you have an IO on your team.
5 seconds
Could be.
remain.
You just farms that much faster with IO on any hero because of the movement and attack speed, right?
Yeah.
And Sven can really utilize that. Also, global mobility for Sven is. Imagine if Spectre had Sven's damage output and stats.
I
That's
don't want to
basically
imagine
that's basically
that.
Sven IO, right? Uh,
Yeah.
so I like the idea of banning Sven. Actually, would be a really good hero. It's also a natural damage soaker for Leshrac because you cannot
Mhm.
ignore Sven. But bursting him down is also kind of hard, and that means Lesh is also like he cannot be ignored, but bursting him down is also kind of hard. And presenting multiple targets is usually how you go about. And with Lesh, you typically want something that can also soak up damage. You don't really want your PAs and your TAs and Reikis, etc. with Lesh. You
Mhm.
want something that is reliably just there. Maybe Ursa. Ursa could be great.
Ursa for Team Kev.
Yeah.
Well, that is a possibility. YG only 5 seconds left up on this last pick. They're using up all the time. They go for the Pangolier.
That's gonna be mid one, right?
It well, didn't Kev literally draft a Pango to avoid the mid matchup with the Leshrac, and then now YG are
10
picking Pango
seconds
into Lesh?
I agree with Yangon here. I don't know why they were so afraid of playing
I'm not
Pango into
sure.
Lesh. It's not a good matchup for Pango. Don't get me wrong. He's melee against Lesh with Lightning Storm, etc. But he can almost always ensure a last hit on the range creep with Swashbuckle. It has some escape tool, has barrier, which isn't really that effective in a like 1v1, but it can be helpful. So he has nukes to kill the wave essentially. And as long as you have nukes to kill the wave, it doesn't matter if you're melee or ranged. Just use them well, and you will be absolutely fine in terms of last hits. You will get like 3 out of 4 creeps every single time by just nuking the wave at an opportune moment. And you're not laning against Lesh at this point. You're laning against creeps, avoiding Lesh. And why not?
I mean, Kev has that last pick still. So it's kind of like a weird, I think, draft
Secret.
from YG overall. I mean, they have like the team fight from the Mars and the Chaos, the disruption from the Pango, but that hyper carry on the Naga already feels like a few of their heroes have been countered here. If Techies gets a blast off on the Hoodwink or the Marana, they will probably get bursted down by the Slaughter, again, the physical damage coming out. BKB, obvious BKB builders as well. You said Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like it's a damage soaker, and it's a good thing against Pangolier. Seeker was, at least in my opinion, one of the better choices here that was available. And
What
they
is
go
this
for-
Techie set?
Yeah, I also thought about it. Like, right? It's so good.
What? That's an owl with a scroll, like with a bedroll on his back. And who's it Wait, what is that second thing? Is that a book with an owl in it as well?
Yeah, I think so.
How
I
is it? How did they make that set?
How did I miss that set? Is a bigger question.
What in the world? That's crazy.
So good looking.
I mean, I feel like I want to give the cosmetic win to Team Kev alone just because of this Techie set. Like, I can't take my eyes off of it.
I agree, but also Hoodwink is great. This Mars
Yeah.
set is probably also one of the top tiers. As a helmet, especially, is good. And we've seen too many naked Marses lately. Honestly, like
We have.
yeah, it was annoying. Bloodseeker is also subtracting some points from Team Kev. I don't know what that is. I see the immortal head. Okay. Oh no,
Yeah, he's
he
got the immortal head.
changed.
Yeah.
He changed. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think he might have might have purchased some cosmetics and then threw them on. He was like, "Wait, guys, I don't actually have cosmetics for this Bloodseeker hero," or maybe someone gifted it to him. I'm not sure, but Kev, they got to win a game, you know, build up the confidence a little bit coming into the playoffs, and YG looking to close it out in a 2-0 to get those 9 points and help themselves out here a little bit.
Yep.
你行你行你
This
上你
is so
上
important right now
你行你
for
行你上你上
Yangon.
Now, I'm actually not sure what happens. If Team Bright, again, today, they have their last 2 series. If they win both, I guess it'll be a tiebreak between YG and Dark Horse to see who gets eliminated, because Team Bright would have enough points to get up into that upper bracket and clear the last spot. So it looks like YG, they're head-to-head against Dark Horse. Dark Horse won against YG, so YG would then be eliminated. So again, YG looking to create as much of a barrier as possible against Team Bright. Again, if Team Bright pass YG in points, they need to get 3 or more, or I guess they need to get 4 points or more to be able to make the playoffs, assuming YG gets a 2-0 here. So again, very important for YG here to get those 2 wins and secure that playoff spot.
It's the worst part, right? Like you even if you win, you go all out, you win this 2-0, you're not guaranteed anything. You have just 9 points, and there's so many scenarios where you just don't go through at all, and it's out of your hands at this point. Team Bright, them winning 2-0 against Dark Horse is creating something. Them winning 2 games 2-1 is also a possibility that gets Yangon Galacticos out. Then winning 1 game, and actually, them winning just 1 game and losing the other in a 0-2 fashion means that Yangon Galacticos goes so many options.
Yeah,
I like,
so many ways.
I like this group stage. It's how do I put it? The possibility of tiebreaker is really low, but it's also incredibly fair. At least I feel like. Maybe not so much in the sense that CAF have won most of their series, but they're low on points because they haven't 2-0'd anybody. But incentive for a 2-0 should be there, right? Like in the group stage. Do you agree with me?
2-0ing is a lot harder than 2-1.
Yes.
For sure. And YG, they know how important it is. Kev, pushing up a little bit more, you know, trying to maybe secure this top area, but IO Slaughter is going to be the lane for Kev. And that sounds terrifying.
Yeah, it's a taxi. 99 did try for the rune, won't be able to get it. It is going to be 3-for-1 potentially.
2
no,
for 1. Or 2 for 2, sorry.
It's going to be a 2-for-2, yeah. Ludwig is going to take the second one.
Yep.
So no extra gold for Yangon Galacticos this time around, but I also don't think that they've lost the ward. And let's look at this mid lane matchup: Young PH versus Butterfly Effect, and Pango that Kev were trying to hide last time is gonna go against the opponent that they, at least Kev, feel like is too much for Pango to deal with.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the effects of that now. Young PH taking so much harass. Butterfly Effect hasn't eaten that tango yet, so again, a little bit ahead, and I mean, this is just a lot of harass, Kawaii.
It is hard, and he's gonna lose 1 ranged pre-level 2, so Swashbuckle was not available. Can't really do much. He's being zoned out. He's being bodied here, don't get me wrong, but I think it changes with levels. Let's just concentrate here. I don't think Slaughter IO is going to be killing anybody anytime soon, right? It's probably level 3 where they become really aggressive. Hoodwink in the off lane with Mars is a kill threat, but maybe not against Bloodseeker, maybe against Techies. But even then, I don't know. I don't see any kill happening. For now, we're just looking at the efficiency. Young Page is doing an admirable job. He is losing resources, don't get me wrong. He is taking a lot of damage from this Butterfly Effect Lash, and Lash is essentially, for all intents and purposes, free farming. But at the same time, like, look at the creep stat. He's not losing all that much. He's only, 1 creep behind and 2 denies behind.
It's just about, you know, you have to spend money to make money in Dota, and Young PH gonna buy some of that regen, has the bottle going as well. One bottle charge gets stopped though by Butterfly Effect. Nice play from him. Level 3 for both of these heroes. Again, it's just the rinse. Oh,
You've just achieved first blood.
Skillay gets the kill onto the techies.
It was a nice bushwhack into spear combo. Those are two like skill-based abilities, right? Like it's kind of hard to use them, to land them. But I do feel like bushwhack is slightly easier, probably, especially against the hero that plays around the trees like techies. And they just combined it admirably. Ulu couldn't really do much to turn it around. Used his blood right, but it was it's a silence that takes ages to come in, so it's not really helpful.
I mean, there's a little bit of an anti-synergy here. I mean, the Mars or the Arena of Blood does break the trees, so if you arena somebody that's bushwhacked, then stun stops. But, you know, we'll see if that even plays out. Beautiful bushwhack stopping the play there. And Undyne missed the blast off, which means that Hawk's going to turn around. No Lotus Orb, Flower. Where did it go? I'm not sure. Oh, wait, it's on Undyne. He did get it, but he's still going to die. You can't run away from Hoodwink in the trees, my friend.
He decided against using it, probably would have died even if he used a Lotus, so he's going to keep it. Ulu, in the meantime, managed to get the kill on the Courier, while also securing several last hits. So all in all, a trade that is okay, I think, for Cap. Looking at the creep stats, we do see that all three cores are farming really, really well on the side of Cav, while Mars is struggling. Naga, I'm not gonna call it struggling, but not having the best time. Young PH being blasted.
Mid. Young PH with that blood grenade as well. Run more right click. Gonna get the kill. Butterfly Effect with that rotation from the techies mid. Gets the kill on Young PH.
A really, really good play here by Undying, making sure, because his Bloodseeker is underneath his base, right? Undying is just making sure that he refills the bottle for Lash, allows him to dominate the lane, while also securing the rune, and that is double refill, so Lash is going to be full HP, full mana, which is insane, considering he just killed a hero, and there is nothing to capitalize on now for this Bloodseeker. Bottom lane, Skillay will take some damage from Undying. I do feel like Techies did go for like one bracer at least. No, he's going for a null talisman.
He's gonna go for damage instead.
I might be overrating. I'm trying to analyze those plays, right? Like of better players, and right now I feel like I'm overrating the right clicks from supports a bit too much, because I'm a big proponent of having like null talismans, raise bands in the laning stage, because you can buy 2 of those by like winning 4, and then as techies with 675 attack range with like a bracer and a raise band, you can just right click people to oblivion.
On the Haw, the blast off kept getting pump faked, and instead there's gonna turn around onto Undyne. He's gotta be careful. Never mind, it's nothing's happening bottom. I apologize. I forgot that it's a Bloodseeker lane. He just kind of sits and is full HP all the time.
What is his skill build? Is he like going for? Yeah, he's maxing out Thirst.
Yeah.
Can't really do anything with it. But by the end of the laning stage, or at least by the start of the first active rune spawning, we do have Lesh at the very top. But Naga is close by. Naga is doing A-okay, and I think Naga is a good matchup against Lesh, in the sense that Lesh is a teamfight hero that wants to commit, right? And Naga is a macro hero that wants to split push. And generally seems okay. So like
stun out onto the Tykees. Haste Rune picked up onto Skillay. Undying gonna get blocked here a little bit, but the blast off up onto the high ground. Skillay with that Haste Rune looking for a little bit more. They did catch him because of the blood rate, but I mean, is Bushwhack gonna connect? No, never mind. It whiffs. I completely caster cursed that guy. I'm doing my job well.
Skillay was anticipating that Techies is gonna be outplaying him and going for a wrap towards stop and avoiding the bushwhack that would be obvious. And Techies, I think he just right-clicked the base and went for a stroll.
Oh, there's a play top now. The Slytherin crushes level 3, pumps out quite a bit of damage, and again with the right click from 999, you get the kill. a very nice play from Zhang Yu as well. This is a lane that you can't just leave your Naga alone, and you will get chased down.
And he outclicks the Io here. It feels like 999 has a opportunity to take the route. Yeah, he got it.
And leap 1, use. Leap 2, use. Try to TP out. This is like, homie, you're not going to get out of this one, Zahrain. Will you even get the third one off? You will, but I mean, it's going to push you right back into the bounds of the game because you cannot escape the walls that surround the earth. Actually, I don't know where, like, it's just a whole cliffside, right? Is this a valley?
I'm generally not sure. This probably is a valley from how it looks like, right? Yeah. Maybe it's like an arena created by the ancients. I know that all games of Dota are technically canon.
Yes, they are.
And yeah, the ancients just reset everything back to the start of this fight when they lose. But I'm not sure where exactly this is happening, or even if it's a to scale map, or whether it's like a schematic representation of an actual War of the Ancients going on.
Well, either way, it's the eternal battlefield that us as Dota players find ourselves in. We can't escape, we can't run away. The only thing we can do is fight. Kever fighting for a win here, up 3 kills to 2. But the Slardar going to be the target here. Get hit with the net and the arrow. The damage from the Pangolier. Swashbuckle coming in on top of the roll. Young PH wants to get something for having an abysmal lane. And instead, the only thing he's going to get is turned around. And a bit of a shameful play coming out from YG. They try to find the pickoff onto the Slardar. They won't be able to do so.
It's really hard. It was Io behind him. He's just way too tanky. Probably had like stick charges for heads already and such. Hawk had to come in arena to survive, and without even help him.
Nope. That's not good. You don't want to use first arena like that.
You generally don't want to use arena and die, right? Like it's
yeah. That's a good analysis coming up from both you and I. Doing a great job on this one. Oh man,
this is becoming a really hard game here for Kev. And Life and Death chasing after Zahrain. Oh, they see him now. They see him, and he's trying to run away, and he will try for a TP out. Will be successful. Will be let go. I like the fact that Corrosive Haze it leaves puddles, right?
Yeah.
Behind the enemy you're chasing. And Mirana, when she leaps, the puddles are in the air.
What?
Yeah, they are.
Does it like place it underneath of your hero model? Is that what it does?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're like literally on air, in air.
So, hold on. If it leaves a trail of water, does that give you the Guardian Sprint buff? The river?
Yeah.
Why does it? Can we talk about Dota tooltips for a second? Why does it say river HP regen and river bonus armor? Shouldn't it say water HP regen?
It should.
Oh, it doesn't.
But then, like, water would assume that Morphlink is also kind of, should give you. But like river, maybe it's a proper noun that describes whatever Slardar is slithering in.
Yeah, Dota tooltips don't make sense to me. I'm a bit of a purist here, and Zahrain, he's a bit of a liver. Like, he will leap away. But Kawaii, this Slardar is he's kind of massive, and when you're Naga, you want to be one item ahead of your opponent, not one item behind.
I was expecting a much better matchup for Naga, if I'm being completely honest. I think KSA, he has like 13 armor, right? He's super tanky, has ways to split push. The death really cost him. Him showing in lane, not using the illusions to split push to shove it in. I think it cost him dearly because it gave the Slardar extra tempo. Slardar is making a play that I personally feel like is a bit too greedy. He is going for an Echo Saber first, and then getting his Bling Dagger, and that is actually really, really good for Yangon Galacticos in my opinion, because imagine the Slaughter Aya just running around with Bling Dagger. They would kill anything they want, anywhere on the map. You would always feel threatened. With this Echo Saber, you can still be set up on by, let's say, Bloodseeker's Rapture, but at least you have some counterplay. There is a window of opportunity for you to survive.
Well, that window is closing for YG. I mean, again, Kawaii, we talk about this a lot. We talk about the alpha carry. We talk about who can take over the game. And I feel like normally we'd be talking about Naga being that hero. But with the Bloodseeker, gonna go for the Mjolnir. Probably even like the Aghanim Scepter could be an item as well, because it gives like a massive shield for killing illusions, from what I recall. Could be a problem here for Kev, but Kawaii, it's going to be your opinion on that one. I'm going to go with whatever you say. Do you think Bloodseeker scales well into the Naga?
I think you're absolutely right. His Aghanims is just so good against illusion-based heroes, but he also has Leshrac on his side, as well as Aya to support this playstyle. And with Aya, the fun bit is that once you get your shard, you get spell lifesteal. And Bloodseeker, when he uses his Blood Mist from Aghanims, he uses his HP as a calculation for the damage he's dealing, right? And giving him spell lifesteal at this point is just making sure that he essentially overheals into barrier with ease because of the spell lifesteal, and it's just like such a nice little combination that can work exceptionally well in the later portions of this game.
Have you ever built Bloodstone on Bloodseeker?
No,
Aghanim Scepter?
but it does sound smart.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
I feel like you might run into some damage issues though if you did that, but you know, you wouldn't really die, so that's cool.
I think it's really matchup dependent.
Yeah, it would be.
But it might not even be enough damage for you. Especially like into an illusion hero. Let's assume like a Naga Phantom Lancer, maybe even CK. I can see this build working really well.
Well, he's going to go for more traditional right-click build on Ulu. He's going to pick up the Mjolnir again, the Blood Rage offering spell and plus attack speed. So Mjolnir is basically the prime Bloodseeker item. You can't talk about a better duo of words on a tooltip to describe building a Mjolnir than Blood Rage.
Yeah. He's also gonna have like Io behind him, also more slow amplification, more attack speed. I just realized that Blood Rage and Overcharge are kind of really similar in what they do.
They're very similar. Yeah. They're basically the same thing. The only difference is I don't think Overcharge costs health anymore, but it used to. They basically used to be the same ability, Kawaii. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I just realized it. It's okay, interesting. Like, because in your mind, it's never like in the same box, right? Because they're so different in terms of the presentation. Hulu, stealing some stacks here. But yeah, and when they're combined, the combined effect could be devastating. I really want to see this Aghanim stuff.
I mean, he's gonna get gone on here. There's a Rupture available. Misses the spear for fun, and now Ulu and Undyne are gonna TP out. DH has arrived. They try to TP another hero. They won't be successful. And YG, we're talking about the theory crafting of Bloodseeker, but you know the best theory in Dota is just kill him.
Yeah, I think that's the correct approach. I think a lot of players tend to overcomplicate things sometimes, and they also tend to overthink, right? Kind of like last time they oversaw the Pango into the off lane, where he didn't have the good matchup, of course, in the mid lane, but Yakmesh is doing an admirable job. I don't think he lost his mid lane all that much. He has an impact going for Lincoln Sphere in this one, because he needs to deal with Bloodseeker, of course. He cannot really play without it. All in all, though, a pretty quiet game. No arenas for setups. Paw is about 300 gold away from his Bling Dagger. That's when I assume Yangon Galacticos are gonna go for plays. Actually, they're gonna go now.
The pushback. Oh no, the arrow's gonna miss. The sharpshooter will not. And now the slithering pressure fighting Slaughter into the river. Buddy, every time I see a Slaughter, there's a fight that gets taken in the river, and the team that doesn't have the fish loses. 999 gets a double kill.
And it's, I was saying that, you know, the Slaughter, going like a Saber, yada yada, can be punished, doesn't have Blink early. He actually has Blink already, so...
Yep.
All my points are irrelevant now. He is the biggest shark in this river. In the sea. Sharks in the river are kind of probably dead.
Well, probably be a little bit too shallow for a shark. I guess it depends on the shark. I'm almost certain there are river sharks, so you're not wrong. But they're not like great whites or anything. They're pretty small boys. Yeah, they're like, I don't know, maybe the size of a computer box or something.
Yeah, this is definitely an ocean or a sea shark.
Yeah, the great white whale or something, but not a not a river shark, not a trout, to say.
Tuna are predators, right?
Tuna, I believe, are predators, yes, and they are pretty big as well. They can be big.
He's going BKB, so he's getting tankier.
Yeah.
And from what I remember, tunas are pretty tanky.
Very fleshy, yeah. Also, I don't eat fish, but tuna is the only exception, fun fact. Yeah.
It is kind of meaty, right?
It is pretty meaty, yeah. It's the, you know, umami is something that I just can't stand. Like, the taste of the sea, I find just repulsive. But tuna don't really have that.
How are we getting back to food?
I don't know. Well, you're hungry, Kawaii.
Yes.
Get some breakfast.
I was trying to. It's kind of hard in between games.
Yeah.
Like I had a choice to make. Was it to brew coffee or get food? Oh, I'm dying. Might be going down. It's going to be an exchange for Nirvana at the same time.
1-on-1, but now Kush, he's got caught up by 999 and the left shark. Going to TP out. Pretty easy for him. But it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Kawaii, thank goodness Kevin YG know how to get us back on track.
But this game is getting out of control for Yangon Galacticos. They go all in with Orchid Malevolence on KSH. So they will have a good way of dealing damage while also locking down somebody. The problem I am seeing here right now is that if you go Lash, if you turn on Pulse Nova, you're probably okay against Naga. If you go Bloodseeker, he's gonna have a BKB flying out to him soon, so this Orchid is irrelevant against him. The Big Shark has BKB in 1400 gold if he disassembles Echo Saber, so also maybe not that great. If they kill him twice here, that would be good, and he's a really, really good target.
No,
They're gonna be
so caught out. They have the stuns. The arrow will land this time. They get Zhang Yu. And the Moonlight Shadow as well. But it's you know, stacks that they're taking. So YG trying to get that network lead. Just getting a little bit. Let's try to walk up high ground. No vision. Knew that the whole enemy team was there. Pops the Blood Stone and the Pulse Nova. He's going to be fine. The Rupture out on the young PH gets that kill. And Murana leaping up on the kind of the wrong way. Skill way. Nuking past the tree. The tree dies. And it's a double kill for Ulu. At the end of the day, Butterfly Effect is still full HP, and the Spirits are going to hit Zahrain once. Does he have his leap available? He does not. Pa was kind of looking for an angle there, couldn't find it. Is going to be able to TP out instead, and I mean, you killed the Slaughter, but you lost 3 heroes. It doesn't seem that worth it for YG.
Yeah, as I said, like, if Butterfly Effect manages to get Pulse Nova off, it doesn't matter if you silence him or not. He doesn't care. He literally just walks into 5 and kills 3. And at this point, if you're Yangon Galacticos, what are you thinking? You're probably thinking, okay, we have to play this super macro. We have to play this super safe. We're going to use Nugget to split push. Somebody will have to address what we are doing. And then we try to get a kill on the split, right? Like, that's the only play that is available to them right now. But for that play to be effective, Naga has to be going for tankiness items or like something that gives illusion sword, attacks getting damage. She's going for Blood Torn, which I'm a big fan of. It's a really strong item. The problem is it's not supporting the playstyle. Personally, I feel like they should be going for now. If it was like an Eternal Shroud or a Heart, sure. But now it's just going to be losing support. 1, support 2 is gonna die as well, most likely. I don't think Rain gets out of here, and the split push not coming soon enough, quick enough.
It's just one kill after another, and now the Tormentor's under siege. We can definitely take it with Just Slaughter and IO, I believe, but Butterfly Effect's gonna come in anyway just to make sure. And this tower falling ever so quickly. I was gonna say slowly, but it's actually not that slow. You know, at 20 minutes, it's pretty quick.
If they're gonna go high ground from the looks of it, yeah, they're just gonna go high ground.
There's
They don't really care.
here as well. I mean, you have Blink. Bladendale finished up on Mars. He's just going for tempo. Butterfly Effect gonna get speared back. They have the 2-man pushback, but Han drops the arena. He's not even going to be able to get anything else. Rain now to the next target here, but there are 3 heroes stuck inside of the arena. It doesn't really matter. YG, they bought out on this Mars for, I mean, they kind of had to, but it turned into nothing. And now the tower is going to fall. YG, they keep in. They have the Moonlight Shadow. The pushback going to be there. Now Young PH has arrived. There's no rupture. There is a rupture, and Young PH, he gets ruptured. Probably will kill himself here. There's a stun on the Ulu. He's going to call in. Young PH dies. KSH popping that Song of the Siren, and Ulu running forward with that BKB still. Doesn't really care about anything that's going on. Kev are running train over YG right now. I mean, even if you could hold the high ground on YG, I feel like Kev would just continue on and on and on again. And Kawaii, I'm surprised that YG aren't calling GG at this point.
Me too. I don't think they have any chance left in this one. They lost their safe lane with Naga into Slaughter, which maybe could have been interjected, maybe not. I'm not sure. They lost their off lane hard, and that was not great. I did feel like Mars could win 2-7 an okay time against Bloodseeker, but again, sometimes things happen. Naturally, they lost mid lane, Lash into Candelier. All in all, with 17k gold lead, I think they're just gonna go for the second lane. Butterfly Effect is already on the porch, actually in the house.
And with 999 behind him as well, I mean, we know how it's already pretty hard to kill Lush. It's even harder when you have an IO behind him. There's no anti-heal coming out from the side of YG either. There's no Scotty. You have a Bloodthorn finish on Naga. Maybe you can find the first damage that are going to go out on Butterfly Effect. Lots of Bloodstone in the middle of 5 heroes. Who cares? You kill IO, but that's what his job is for. KSH as well. Get hit by the Rupture. The Bloodthorn turnaround. Gonna burn down Ulu. So good job, buddy. You got 2 heroes, but YG clean up 4. And Butterfly Effect kind of needs to be roped in by Zhang Yu. He's like, buddy, what are you doing over there? We need your Diabolic Edict to blink forward onto skill leg, gets the kill. And YG are still not gonna GG out. They're gonna fight here until their Ancient is taken, Kawaii.
That is surprising. I think it's dealing a lot of mental damage right now to YG. Losing in this fashion, 24 minutes into the game with such a lead on the enemy. If they get a kill, I'd actually be surprised. Because right now, they're gonna reset on everyone. They're gonna have BKB back online for Bloodseeker. And Butterfly Effect, at this point, is unkillable. He's Aegis with 2 lives. And he's the only one showing. They're trying for something here. Oh.
I mean, YG wants something, and Ha has that blink available, but there's no arena, not for another 20 seconds. It's just like, maybe they find the pickup onto the Slaughter, they throw out the arrows to permastone on the Slaughter, but again, he doesn't care, and KSH has to use the Song of the Siren. Actually got stunned up before he could use it, and so he's dead. No buyback on him. The Rupture not actually going to connect on the Young PH, so he can feel free to roll through, but the BKB coming out from the Slaughter, stopping him from TPing out. The minus armor as well. When he comes out, he's going to swashbuckle, but Ulu again uses the BKB so he doesn't get stunned up. Young PH gets right click down, and YG are doing everything besides getting kills on the side of Kev. And you have a nice arena onto 3 heroes. Kev say, nice, dude. Who cares? We're just going to keep going. We have so much sustain. Rain leaped in, has to die out, and GG's finally called after they get team wiped again. I mean, Kawaii, you literally called this. Kev weren't gonna lose a single hero by the time the game ended.
Yeah, it's impossible at this point. I feel like they miss their timings, and also, whenever I see a lineup playing against Lesh. I'm not getting a Lesh that has been picked in the second phase and early second phase, I believe. And they don't have a Mage Slayer builder, or they have a Mage Slayer builder and they don't build a Mage Slayer. I cry a little bit on the inside because this Lesh is just taking over the game. He has Aya behind him, for God's sake. Like, he's just running forward, pressing R, and his whole gameplay is just right-clicking to move, and that's it. Like, it's so easy. It's so preventable. It's so counterable. If you go Mage Slayer or fight or
Yatoro's back in action, and he's cleaning up. OG, they stuck around for too long. They've lost 3 of them. BCM also in trouble. I mean, they stuck around for that dive.
Spirit playing around their vision. They have that one ward they just placed.
Starting to jump out with a Wind Waker. Collapse.
Laurel. Gem is on top of him.
They've got eyes on him. They'll head back for now. They'll turn with the Bramble and the Cursed Ground down onto Whisper. Tomato's got the BKB.
Tomato.
He's still getting torn apart, but he's got the Axe. We'll be able to jump inside of Yatoro for now. Yatoro also getting caught by the Fiend's Grip from Ari. And that's a good grip. That's a big grip. He's out for 90.
Great
they kill off the Luna. Now they're ready for more. Let's see if they can find Collapse. Whisper jumps up to the high ground. Collapse trying to run away from them. Ari, he's got Sleep back up. Be able to put his escape to a stop. Sets up for the X-Mark drag back. They'll get both the carry and the offlane here. 2 kills, both go in the way of Tomato. I mean, you said things have been a bit slow for Maru with the grip.
Finds it.
But when he hits the big ones, he hits the big ones. It gets them the biggest kill they could hope, knocking out Yatoro for over a minute.
Pretty much perfect opportunity they could get there to bring things back for them. Tomato facing forward with his brand new axe. Top.
He's going to try and stand around and fight. Have anything to put a stop to that, even though his BKB did come to an end. Maposhka, on the other hand, though, he will die as well, was the case for Mira. So after it all, it's going to end up with Spirit losing 4 heroes. OG, they've pretty much done it in terms of rectifying what went wrong earlier.
They must have got the Seb speech, I guess.
I think they did.
Age is still on Whisper, and yeah, they have double hexes at the moment on the side of OG, so have to watch out for these catches. And yes, all 3 BKBs at the ready.
Oh, Collapse. He's been caught by the hexes, as you say, and he's out. Has got buyback available. May needs to use it here, as he's otherwise out of the game for 80 seconds.
Ooh, I don't know if he saw the second one, because he stepped up a little bit far.
It's all right. He's going to consider getting in position. They're going to try and go for BZM. BZM, he's going to get saved for now by the sleep. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to get healed up as well by Tomato. They keep BZM alive. The Supernova's out. Spirit, they've got to head back to the fountain. They're going to head back out of the fight. Collapse will jump in for the spear catch onto Tomato. They get the pushback with the fear. The full-on control with the vortex. Yatoro's in with the damage. It's enough. They're taking Tomato out. Spirit will hold, and they'll chase out for more. The spear push back onto Whisper. A double kill for Yatoro. They get the catch onto BZM. They'll keep the game alive again. It's another hold. It's another triple kill for Yatoro. Tomato, put the rage waves. Lal heads in. We'll get caught by the hex, but no follow-up.
Yatoro's in.
I mean, Collapse the jump. They've managed to burst through the cooker immediately. Collapse and Yatoro find BZM, and he's out of the fight as soon as it starts.
Oh, this is so awkward. They're trapped in the corner.
I mean, what do they do? Does he buy back? Do they? There he is. BZM's going to buy back for this one. There's the jump in the backlines, but Ari's got the Axe Fiend script. He's controlling the storm for now, but it's...
Yatoro.
Lal doesn't really care. He's perfectly able to zip over to the safety of the left side of the fight. Yatoro, though, will go down.
They stuck on him.
Now, the question is if Yatoro wants to buy back. Does he want to try and turn their efforts in this fight, try and get it back their way as Lal's getting run down by Whisper? Lal still with not a lot of mana to play. It looks like Spirit are just going to try and write this fight off. Miposhka will turn with a stop, but the Hex is there in time. OG, they're going to be able to take down the ET as well. See what they can get away with. Tomato in with the Rage, working on the tier 3. The safety of the X-Mark drag back. Will still get caught by a Stomp collapse. He's taking it back over, but he gets caught by the Hex. Lars in with the BKB. Whisper,
Where'd he go?
in an instant. He's gone. He'll buy back. The feed script's there on the Lar, but it's not enough time to lock him down and finish him off. He'll still get caught by the X-Mark though, and he's
But Tomato,
dead.
oh my god, the
They're getting
damage.
the clean up. 3 dead on Spirit. They have to use the buyback. Shatoro's back in. Miposhka's back in. Mirror's back in. The silence down onto BZM. They're going to try and take him down twice, though. Still has this Aegis, of course. The spear will get him.
Holy shit, everyone's just dying in an instant.
I mean, can they keep BZM safe on the second round? Tomato and Ari heading up. They'll use the sleep to try and protect BZM from any sort of combo that's thrown down. And if they turn towards collapse, they get over the Hex. The drag back there for the vortex.
Big damage.
They've killed on Whisper. It's a die back on the Timbersaw. Lal turns over towards BZM. He's in on top of him. BZM trying to run up towards the high ground. Yatoro finds the Lucid Beam to finish
Tomato's
him off.
alone.
It's a double kill. Tomato caught by the Hex. Spirit, they clean it up. And once again, for OG, pushing the high ground has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
They're kryptonite, the high ground.
But Malrine, he wants to play aggressive. Arrow will miss.
Rolling Thunder.
Chuen denied regeneration rune.
Still on this Razor with a lot of damage now with Amar arriving. And that Rolling Thunder ending. Curse Crown is there. Amar with crit still going to get on top of Jokam for a double kill on your Viper. Now Ponyo very isolated, left out on an island. Not much Akashi can do here. Level 5, 10 minutes in, so not even a defensive chrono available here for Akashi. As the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow Falcons here to close the gap onto Ponyo.
They really want that level 4 Maiden, huh?
Get it.
Big chunk of money. 221 for Malrine.
Yeah, we've seen these games, though, where some teams only get support kills, right? Just killing off a position 5 over and over again. At least Talon are finding core kills. Important ones to try and buy them time to get into late game. And good attempted move by Chuen there to get to high ground, but now he's stuck on low ground, moving and turning around onto Snaking. Dragonite in, and with that breakdown on Timbersaw, tons of magic damage comes his way. WS and Jokam both fall. Amar with a double kill. And is that the Crystal Maiden trying to scurry away with a couple of 100 health? They don't see her. Instead, turning their eyes and targets onto the Faceless Void to bring him down, and a triple kill. Yeah, I think at this point, Talon needs King Jenkins and his entire round table to come in on their Knights and Lancers to try and hold back the Falcons here. Viper on the front lines, holding them back as Skitter will get away from the Chakram damage. Malrine moves forward with a jump in, Rolling Thunder. There's a Freezing Field and a Chrono there onto Malrine. They're going to get the kill on the Pango. Down he goes. 2,000 gold into the hands of Talon. And Akashi moving forward.
I think Malrine is going to buy back. I think
so?
he's going to buy back and they want to end the game.
Rage buy, let's go. I mean, Chrono's down. What else is going to stop him? Skitter still just beating at buildings. Amar, the real carry in this one, going to stand up on the front lines and hold them all back. Chuen with his BKB, trying to chase into the Viper here. Oh, dodges the Terrorizer, looks like, with the Manda style. Skitter holding the ground, but the Viper's going to fall. Talon fighting back. They get the takedown on 1, 2 cores, now a third. Aegis gone. Crit the Snaking, trying to turn back. Malrine did buy back. You're right, with the Rolling Thunder back in onto the Faceless Void. They're going to get on top of Akashi. Can he try and walk away from this? Does he have the protection? No, the
that Rolling Thunder.
Far too good with the arrow over the top of it. Ponyo now in trouble as well, but WS and Chuen are still going. Snaking has that leap to get a bit of distance after Malrine and Crit. Turn back around. They've got the firepower here to bring down Chuen. Buyback's ready on the Razor. No Faceless Void and no Dark Willow now, though.
Didn't get much done in the last couple of fights.
Nice vision. Jokam, he can find the Hoodwink. Oh, but hang on, that Gleipnir holds him back. Malrine breaks away from the static link, turns onto the Tiny, and the Doom is there onto the Zeus in the back lines. Akashi has to sing the song, try and buy time for the rest of the team to get away from the Doom, but look at Amar. He's going wild. He's unleashed the beast onto the Zeus, taking him down, and now the rest of the team can come and help him. Snaking with the bubble, saves the Doom, the turn on the Nagasar, and brings Akashi down to the ground, and Chantra's in trouble as well, and Falcons pummel Talon, absolutely annihilate them. Yeah, it's really a possibility right now. Gleipnir onto this Razor. Might have to BKB, a good amount of damage and control on the Weaver, pops the Aegis immediately. Sharpshooter's coming, trying to aim it in onto WS. They've lost Snaking, crit nearly falls, but Amar and Skit are going to work in the actual fight proper, killing off the Razor. Jokam, Ponyo, Akachi is now turning tail and running, but the Gleipnir once again cuts them off, holds them in place to find the two support kills that
back
the Falcons
indeed.
will gladly
It is
take.
Game 3
Team Falcons,
between
that is a tier
YG and Team Kev. I am Mr. Plate, the mobile version of Crasheroni. I am joined by Kawaii Socks. Kawaii, I'm going to be honest with you, I hate the opening from Team Kev.
Really? I think it's a really good response for Kanka, isn't it?
I mean, it's a good one-on-one response, but when I think about how much Kanka can do for a team compared to Lifestealer, I just prefer Kanka to like, if I could first pick a hero on my team to go in blind against an enemy team, I pick Kanka 100% of the time over Lifestealer.
I agree that Kanka is a better teamfight hero. He is definitely a better opener, but I do like Lifestealer as a way of countering Kanka during the game. It's a carry that cannot be initiated on, and that is pretty important, considering that Kanka wants to initiate onto enemy core, one of them, and get them wiped before the fight even starts, and then continue with all the water park amusement thingy that deals all the damage and gives all the control.
Well, it's going to be the continuation from Team Kev here, because they do have the Lifestealer, as you said. You kind of need something to pair up with it. You kind of need a little bit of stun, maybe a little bit of damage. You could also go for something like a bus, a taxi for the Lifestealer, something that he can infest in. What?
It's a position 4, right? Like, it can be gyro 4.
Hold on. Maybe Team Kev are... Hold on, Kawaii. Are we experiencing jank in front of our very own eyes?
I mean, position 4 gyro is like borderline jank, but he's okay. Like, the homing... homing missile is pretty powerful with the shard. It can zone out heroes. And gyro generally can be considered a good pairing with Lifestealer because he provides all the team fight in the fight that a Lifestealer is lacking. Lifestealer is a single target focused hero that mostly deals damage with Radiance when it comes to actual team fight damage, and Gyro kind of makes up for that. Not the most reliable stun, of course, not the most reliable position 4, but they do complement each other nicely, so I'm okay with that.
I feel like if YG pick up like one save... Oh, well, there's a Bane. We have seen Fiend's Grip annihilate heroes like Lifestealer in the past. And Bane is a pretty good target. Again, you enfeeble Gyrocopter, and that homing missile has no range at all. So, it's a pretty decent opening up against that Lifestealer. And again, you can Nightmare save people from a homing missile as well. It's one of the easier spells, if not the easiest spell in the game to save your teammates from getting stunned up. So it's a pretty good response coming out from YG, I think. Kawaii, what's your read?
I agree. Team Kev, they had a choice between banning either Bane or Morphling. They decided that Morphling is a bigger problem. And also Tusk now for Yangon Galacticos. Yep. So a lot of ways to deal with that Lifestealer. But even then, you're so single target focused with all your stunts on Yangon Galacticos. While Lifestealer, if he tanks for that, or if they pick any dispel, any hard dispel, be it Oracle, Abaddon, or maybe I don't know. I feel like Omnia doesn't work this way anymore. But Oracle, Abaddon definitely work. Yeah, and Grimstroke as well. Grimstroke's been banned. Any of those heroes make whatever Yangon Galacticos are trying for against Lifestealer kind of bad. And they're just like, Oracle is good by himself. It's a really good hero. You're gonna go Rubik.
Okay, well, they're just gonna steal the Fiend's Grip instead. I feel like I preferred the Oracle more to the Rubik because, like, you get the magic damage or the magic nullification on the Oracle also, so you can not just save the Lifestealer from the Fiend's Grip, but you can also save another hero from getting Kunkka comboed, right? Like, you just negate all of the magic damage that the Kunkka would be applying to that target. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they just prefer stealing the Fiend's Grip, and you get the Aghanim Scepter on Rubik. You can kick people back with Tusk as well.
That is actually a really strong combination, because if he steals the Walrus Kick, you have the range for it, right? It's usually a melee spell, but stealing it from Tusk means you have like probably around 500 range for it, and you can use telekinesis to get people that close and then use the kick. Such an easy combo to use if you're Rubik, not so easy if you're Tusk.
And I mean, on top of that, you can even take most Kunkka spells are pretty decent on Rubik as well. X-Mark not so much, but both Torrent, Torn Storm, and the Boat, all good spells as well. So maybe the Rubik has a little bit more versatility than I thought outside of just saving Lifestealer. But Kev, looking for that last hero, gonna pick up a core here probably, or I don't think they're gonna play Gyrocopter in like the mid or anything. So definitely gonna be that. Yep, that Mars coming out here as well.
So they want some team fight of their own. Also can use Tusk shards for the spear purposes. All in all, nothing against Mars ever. Like, this hero, he's been kind of bad for a really long time, but I think he's been improved quite enough so that he's not overpowered in the hands of specialists, but he's actually playable in the hands of regular mortals.
Regular people that just play Mars for fun and not spam the hero because not everybody is ATF. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That guy's built different. Okay, he knows what's up on this hero, and YG, they know what's up in their draft. They see this pretty greedy supports on the side of Team Kev. Can they go for something that invades the backline and harasses both the Gyrocopter and the Rubik? You think maybe there's a play there?
They could go for that. They need something that doesn't mind the Mars Arena. For now, they're going to go for Beastmaster. Okay. Even more single target.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a second, YG. Hold on. So, you first pick Lifestealer on the side of Team Kev, and they're like... Then you see Bane, you're like, okay, well, BKB piercing stun, whatever. And then you see Tusk, and you're like, okay, well, he's got another BKB piercing stun. I guess that's fine. And then you see Beastmaster, and you're like, okay, well, this is kind of getting ridiculous at this point.
This is personal. This is just straight up hate. I don't know. I don't feel like it's a good pick in general, though. Because Beastmaster, Wild Access on Rubik really good. The Wild Access don't really do much for Lifestealer. Mars can initiate on you. And even though you do have this Roar against Lifestealer, who's going to be dealing the damage here? Like, they need a glass cannon hero for their safe lane that is going to deal all the damage, preferably ranged. Actually, maybe not ranged, considering Mars Arena. But something that will...
Sniper?
I don't think Sniper deals enough damage. They need, like, a... Ooh,
we're talking only damage, like Alina?
10 seconds remain.
Maybe only. No. They need like a right-clicking for the Yangon Galacticos.
I see what you're saying. What?
And they need damage early as well.
Kawaii, my Mind Palace isn't big enough. I'm actually looking at the hero list for these kind of heroes that you're talking about. Primal Beast, I don't think does it.
Position 1 SF?
Zeus?
Meepo.
What? Did you just say Meepo? Oh my, what in the world am I looking at?
A Mega Meepo. Potential Mega Meepo.
Okay, but isn't Mega Meepo literally awful against Lifestealer?
It is actually, because you have so much health.
Lifestealer literally heals for half his HP every time he hits that thing.
Probably. I don't even think that Meepo is good here.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
It's not like he's good against Lifestealer in general. It's not a glass cannon, a lot of damage kind of guy.
Storm Spirit.
What? What? Okay. Kawaii, can I be honest with you for a second?
Yep, sure.
These last two heroes have me so confused. I feel like I know nothing about Dota.
I'm okay with Storm. It's a lifestealer delivery system, a bit of that, right? It's also a good backline initiator. You get on top of Bane. If you have like a Lincoln Sphere, you're probably fine. You have BKB, you're probably fine. But Meepo, I don't know. KSH, maybe he wants to go out on a bang. Maybe he's like, give me something I want to play, not something that fits here. I'll show you that I'm just a good carry that can win any game with any hero, regardless of the matchup. So Meepo, he's actually pretty good, right? Like he's good against Mars. Actually, maybe not. He's good against Storm.
Okay. But they picked the Meepo when they didn't know the Storm was there.
That's true.
So, like, who are you killing? Rubik?
I mean, you do kill supports really fast on Meepo. That's the thing. I was saying like a glass cannon carry. Specifically, I was thinking something along the lines of maybe like a position 1 SF, TA kind of thing, you know, like something with burst damage. Meepo is giving you burst damage against supports for sure. He can absolutely delete those heroes like Rubik, like Gyrocopter position 4 or 5 in that case. Maybe even Storm Spirit without BKB. It's also very much deletable. So the idea is probably we're gonna start the fight with an advantage, and we're just gonna keep controlling this lifestealer. He's not gonna be a factor because we have Roar, we have Water Park, we have Fiend's Grip, and we can keep this lifestealer occupied or disabled for 10 plus seconds. And they literally can do that. Even if he has Rage and BKB, they can keep him like occupied for 10 plus seconds. And Meepo during this time kills everybody else, and then they converge on lifestealers 5. So maybe that's the plan here.
Hawaii, the problem is you said a lot of words and it requires a lot of execution to be able to do that, right? Like,
yeah.
You know,
just 30 seconds.
Dota is one of those games that it as you say, it's a strategy game, right? And this is ultimately a strategy game where you are on the map, what items you build, the decisions that you make, and if your strategy relies on outplaying your opponents by a considerable margin, because the draft that you put yourself in is like not the greatest, something went wrong. And I feel like for Kev, they're gonna, you know, their strategy is, I infest my Storm Spirit, we go in, yippee, everybody's dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's really easy for them, right? Like it's so straightforward. And on the Galacticos, you will have to be kind of always in a good position. First of all, you can't really die on Bane first, because if you die on Bane, the whole thing kind of falls apart because you don't have the initial control for Lifestealer. You also need good laning stage for Beastmaster, which isn't guaranteed. You also have to be content with Rubik possibly stealing Wild Axes, which is insane, or stealing Roar, which is a possibility, and trivially can still Fiend's Grip.
Down, has to TP back to that tower. Now, you did first pick the Lifestealer, and you still managed to, draft double strength core or double strength melee into the Lifestealer lane.
What is his support? What is Tusk doing?
Tusk is doing Tusk things, you know what I mean? Just finds himself in the wild. I think he's pulling the creeps, yeah. He's got the creeps. Pulling the creeps over, wants to connect them between the tier 1 and the tier 2.
He's actually taking a really long detour here.
Yeah, he missed it though. And now I'm gonna let these guys figure it out. This is giving me a headache. Top lane, we've got Zhang Yu on the Mars with 999 on this Rubik as well. It's a lot of burst damage coming out from both of these heroes.
I don't think there was any kill threats though, for now at least. Hall might be just struggling slightly there with a creep wave, but for the most part, like I don't see the kill threat in the bottom lane. I don't see kill threat in the top lane either. It is Meepo, after all. It's a hero that wants his levels first, and Bane is a sustain guy. He's not like a I'm gonna kill you right now guy until level 3 again. Yeah, probably 4, most likely. So all in all, this is probably gonna be a quiet early stage here. Paw is getting some of his levels, but not all of them. And he actually literally has 1 creep. I don't know how this happened, but he literally has 1 creep. This is a disaster. 2 creeps. Nope.
He's got 3. He's got as many creeps as Rubik does. Probably all range creeps because he paid both, the range creep when you see it. And yeah, again, you pick this lane, you know what I mean? I think sometimes teams draft themselves into situations like this where they're like, we need BKB piercing stuns for the lifestealer, right? So we need, Fiend's grip. We need a little bit more, and the shards aren't going to connect bottom. Instead, Ulu again, even though he's tag teamed up, he's got the Tango going, gonna finish up the bracer as well, get a bunch of HP back, and he's just having the time of his life right now.
Butterfly effect. Having some issues here. I don't know. This game could be over really quickly. I'm looking at this Beastmaster. What does he even go for? He's gonna have like Helm of the Overlord at the point where Lifestealer could be level 12 already, and that means he can just infest and get out and just get a freebie, essentially, right? I'm not sure. Like maybe he goes Aghanims on Hop or the Drum of Slum, but it's not that good here either.
Is it not actually okay?
I don't think it's that great. You're not into like an illusion-based hero or like a multiple hero skill lane, mid lane.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Maybe you can, do some jank, right? Kawaii, you and I like jank. Rotating mid, pre-minute 4, pretty janky. Works out the Storm Spirit. Pretty susceptible to those ganks.
They will have to win off the back of this young PH, it feels like.
Yeah.
And it is a possibility to win mid-game off the back of Kanka. Maybe young PH knows something about winning the game as Kanka as well, because there are options for him, right? He can go for an early Orchid if he wins this lane convincingly, and so far it looks like he might be able to do so. Actually missing creeps, but getting the kill is a big deal.
Yeah, is the kill worth 10 CS though?
Probably not. Who did it go to? Did it go to Tusk or to him? It went to Tusk.
Tusk,
yeah.
Yeah.
He can still go Orchid. I feel like he can still go Orchid and be a threat to the Storm at every point until Storm gets his BKB. But then they have so much control and they don't really have damage.
Can you tell me something, Kawaii? Why do Storm Spirits max out Overload over Static Remnant?
I think it's mostly mana, isn't it? Like it's a mana card. You do get less damage, but you get it for less mana, so it's slightly better for farming in the long run because of it.
Right. I see. So you want to stack up as much mana as you can on the Storm. Obviously, mana. If there was ever a hero to have unlimited mana, not named Medusa, Storm Spirit would probably be the other contender for that, the hero wanting that effect most.
They don't really have a gas station for this Storm Spirit in this game either. Like they don't have an Io or a Lion or a Pugna. So he's kind of on his own. KSH gets level 4 so top lane. So now he is 2 heroes in one.
Yep, he's doubled up his power level just like that, just because he hit level 4. And Zarain gonna trade along with the Rubik. Again, has the brain sap available, so 999 not. Looks a lot closer than it actually is. The Rubik Courier not gonna get taken out, and 999 was just here to stop the pull, but that Nightmare is coming out. Hold on, the brain sap might be enough damage for people coming out, and now Zarain has backup with 1 Nepo, and 999 trying a little bit too hard, I think, to get this kill. Will end up dying here, and they lost Jarek off the bottom as well. It is going to be Ulu, though, getting the return kill onto the Tusk. killing the boar, and now hitting out onto Ha. Ha doesn't actually have a TP scroll. He has no way of escaping this. This might be the slowest kill we've ever seen. Ha juking through the trees, but it's the level 2 Ghoul Frenzy. Clap, 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 clap. Clap away, Lifestealer. Give yourself a pat on the back. You get a double kill.
It wasn't even considered a double kill because it took him so long to actually kill. He didn't, right? Like, or he did.
No, it wasn't a double kill.
This was disheartening, and the creep stat on this Beastmaster, honestly, he has what? He has 12 creeps to his name. Some of them are probably from the jungle. Middle lane, as they do connect, get a connection.
Barrier. There was a barrier rune finished up on 999. He's going to drop the ward before he dies in the Nightmare, keeping Butterfly Effect at bay. They ping out that there's probably a ward there, but YG, they don't know. The ward was placed up a little bit higher, and you know, you're getting some kills onto these supports, right? I mean, Kev, the supports have to be a little bit careful. They're pretty squishy.
Yeah, and look at the net force. Of course, Lifestealer is leading the charge because he had the free lane. And naturally, Ha is struggling, considering he had like 12 creeps at 6 minutes into the game. But KSH is doing well, Young PH is doing super well on Kunkka and Meepo respectively. And honestly, maybe this Meepo can carry the game. We'll see. Zorain will be sacrificed.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely going to die here. I mean, they don't even really care about the Wisdom Rune at this point. They just want to get the kill. And it is going to be an evasion onto the other side. They're going to bring in Undyne as well. He's got the rocket used up, skill A. It will be the target. No spells for him, not for another 7 seconds. That rocket connects. Undyne will back off, though. They don't have any more help, and there's not going to be any help for Ha as Ulu infests the boar. I'm going to take that, thank you very much, and just go right back to farming.
I just realized that they have really good damage with stack team, like from Meepo. Just look at it.
He's gonna get got on here. It's a very nice play. They have the shards catching out Undyne and skill like body blocking it. Help KSH get a double kill. Maybe Meepo's cooking up a little bit here, and again 999. He's gonna be another sacrificial lamb. So even though we were talking about this game being kind of like Pepeg W for YG, they're outplaying Kev here.
They are outplayed, and the micro synergy between Meepo and Tusk is really, really powerful. Butterfly Effect will get the regeneration rune, but he's being set up on.
Yeah, there's a Torrent as well. That's way too much damage. Gonna pop the regen rune as well, and go forward, but again, there's the pullback from the Axe. He goes left instead of down. Regen still giving him a little bit of HP. Nobody's gonna TP in instead of Undyne. Walking in, the right click, up onto the high ground. Because of the Observer Ward will connect, and Zorain uses the Nightmare to save the Kunkka stun. Will Young Page be able to help the Bane? Nope, the Torrent gonna whiff, but Undyne can't help his own Storm Spirit. And it feels like the tempo might be a little bit too much for Kev. They gotta slow it right down.
Yeah, they probably don't want to bring in Lifestealer quite yet. They just want to farm up and make him extra big. His timing is probably unlit for Aliens before he joins the fight. But for that to actually work, they need to stop bleeding kills. And of course, he wants this rune on Storm. You want this regeneration, but it cost him a bit too dearly. I think even giving up on this, giving up on some map control could be an okay play for them. They're still waiting for their timings. But I do have to say that this KSH Meepo already has Diffusal Blade, and I've seen what he does with tag team to Mars or to any hero in the game, and that's a lot of burst damage. That's like amplifying him almost twofold. Also, Zorain setting up like Gyro.
Bottom. This they have really good Torrent setup with the Wild Action coming through as well. They have the stun. It was an endless save, but the goat is going to hit out onto 3. Ulu is completely alone. He's going to get kicked up into the air by the punch. And we're kind of seeing this YG draft. Hawaii, this is jank beyond belief, but it's working out.
They're doing so well. They are doing so well on multiple heroes, most notably on Young PH's Kunkka. He is setting up everything. He's always there in an aggressive position. And
lane, they get the Diffusal Blade out onto Mars and root up as well. Another setup for Torrent. I mean, Young PH wouldn't be able to miss Torrent even if he tried.
he is absolutely balling out of control. And right now, it feels like the mid laner of Kev, he is not having the same kind of impact, right? Like, he does not really contribute anything. But the supports are extremely underleveled, both Undying and 999. So they don't really have a lot of options to play with. Rubik pre-level 6 is a guy who has a really bad stun and a kind of okay nuke, but that's it. Jaro is actually kind of the same. He has a really bad stun and kind of a damage over time effect.
Oh, yeah. Zarrain, pop the rage, try to get out of there. The damage won't be enough. Tried to infest the bomb it at the very end, but it's only 150 damage. I think he got out with a little bit more than that.
So this is trouble. This is troubling for Kev. As we were talking about previously, this game literally doesn't matter for them. I think they secured their upper bracket spot. They cannot be eliminated. They cannot be going down to the lower bracket, and they cannot go to the semifinals directly. So this game doesn't matter to them. For Yangon Galacticos, it matters a lot. Setup bottom lane. KSH leads the position.
They have the rage, but again, there's no infest because the lifestealer used it already. He's gonna have some major regrets about that one, and KSH finds Ulu. This is the kind of Nepo gameplay that we all love and hate at the same time. And they find the pick off the Storm Spirit mid. Gonna get hit with the roll up as well from the Nightmare, and they bring KSH here as well. Young PH gets the kill with the Torrent. Unstoppable Young PH does lead to good things for YG.
It's so impressive. I love it. They are essentially just never stop attacking on the side of Yangon Galacticos, and now they also have an orchid on Kanka. So he did go for the first item orchid. They have Diffusal Blade. The Storm cannot show himself. Like Healer cannot show himself. I don't think Mars can show himself. Supports are not level 6, and they've been completely crushed during this laning stage. Absolutely nothing you can essentially do. You cannot really go to the lanes, and your best outpush currently is Fade Bolt from Rubik, who is not level 6, and Butterfly Effect is dead.
Yeah, just like that, they used the Fiend Script as well. Might have been a little self-nightmare for fun from Zarrain, but you just don't even need to hold the spells because you know that you're going to have to play there. And Lifestealer hit up with the Orchid. Do they have a save for him? No, it doesn't look like the Orchid to connect as well. Buff the Rage, going to turn around and start the fight. Young PH, this might be a bit of a mistake here. They used the Roar as well. It's an arena, but that Wild Wing Whipper going to be the taxi that saves the Lifestealer's life. And the Kunkka goes down, but it was 5 heroes on the side of Kev, or 4 heroes on the side of Kev on the bottom area, protecting a very blatant overextension from Young PH.
Yeah, that was definitely a misplay. I think Young PH had a good idea with an Orchid, because Lifestealer can't really do anything with it, but he didn't have the follow-up.
Ulu, there's a blink on skill A. He's going to use it to pick up Ulu, pops the Rage and the Armlet toggle immediately. The damage from the axe is basically going to do 0, diddly squat, nothing. It all means the same thing, and now top, nothing happens either. So Ulu gets out of that one. I don't really know what the plan was there, but they had one.
Rubik had X. Maybe they tried to X the Nepo, one of the Nepos at least.
Oh, I see.
But, Butterfly Effect, trying to run away, will be successful in that at least.
Kawhi, what does the Kev need to do here to get themselves back into that position? Because right now the jank from YG is a little hard to determine. Do Kev need to play more standard Dota, or do they need to accept the jank themselves?
I think they just need to sacrifice supports. In this kind of game, you go farms the wall on cores. Storm should be farming the wall to the bottom. I feel like Lifestealer can farm the triangle slightly and the wall to the left, and you just sacrifice supports repeatedly. You have Rubik who can show up in waves, you have Undying who can show up in waves with Black Cannon. That's exactly what they're doing. They are constantly under threat of being killed, but it's better because somebody is gonna die on the side of Kev. It's just an inevitability. We are going Galacticos itemized aggressively, they itemized 4 kills. Oh, smoke revealed on
It's a blank dagger on Meepo. 15 minutes in, the Dragon Lance, the diffuser blade, the blanket's all finished up. And Zhang Yu on the Mars coming forward has a dual step for himself, but he's already getting that kill. It's a big target. They come in onto the back line. 999 immediately getting died, but it's a stolen torrent, keeping himself alive. And Ulu, he's caught the rage. They go immediately, turn around onto the Mars. They don't get the target to run onto the orchid, onto the soul bridge. They have the damage. They're just ignoring all the Meepos, but the Meepos, they're gonna start to fall here. The damage coming through. They've targeted the one Meepo. Ulu gets a double kill. The Armlet toggling a little bit too much in Tusk. He's gonna die hard. Throws out the wild axes. The Armlet, it's gonna get toggled on one more time. The rage will be enough to secure that spear kill. And now Ha, he's left alone to his own devices. YG go up a high ground with, I think I don't know if they had vision. Well, no, they did, but going up high ground is, again, just not a great way to start a fight, Kawaii.
I think the problem was that Bane got caught off guard. He was essentially a freebie. He did not really bait any spells. I don't think they even pressed rage, and he just died to like X instantly instances. So essentially, that was a free death, and they were stuck in a 5 versus 3 position. Beastmaster didn't join his team quickly enough. I don't know whether there was no TP, or maybe the call was you go and split push, get farm. We're gonna deal with that. I don't know what the call was, but ultimately it was a mistake. He came in late into the fight, looked at it, and turned back and went back to farming.
Fly effect hit with the Orchid. It's more than enough. Stolen both though. Very nice play from 999. Gonna turn into nothing though. Gonna turn into die. Actually, is what that one is. And you know, that last fight, Meepo, his whole team did 10,000 damage. Meepo did 7,000 of it.
Yeah, he is a glass cannon. That's what we're talking about, right? Like during the draft, that they have 4 control guys, but not really a lot of damage between them. So they need a glass cannon carry. I never considered Meepo a glass cannon carry, but the damage output with tag team from him is absolutely incredible. So that's what they're trying to leverage, and it worked really well for 15 minutes, for 16 minutes. Now it's working slightly worse, so they need to get a hedge here. And they're going for Roshan. They're gonna have an extra life on the VH. I don't think it's a I'm gonna close the game.
Mars Marina, KSH, he dodges, and he's gonna be able to poop out of there. If that spear lands, that's a dead KSH, and the fight might get turned onto its head.
Oh, the middle lane. Okay. Because the Roshan.
Lulu's got to get out of there, but the blink forward onto KSH, he pops away immediately. Trying to get out of there. The root will connect, but not before the rage ends, and the second root won't connect either. So YG, they have the Aegis of Immortality on the Meepo, and they catch Storm Spirit pop with the haste rune. Gonna pop the beam skip, the bonus, the punch, literally everything. All the ultimates used to get the kill on the butterfly effect. He's gonna go straight to BKB. Might honestly need a Lincoln Sphere on top of that, and then might be able to get a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I don't think he can realistically show himself in lane ever on Storm Spirit right now. Dying a bit too much here. It used to be a signature hero for him, but he got greedy in this one. I feel like first item, Witchblade is nice. It's a default for a reason, but you kinda need a Yules in this game. When you saw the roots and when you saw the Orchid, maybe you would survive slightly if you had a dispel for yourself. Bottom lane, both from Rubik will give him a bit of life, but not enough.
No, he dies, and he's died 7 times actually. Storm has also died 7 times. Just not a good Storm game at all.
Considering the 26 pick, kind of question mark, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird. Dude, that was a little bit of a weird pick. I'm like, this cannot be a good Storm game. He's gonna zip in, maybe try to prove me wrong. Skill away, doesn't have racks available, and it's gonna be the zip all the way back. Lulu might pop ratio so he doesn't get stunned up. Nope, he doesn't. But skill away again. The damage is gonna be there. He dies. So one time gets that kill.
and at the same time, Yangon Galacticos just take away the Tormentors. So we're gonna have Shard on skill A. We're gonna have Aegis on Meepo for another 3 minutes. And probably the map control is going the way of Yangon Galacticos. They have 2 tier 2 towers to work with. That's extra gold for them. That's extra gold for supports, most importantly. And so far, this Lifestealer, he had a good start. He had a really good start, but he only has a Radiance Armlet, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Radiance Armlet finished up on the Lifestealer. I mean, you say only, but it's 20 minutes. Like, it's pretty standard timing, I think, for the Lifestealer at this point. Will they go through the portal?
Ooh.
Yeah, they will. Now, here's the problem. Okay, no, he's not. I was gonna say, if he went through the portal, that might have been a little bit of a problem. Instead, has the assist on cooldown, so won't risk it for the biscuit. Instead, just gonna opt to take the tower.
Yeah, I think open up the map at least slightly is necessary at this point. Young Mage is actually solo here bottom lane. Has BKB though, it's been delivered to him right now, so he's no longer a target they can really kill. I don't think they have enough lockdown to burst somebody with 2k HP.
You know, they don't. It's looking really hard for Kev right now. I mean, they just need to extend the game as long as possible and hope they can outscale YG. Zhang Yu pops a couple of smokes, so nice play from the end. The aggression from YG gonna be negated, and this kind of like boring stuff that we're seeing right now is the kind of stuff that Kev need to do if they want to pull themselves back.
Yeah, I think they have good chances later on. Ooh, Driver Copper, a bit too far forward.
Yeah, never mind. You know, the boring stuff, definitely something that Undyne needs to take some way to do. Almost kills Kanka though.
That was impressive damage.
Yeah.
He ate
and
2
now
rockets.
Meepo diving into tier 2 tower. Basically, they're going to find the pickup with the spear as well. Ulu has the right, but KSH, he's going to lose this Aegis of Immortality. And now YG, they're going to come in as well. They have everything left, but the arena going to be popped immediately. Ulu has the rage available, waiting until the very end, is going to eventually use it. It's a snowball save coming out from the Tusk as well. They have the BKB used up. This poor Lifestealer is just rooted up, can't get inside of the Mars, and they turn around. It's a tip for KSH, and a GG call from Butterfly Effect. He's like, you know what, boys? It's basically game over. We can't do anything. We can't win. YG, you get this one. You can take this 2-1 victory.
This is really impressive, I have to say, by Yangon Galacticos. 23 minutes, they destroy Kev with a Meepo pick. Kev, of course, they're not really motivated to play this game that much because they have secured a spot in the playoffs. Yangon Galacticos, with this win in the series, get 2 points because it's 2-1. So now they're sitting on 8 points. Team Bright have 2 games today against Execration and against Spiky. If they win any of those with a 2-1 and lose the 0-2 in the second one, they are eliminated because Yangon Galacticos did win them 2-0 in the group stage. But if Team Bright either wins one game 2-0, or if they win 2-0 and 2-1, so they basically need to win 2 games to go through, right? And one of them has to be a 2-0.
Team Bright at this moment if they win 1-2-0, they make it into the playoffs and YG get eliminated. But if Team Bright only win a 2-1, it's not good enough. They need to win a 2-1 and then 1 game. It doesn't matter if they win the series or not. Just 1 game after a 2-1 victory would be enough. So it's just a matter of how Team Bright can do it, or if they even can. But in order for us to answer that, they have 2 tries. And again, the last 2 series of the day, or of the group stage, it's going to be Team Bright versus Execration coming up next.
Like that. The Skitter will get himself down to low ground. Look at this tiny crit, gonna scurry away, but blasted by the Zeus. Good pick by Chuen. Akashi, though, the one in trouble. Naga down with buyback available. Might have to come back into the fight as WS is in serious trouble. Draining damage from Amar, but Malrine stands his ground and takes him down. The Doom and 2 supports and Falcons are gone, but Skitter and Malrine offer a lot of damage and still stay reasonably tanky. Tiny out for 50, and Chuen gonna have to try and heavenly jump back to Mount Olympus.
Malrine is zoning.
This is not where you belong, Zeus. No matter how many family members you've got, looks like they're all dead at this point. The illusions of the Dragon Knight will kill him off, and he's dead for 70 now.
Very mobile carry player.
All right, Tower finally does die. Coil onto 2 as the Axe makes his rotation over, but Quinn taking a ton of damage. Whisper gets off the Primal Split, a dead Leshrac again. Seb will be the trade for now. Now Ace on the run. Illusory Orb clips 2. Tomato even makes his way over as well as Ace trying to get up the call, but not going to find anyone. Ends up dying. Dyrachyo with a timed... Okay. Chronosphere comes in, getting all 3 teammates in the area.
Result here with the phase. Master.
Do they have the damage? Primal split does go off. And Whisper, oh man, the Pulse Nova is ripping right through him. Still sticking around though. Gets one more stun with the Urk Panda as Tomato comes in. Time dilation as well. More TP's coming in. Ace is ready, but the Chronosphere comes out. They have the damage to actually kill off the Lash. It's going to be close. Tomato has the Tomahawk away, but they do get the kill first as BZM gets basically soloed by Ace. And now Tofu in the midst of a TP, but gets right-clicked into Oblivion. I mean, if you think of one axe, I mean, I feel like it is Seb, though, right? Surely. Ace.
All right, here we go again.
Call comes in, dead shot, though, but the Split Earth is there to layer, and the chop call. Actually, I couldn't tell if the chop was completely successful or not. Either way, the kill goes the way of Gaiman again. Ari now flame broken and lassoed. Looking for the call. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Can just...
It's going to do more than that, huh? I know the dead shot clipped Dyrachyo in the end, but I'm surprised it didn't do more of a dent into Tomato there with the items that he has.
And it's ended up being lob as done.
Now on to Ace.
It's tanky.
Already at half HP is Tomato closing the gap. As the Chrono, of course, will use it. The rest of his team will walk into it as they do.
Awkward.
Very poorly played there as Ace now calls, looking for a potential chop, but Tomato time walks away. And Ace was using the Bloodstone there. The coil's going to snap, and he is still very tanky, but eventually OG gets what they came for. Tomato, though, lassoed and soloed essentially by Tofu. Seb's going to get the Nightmare Celery, takes it off instantly. Tofu making his way over as well as BZM coming to the party. Jingu is going to connect, but the RP onto 3 heroes. Block grenade onto 3 heroes as well, even more important. Seb gets taken out first by Quinn, though. Glimpse out onto him. Gets another Jingu stack, but he falls in the end. 2 for 2. Lots of action early on as Dyrachyo, basically a creep at this level of the game, showing up, tickling everyone. They're laughing their way to the farm as Tofu gets skewered by Whisper, and now Dyrachyo tried to help his team, but he's just gonna die again. Can he deny himself on the creeps? No!
All right, that was unnecessarily rude to Dyrachyo, because again, this is honestly, okay, hang on.
Yeah, hold your
Whisper,
horses,
Whisper has no time for
all right, puts Ace on the cliff. Very classic stuff. And the Static Storm now applied to several heroes. You can see Quinn just trying to brush it off. He's going to get snowballed, which actually cancels the grip. And Quinn gets off his Wukong's command. Whisper getting really low, but Nightmare to save him just a little bit. Another skewer, almost clipping all of them. But the damage is enough either way for OG. Ace still stuck up there, that fat, juicy watermelon. Finally, Whisper's reign comes to an end via Dyrachyo's right click. Somehow he does enough damage to kill something other than a creep. It's incredible, in fact. as Ace. This will take a while, but Tomato and company will claim the watermelon. Feels like it's more than that.
OG trying to beat that record in this one.
Yeah, for sure. BZM, all right. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
RP onto 3 heroes. Waveform completely misses. Ravage to follow from Ace, though, actually doing a lot of damage. They're going to be able to take out Whisper and the Bane. As you can see, 4 heroes very low for Gaming Gladiators. They try to run away. The Magnetize gets 1, make it 2. And BZM and company able to eventually clean up. It was looking a bit hairy for them, but this net worth lead is no joke. Ace stuck inside the kinetic field. Triple kill for Tomato.
Okay, he's in there.
He wants to go in
really
very
in
deep.
there.
My goodness, gets off the Magnetize, already at half HP. RP comes in, hitting several heroes with the skewer into the static storm. And the Waveform finishes them off in style. It's gonna cost them the life of the Magnus, but that is well worth it. That was a disgusting combo. As Tomato gonna farm the sniper and get the rampage in the fountain. Oh my goodness, this really does feel like a pub.
Checking out these ancients, blocking out some camps, getting some info. Double warded, actually.
Oh, smoke on smoke here. Liquid are going to make the jump first on towards Crit.
Nice static.
Make sure that there's no further backup to help Crit out in that initial jump.
Nisha?
Falcons might still have a chance of the fight, though, because they've got the spear connection and the Laguna. They'll burst straight through Nisha and through Boxy. 33 is sort of left on his own here. Trapped in the arena. He'll try and run away from this ult. But there's a missile heading his way. Snaking and Skeeter slowly running him down. He's very likely to be going out as well. Double kill for Skeeter.
And Marine is going full spellcaster, so the rest of his team is a lot of physical. He's all that magic.
Mickey. They're going to get the jump on him. They try for the Spirit of the Light Strike. The combo's not quite clean enough. He's still able to step away. But the Yules, is anything else left to play with? There's still an arena. And Mars got the catch. It doesn't matter that they don't hit the initial combo. They get the 2 kills at the end of it all. In the mid, Boxy and Isha. They're trying for snaking.
He's tanky.
He's getting the heals off. He's walking away. They can't finish him.
And
the
now,
backup's inbound, and the rest are wrapping across. As Amar's here, Nisha's got to be careful with the way that he gets out of this. Boxy, he doesn't really have a whole lot of options. He's got the snowball, but the Yules is there. Amar's got the catch. It's going to be another pick here for Falcons.
good lord. This is brutal to watch. Skeeter's actually leaving.
They do have the number advantage. They're going to have to set up on him. He has got the Aegis. Let's see if they can get through him the twice, maybe even not the once. But the damage is not quite there.
They got crit.
Skeeter's able to step away. They'll jump in with the Waning Rift. They have got Mickey in with the Godstream. So they've taken out Skeeter the once. Mickey is going to try and deal with snaking off to the side. They'll ignore Skeeter for now. Over to the top. Mars caught.
They're on him.
Staying in the arena. They're going for round 2 on Skeeter. He'll get the flat cannon off, but they will kill him.
It could be, I feel like, but perhaps just the power of Luna being a really strong hero, and same thing with Zeus, and especially that timing that you provide globally. Let's see.
See if we get a bit of first blood action here. Falcons trying to get the setup in with the disruption into the Light Strike array on towards Boxy. And the Verify is there, but they'll still get him first. First blood goes towards Skeeter. Liquid in return will manage to take down Snaking, and they'll also take out Skeeter. So they'll get the 2 kills in return for this Liquid.
Still will have that Thunder Gods, of course.
Sania should be pretty dead here. Disruption into the arrow, the burst of the Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave will take him out. Mickey, considering helping Nisha out as Nisha, they're trying to get in on top of the Zeus. Mickey trading back at them to try and dissuade them from committing it to get the kill. It won't stop them. They take down Nisha.
He's under attack.
Bring in the numbers. I think he just hit 6 to get the purge right after the kill.
Amar with the rest of this Moonlight Shadow as well, considering the setup onto Mickey.
His boat is up in 1 second.
He's got the X mark. Is there any help for Mickey coming in? There's 4 heroes of Falcons going in for the Luna kill. The Light Strike lands. They take down another big kill here. Falcons with a solid punchback. Moonlight Shadow kicks back in, but the sentry's down. Liquid are prepared. TP backup will be coming in for Skeeter. Crit turns up. Immediately going to get doomed there from 33 as 33 takes Crit out of the fight. Amar, he'll drop the boat combo, but Skeeter's gone down the once. Malorine, Light Strike array, the full combo dropped over towards Nisha. He burst through the Zeus. Mickey, though, he's punching heavily into Skeeter.
Oh, he died.
Skeeter's out. 33, he's kind of cleaning up. He's in on a Snake King. Snake King cannot stand his ground against the Doom. Double kill for 33. The fight's Liquid.
A couple heroes still getting low. Poisons the rum.
You get 33, can they get Insania as well? I mean, X-Mark is up, he's not got any heal for a few seconds. Arian's starting to fall low on the mana. He's got enough for the light strike. The heals are out, Insania's walking away, but the Tidebringer angle's there from Amar.
There's that Radiance. They didn't proc the Reincarnation, and there is a Static Storm on cooldown for 60 seconds. Marine.
Amar teasing around with the setup onto Mickey, but the Doom's going to get dropped here for 33. Defensive Disruption comes out for Snaking, and they're still trying to focus down the Kunkka. 33 will stay on top of him, but it has led to the split where Mickey's been left on his own almost. He's just gone. He's out of the fight. The backlines are falling, but Skeeter's ready for round 2. He'll turn towards 33 with the Rave Fire Blast. Crit and Snake poking in from the side, but Nisha, he's dished out his entire mana pool of damage, and it's too much for the Wraith King to live through. As Skeeter goes down, Liquid, they've found 3. Can they find more? Crit, he'll go down. They'll get themselves a 4th kill out of this one, Liquid.
Again, they're not able to find his backline, which I figured Liquid could.
Well, maybe
it's
now.
just not presenting itself.
Maybe now, though, John. Boxy's making his move up. They want to try and find her against Arteezy, but the Orca does make him kind of hard. Still, he'll go for a snowball, hitting 3 targets with the stun out. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, so he's going to keep manning up here up against Team Liquid, but it's looking pretty rough for him. He will at least go down the first time. Do they back him up? Arteezy's in the middle of nowhere right now, and the answer is just no. They could not get there in time to help out the CK. And so Team Liquid, they will be gifted a very important couple of kills, as it seems like even Saberlight now going to get caught, but does have the Primal Split, so he'll pop that. Still looking for a target. Smoke will be broken. 33, though, misses the initial stun, and now Thealacor looking to try and turn this one around. Will start to move in along with Saberlight. They found Mickey first. The Luna, she's the big target. Already being targeted, though Saberlight needs to get back together. He just took way too much damage. He's got no Primal Split left. Saberlight's still running. Nisha unable to finish the job, and now 33. He found a 4-man stun. Oh, what a setup from 33. You missed the first one, but there was no way in hell he was missing the second. Arteezy's been caught to boot. On the high ground, still trying to survive, but the chase is continuing. Can he make it out? The answer is no. An ultra kill for Mickey.
If you can kind of isolate him away from the saves of Boxy as well, but it's easier said than done.
Easy, caught out. Shards will lock him down for a second, but not for long enough. They do not want to dive that deep. They've got to be a little bit wary as well against the sniper. Going into that high ground attempt. There's a jump in from Saberlight. He's found 4 targets with that Thunderclap. He'll go for the split as well, but all his Brewlings are just melting. Saberlight is gone. Saberlight just absolutely annihilated by Team Liquid. He can't jump in on his own like that. It's just too easy.
Yeah, that wasn't the initiation the Shopify needed. It looked like a good opportunity. Arturo was a little bit too far. I think if they manage to get the follow-up from the CK as well, maybe that goes a little bit differently. But now the high ground feels a lot comfier for the side of Liquid without worrying about that big team fight split.
Mickey's still taking a fair bit of damage here, but they are going to make the jump in with the Eclipse off the back of Boxy. They've got Yopaj and Kidrak. Thealacor will follow very, very soon by the looks of it. A double kill for Mickey. They'll rush there immediately. In fact, Team Liquid, they're going to try and hold the high ground of the Dire base and just use it against them. Thealacor's coming back in, but it's a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. They've already found the Rubik. They're in a bit of a tight position, but it won't matter. Nobody's dying from Team Liquid. They're all just surviving, or are they? Boxy, he's getting a little bit lower. They will at least find the Tusk, but it's already cost them too many, I think. They go again. Arteezy's still trying, does find 33. In fact, does take down the Slaughter, but will die to Mickey. Yopaj also dying as well. GG is called. They've seen enough.
Lasso coming off cooldown in 3 seconds as well. This is a big moment. Heroic trying to break it with Schofield.
Boxy with the lasso. Static Storm right on top as well. And a flame break in addition. 2 dead from Heroic right off the bat. And Davai Lama glimpsed into death. So Heroic absolutely crushed. And now they have to worry about their Void Spirit potentially getting away because Coil was still up and available. He pops it. Analog with the Astral Step, trying to get away with all this mobility, but just not enough.
3-0.
And now he's going to snowball Insania. Has to live here. He's going to get Malefist on, and the Eidolons will continue their reign of terror. And that is a long walk back for Insania. Boxy's TPing in. Be able to get the Firefly off. This will be a pretty damn valuable kill onto Divide, but he's just right-clicking away. Flame Break is there. Boxy getting pretty damn low, and now another snowball. So Boxy will die, but can Mickey try to get the kill? Indeed, Divide's reign ends. The kill streak is over, and Mickey really needs to finish the job here. A couple more right clicks will suffice, but a nice Ice Shards buying some distance. Looks like he'll be able to walk away unless... Oh my God! Okay, Analog.
Rogue siege creep here, giving
They
some
have vision there, but they find Schofield instead. Snowball gonna put himself in a terrible spot, but Divide Llama with a nice black hole onto 2. Mickey just on the outskirts with a nice focus fight to be able to kill off Schofield. Eventually, Boxy does fall, so it's a 1-for-1 to start. Divide Llama burns to the ground as Nisha taking care of the backline. K1 looking to try to do something here, but he's left all alone, shackle shot and dead. And this is likely going to be a full team wipe for Team Liquid. Obviously, the Inkswell is like the most important spell on this hero. You need somebody that can go on. Is going to have to hold the horses again. Moonlight Shadow, Analog again in a lot of trouble. I don't think the Inkswell is getting him out of this one. Does dispel, but just too much damage as Boxy ends up taking him out. And the Primal Split doing some extra work on the K1, who ends up dying. My goodness. So the Brewmaster ends up falling to the swashes. The coil comes in from Nisha onto 2. The silence is there as well. Rolling Thunder from Divine, not able to find any connection, and K1 just has to rage, try to run away, but the Inkswell does connect onto Nisha, but he's gonna have to run away instead as K1 just taking too much damage. Nisha actually going in for the kill. He gets it. Will he get out with his life? Swashbuckle connects. Schofield in the tree line gets nightmared by Insania, and in fact, they might just turn this around on Schofield instead.
See if Oxy is pretty well positioned here. We'll break it.
Yep, Schofield making his way over.
And he will just yield the area. Just not
but now Sticky Bomb is actually going to not hit. Fissure going to block out Boxy. Lucent Beam onto Schofield. Who gets the first blood is the question. Got the shield crash onto several. Boxy is going to go down first. And first blood goes to Analog. Very important for Heroic. As Schofield, he's going to make it difficult. In fact, he's going to make it impossible to kill him with that Fairy Fire. Now Insania slowed to a crawl with the Enchant. See if they can actually finish the job. The Fissure is there. Nice block from Schofield. Terrific start.
You can start strategizing around, all right, are we going to target him? Are we going to dodge him in fights? What's our prioritization?
Orchid, Dragon Tail combo into the blast off. Do they have enough damage? So tanky, but eventually Analog does die. And KJ now.
Big damage,
some good damage. He's actually stuck in the trees. Very awkward for him. Not sure if he has a way out. And K1 and Divide will be able to take out Boxy, although the Hand of God was placed, keeping Boxy alive. Eventually, the Fissure does do the job, though. Nisha, a bit aggressive on the other side of the Fissure now as the Eclipse comes through. A lot of creeps to tank it up, though, as the Primal Split is used as well. As Nisha gets destroyed by Schofield. Divide eventually getting run down, though. So lots of trades throughout this fight. As Schofield brought into the air and swiftly brought back down into the tree line he goes. The Enchant Totem trying to get off the blink, but there's just too many cancellations. And that should be another kill for Liquid. Ends up being a 3-for-3.
I think Heroic might have got an even better fight out of that.
Yeah.
Boxy in trouble.
Boxy being pursued, but has some company with him. K1 gets Lucent Beamed. He's silenced up right now as well. The Sticky Bomb applies. They don't have the damage to finish him off. It looks like he's going to be close. Finally, the Aegis is taken. And Nisha getting rolled on as support in the form of Insania as K1 making his way over with the Shikuchi. Look at that impetus damage, a big vacuum from Divide Llama. Nisha's dead. Insania looks to be next. This is a disaster for Liquid. Mickey pops the BKB. Will he be able to get out with his life? Looks like that is not to be. 4 dead. Heroic absolutely destroying Liquid here. Yeah, the last thing they want to do is just sit high ground and wait for the inevitable. K1 being shown, they dust him, they pop the Lincolns, and they get the Dragon Tail. Do they have the damage? Big vacuum into an Echo Slam. K1 has lived as a result. Somehow nobody is dead. As they're going to push back the Enchantress, and now Analog comes in with the Rolling Thunder. K1 continue to apply a lot of pressure from afar, still has the Aegis intact. Nice Fissure with the Rolling Thunder combo. Mickey getting really low. The shield crash into the impetus. KJ gets the kill. Make it 2 as Liquid crumbling. Now they get the Aegis, but that is all. Aegis, Cheese, and I believe Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see who consumes that after this potential fight. Schofield is found in the tree line. 33 with the gem in vision. Now they take out the Earthshaker immediately. Has the buyback though. There's the back wall, but not really hitting too many. But the Luna is who they're targeting. Mickey pops his Eclipse, taking a lot of damage from that Impetus. There's the Hand of God keeping him alive. The Blast Off going to connect onto one. Divine Llama in a lot of trouble. Boxy getting extremely low as well. Beautiful Rolling Thunder. The beautiful Fissure as well. They lose one on the side of Liquid as Nisha trying to continue the pressure onto Analog. As K1, finally the Echo Slam comes in onto 2. Schofield and company take out Chen as a result. They take out the Aegis though as K1. It's going to kill off Instania. Mickey getting relatively low. Beautiful vacuum on the other side of the Fissure. They're kind of stuck here now next to this cliff as Mickey trying to heal up on the creeps. He's going to be left to his own devices here pretty soon. The last remaining member of Liquid will not survive. And no buyback to come from him. A great buyback coming out from Schofield.
Okay, wait, we might not get to talk about anything else then. Who's going to die?
Yep, smokes break. KJ, oh man, that was beautiful. But the snowball comes out. Pseudo save, but now they're putting themselves in precarious spot as KJ is the one getting super low. The Nature's Attendants healing up ever so slowly. Nice blocks from Analog. Gets a nice Resonant Pulse off as well. Nisha wants to finish the kill, but KJ continues to run. Half Bambi. It's Analog now. They're going to turn their sights to him. This will be a much bigger kill, and it looks like another snowball. Potential save, or is it suicide again? Now Analog is on the run. Nobody from Heroic wants to die. Instania looks like Nisha's the first to fall, in fact. Analog ends up trading his life. It's a bloodbath as 2 more supports go down. It's a 2-2 trade.
25 seconds without collapse. The Hex there. The swap here, they're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but Seb's in with the disruption. Yatoro, they're going to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target. He'll look over towards the Morphling, but he gets caught by the bashes of Whisper. He has to split back up, backs off under the tier 4s. Collapse gets caught once again on the front line. Cookie's in, they're taking the Aegis out of Tomato's hands.
Was BZM? Oh, he gets him.
There's no chance to kill BZM though. Oh, maybe there is Yatoro. Okay, he gets the kill, but he's losing his teammates. Can Yatoro do this? He's going to go over towards Seb, but the Glimmer Cape is there.
Tomato's there, though.
And he's going to turn over towards Tomato. They've got the Cookie in on towards the Morph. He's losing his mana. Yatoro able to focus Tomato down here with the illusions. Tomato's getting low.
He's cleansed up. There's a heal coming in.
Can Yatoro make another jump? He's looking for his target. He's going to head over towards Ari. Tomato with the Stolen Spear is there. In fact, he catches him and kills him off. Ari with the outplay.
Ari is playing like a beast.
And there's nothing for Mira to do there. Poshka's watching from the side, maybe looking for a stomp setup. He's not going to get it, though. With the root instead, on towards Seb with the Brambles. Jump in and a jump out from Lal. It's a little low on the mana. The Supernova comes out. They're not going to try and kill it. They'll let the Spear from Collapse finish off Ari. The arena's down. Now they're ready to go back in for round 2. They look towards Seb. Seb caught in the arena. Tomato turns up. The Infest is there. Gives a bit of a burst heal to Seb to keep Seb fine. And instead of being Lal that's dove under the tower for this. He gets punished. Lal's out. Mira will manage to TP away. BZM, he'll get the deep one. He's going in for this one. Beyond the tier 3, but the Yules is there. Mira will be able to dodge the combo. Whisper's still ready to go, though. Jumps in with Tomato. They're diving into the base here. He's on towards Collapse.
It's deep.
They've got to be a little bit careful there, OG. I don't know if they can continue to try and get away with this. They're on the retreat. Lal will try and drag back Tomato. They've got the arrow with the spin. It's not going to catch him. Tomato looks to turn, but he's still getting torn apart by Yatoro. Yatoro's back in action, and he's cleaning up. OG, they stuck around for too long. They've lost 3 of them. BZM also in trouble. I mean, they stuck around for that dive.
Spirit playing around their vision. They have that one ward they just placed.
Starting to jump out with a Wind Waker. Collapse.
Laurel. Gem is on top of him.
They've got eyes on him. They'll head back for now. They'll turn with the Bramble and the Cursed Ground down onto Whisper. Tomato's got the BKB. He's still getting torn apart, but he's got the Axe. We'll be able to jump inside of Yatoro for now. Yatoro also getting caught by the Fiend's grip from Ari. And that's a good grip. That's a big grip. He's out for 90.
Great
they kill off the Luna. Now they're ready for more. Let's see if they can find Collapse. Whisper jumps up to the high ground. Collapse trying to run away from the Ari. He's got Sleep back up. Be able to put his escape to a stop. Sets up for the X-Mark drag back. They'll get both the carry and the offlane here. 2 kills, both go in the way of Tomato. I mean, you said things have been a bit slow from Ari with the grip.
Finds it.
But when he hits the big ones, he hits the big ones. It gets them the biggest kill they could hope, knocking out Yatoro for over a minute.
Pretty much perfect opportunity they could get there to bring things back for them. Tomato chasing forward with his brand new axe. Top.
He's going to try and stand around and fight. We'll have to zip TP. Didn't have anything to put a stop to that, even though his BKB did come to an end. Maposhka, on the other hand, though, he will die as well, was the case for Mira. So after it all, it's going to end up with Spirit losing 4 heroes. OG, they've pretty much done it in terms of rectifying what went wrong earlier.
They must have got the Seb speech, I guess.
I think they did.
Age is still on Whisper, and yeah, they have double hexes at the moment on the side of OG, so have to watch out for these catches. And yes, all 3 BKBs at the ready.
Oh, collapse. He's been caught by the hexes, as you say, and he's out. Has got buyback available. May needs to use it here, as he's otherwise out of the game for 80 seconds.
Ooh, I don't know if he saw the second one, because he stepped up a little bit far.
You saw it. He's going to consider getting in position. They're going to try and go for a BZM. BZM, he's going to get saved for now by the sleep. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to get healed up as well by Tomato. They keep BZM alive. The Supernova's out. Spirit, they've got to head back to the fountain. They're going to head back out of the fight. Collapse will jump in for the spear catch onto Tomato. They get the pushback with the fear. The full-up control with the vortex. Yatoro's in with the damage. It's enough. They're taking Tomato out. Spirit will hold, and they'll chase out for more. The spear push back onto Whisper. A double kill for Yatoro. They get the catch onto BZM. They'll keep the game alive again. It's another hold. It's another triple kill for Yatoro. Tomato, put the rage. Lal heads in. We'll get caught by the hex, but no follow-up.
Yatoro's in.
I mean, Collapse, the jump, they've managed to burst through the Kunkka immediately. Collapse and Yatoro find BZM, and he's out at the fight as soon as it starts.
Oh, this is so awkward. They're trapped in the corner.
I mean, what do they do? Does he buy back? There he is. BZM's going to buy back for this one. There's the jump of the backlist, but Ari's got the Axe Fiend script. He's controlling the storm for now, but it's...
Yatoro.
Lal doesn't really care. He's perfectly able to zip over to the safety of the left side of the fight. Yatoro, though, will go down.
They stuck on him.
Now, the question is if Yatoro wants to buy back. Does he want to try and turn their efforts in this fight, try and get it back their way, as Lal's getting run down by Whisper? Lal still with not a lot of mana to play. It looks like Spirit are just going to try and write this fight off. Maposhka will turn with a stop, but the Hex is there in time. OG, they're going to be able to take down the ET as well. See what they can get away with. Tomato in with the Rage, working on the tier 3. Safety of the X-Mark drag back. Will still get caught by a Stomp. Collapse. He's taking it back over, but he gets caught by the Hex. Lal's in with the BKB. Whisper. Where'd he go? In an instant. He's gone. He'll buy back. The feed script's there on the Lal, but it's not enough time to lock him down and finish him off. He'll still get caught by the X-Mark, though, and he's dead.
Tomato. Oh my God,
They get it to clean up. 3 dead on Spirit. They have to use the buybacks. Yatoro's back in. Maposhka's back in. Mira's back in. The silence down onto BZM. They're going to try and take him down twice, though. Still has this Aegis, of course. The spear will get him.
Holy shit, everyone's just dying in an instant.
I mean, can they keep BZM safe on the second round? Tomato and Ari heading up. They'll use the sleep to try and protect BZM from any sort of combat that's thrown down, and if they turn towards Collapse, they get over the Hex, the drag back there for the vortex.
Big damage.
They've killed on Whisper. It's a die back on the Timber Saw. Lal turns over towards BZM. He's in on top of him. BZM trying to run up towards the high grab. Yatoro finds the Lucid Beam to finish
Tomato's
him off.
alone.
It's a double kill. Tomato caught by the Hex. Spirit, they clean it up. And once again, for OG, pushing the high ground has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
They're kryptonite, the high ground.
But Malrine, he wants to play aggressive. Arrow will miss.
Rolling Thunder.
Trying denied regeneration rune.
Still on this Razor with a lot of damage now with Amar arriving. And that Rolling Thunder ending. Curse Crown is there. Amar with crits still going to get on top of Jokam for a double kill on your Viper. Now Ponyo, very isolated, left out on an island. Not much Akashi can do here. Level 5, 10 minutes in, so not even a defensive chrono available here for Akashi. As the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow Falcons here to close the gap onto Ponyo.
They really want that level 4 Maiden, huh?
Get it.
Big chunk of money. 221 for Malrine.
Yeah, we've seen these games, though, where some teams only get support kills, right? Just killing off a position 5 over and over again. At least Talon are finding core kills, important ones to try and buy them time to get into late game. And good attempted move by Chuen there to get to high ground, but now he's stuck on low ground, moving and turning around on the snaking. Dragonite in, and with that breakdown on Timbersaw, tons of magic damage comes his way. WS and Jokam both fall. Amar with a double kill. And is that the Crystal Maiden trying to scurry away with a couple of 100 health? Well, they don't see her. Instead, turning their eyes and targets onto the Faceless Void to bring him down, and a triple kill. Yeah, I think at this point, Talon needs King Jenkins and his entire round table to come in on their Knights and Lancers to try and hold back the Falcons here. Viper on the front lines, holding them back as Skitter will get away from the Chakram damage. Malrine moves forward with a jump in, rolling thunder. There's a freezing field and a chrono there. Onto Malrine. They're going to get the kill on the Pango. Down he goes. 2,000 gold into the hands of Talon. And Akashi moving forward.
I think Malrine is going to buy back. I think he's going to buy back and they want to end the game.
Rage buy. Let's go. When Chrono's down, what else is going to stop him? Skater's still just beating at buildings. Amar, the real carry in this one, going to stand up on the front lines and hold them all back. Schwen with his BKB, trying to chase into the Viper here. Oh, dodges the Terrorizer, looks like, with the Manda style. Skipper holding the ground, but the Viper's going to fall. Talon fighting back. They get the takedown on 1, 2 cores, now a third. Aegis gone. Crit the Snaking, trying to turn back. Malrine did buy back. You're right, with the Rolling Thunder back in onto the Faceless Void. They're going to get onto Akashi. Can he try and walk away from this? Does he have the protection? No,
oh, that Rolling Thunder.
Far too good with the arrow over the top of it. Ponyo now in trouble as well, but WS and Trent are still going. Snaking has that leap to get a bit of distance after Malrine and Crit. Turn back around. They've got the firepower here to bring down Chuen. Buyback's ready on the Razor. No Faceless Void and no Dark Willow now, though.
Didn't get much done in the last couple of fights.
Nice vision. Joe Cam, he can find the Hoodwink. Oh, but hang on, that Gleipnir holds him back. Malrine breaks away from the static link, turns onto the Tiny, and the Doom is there onto the Zeus in the back lines. Akashi has to sing the song, try and buy time for the rest of the team to get away from the Doom, but look at Amar. He's going wild. He's unleashed the beast onto the Zeus, taking him down, and now the rest of the team can come and help him. Snaking with the bubble, saves the Doom, the turn on the Nagastar, and brings Akashi down to the ground, and Chantra's in trouble as well, and Falcons pummel Talon, absolutely annihilate them. Yeah, it's really a possibility right now. Gleipnir onto this Razor. Might have to BKB, a good amount of damage and control on the Weaver, pops the Aegis immediately. Sharpshooter's coming, trying to aim it in onto WS. They've lost Snaking, Crit nearly falls, but Amar and Skit are going to work in the actual fight proper, killing off the Razor. Joe Cam, Ponyo, Akashi is now turning tail and running, but the Gleipnir once again cuts them off, holds them in place to find the 2 support kills that the Falcons will gladly take. Team Falcons, there's a tier 2 standing top, so they can't go for the full megas or anything like that. But Skitter will get himself down to low ground. Look at this Tiny. Crit gonna scurry away, but blasted by the Zeus. Good pick by Chuen. Akashi, though, the one in trouble. Naga down with buyback available. Might have to come back into the fight because WS is in serious trouble. Draining damage from Amar, but Malrine stands his ground and takes him down. The Doom and 2 supports and Falcons are gone, but Skitter and Malrine offer a lot of damage and still stay reasonably tanky. Tiny out for 50, and Chuen gonna have to try and heavenly jump back to Mount Olympus.
Malrine is zoning.
This is not where you belong, Zeus. No matter how many family members you've got, looks like they're all dead at this point. The illusions of the Dragon Knight will kill him off, and he's dead for 70 now.
Very mobile carry player.
All right, Tower finally does die. Coil onto 2 as the Axe makes his rotation over, but Quinn taking a ton of damage. Whisper gets off the Primal Split, a dead Leshrac again. Seb will be the trade for now. Now Ace on the run. Illusory Orb clips 2. Tomato even makes his way over as well as Ace trying to get the call, but not going to find anyone. Ends up dying to Rachio with a timed... Okay. Time-lapse did go off, but now the Chronosphere comes in, getting all 3 teammates in the area.
Result here with the phase. Brewmaster.
Do they have the damage? Primal split does go off. And Whisper, oh man, the Pulse Nova is ripping right through him. Still sticking around though. Gets one more stun with the Earth Panda as Tomato comes in, time dilation as well. More TPs coming in, Ace is ready, but the Chronosphere comes out. They have the damage to actually kill off the Lash. It's going to be close. Tomato has the Tomahawk away, but they do get the kill first as BZM gets basically soloed by Ace. And now Tofu in the midst of a TP, but gets right-clicked into Oblivion. I mean, if you think of one Axe, I mean, I feel like it is Seb, though, right? Surely. Ace.
All right, here we go again.
Call comes in, dead shot, though, but the Split Earth is there to layer, and the Chop. Actually, I couldn't tell if the Chop was completely successful or not. Either way, the kill goes the way of Gaiman again. Ari now, flame broken and lassoed. Looking for the call. Oh, yeah, that feels good. And just...
It's going to do more than that, huh? I know the dead shot clipped Duracho in the end, but I'm surprised he didn't do more of a dent into Tomato there with the items that he has.
Yep, dead shot.
Ace.
Now on to Ace.
It's tanky.
Already at half HP is Tomato closing the gap. As the Chrono, of course, will use it. The rest of his team will walk into it as they do.
Awkward.
Very poorly played there as Ace now calls, looking for a potential chop, but Tomato time walks away. Ace was using the Bloodstone there. The coil's going to snap, and he's still very tanky, but eventually OG gets what they came for. Tomato, though, lassoed and soloed essentially by Tofu. Seb's going to get the Nightmare Celery, takes it off instantly. Tofu making his way over as well as BZM coming to the party. Jingu is going to connect, but the RP onto 3 heroes. Block grenade onto 3 heroes as well, even more important. Seb gets taken out first by Quinn, though. Glimpse out onto him. Gets another Jingu stack, but he falls in the end. 2 for 2. Lots of action early on as Dyrachyo, basically a creep at this level of the game, showing up, tickling everyone. They're laughing their way to the farm as Tofu gets skewered by Whisper, and now Dyrachyo tried to help his team, but he's just gonna die again. Can he deny himself on the creeps? No!
Alright, that was unnecessarily rude to Dyrachyo, because again, this is honestly... Okay, hang on.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Whisper has no time for...
Alright, puts Ace on the cliff. Very classic stuff. And the Static Storm now applied to several heroes. You can see Quinn just trying to brush it off. He's going to get snowballed, which actually cancels the grip. And Quinn gets off his Wukong's command. Whisper getting really low, but Nightmare to save him just a little bit. Another skewer, almost clipping all of them. But the damage is enough either way for OG. Ace still stuck up there, that fat, juicy watermelon. Finally, Whisper's reign comes to an end via Dyrachyo's right click. Somehow he does enough damage to kill something other than a creep. It's incredible, in fact, as Ace... This will take a while, but Tomato and company will claim the watermelon. Feels like it's more than that.
OG trying to beat that record in this one.
Yeah, for sure. BZM, all right. Oh my god.
Beautiful.
RP onto 3 heroes. Waveform completely misses. Ravage to follow from Ace, though, actually doing a lot of damage. They're going to be able to take out Whisper and the Bane. As you can see, 4 heroes very low for Gaming Gladiators. They try to run away. The Magnetize gets 1, make it 2. And BZM and company able to eventually clean up. It was looking a bit hairy for them, but this net worth lead is no joke. Ace stuck inside the kinetic field. Triple kill for Tomato.
Okay, he's in there.
He wants to go in
really
very
in there.
deep. My goodness, gets off the Magnetize, already at half HP. RP comes in, hitting several heroes with the skewer into the Static Storm, and the Waveform finishes them off in style. It's gonna cost them the life of the Magnus, but that is well worth it. That was a disgusting combo as Tomato gonna farm the sniper and get the rampage in the fountain. Oh my goodness, this really does feel like a pub.
All women draft so far, very cool.
Checking out these ancients, blocking.
Yeah, I'm surprised Marcy was prioritized so heavily. It is their first pick.
They're gonna make the jump first on towards crit.
Nice static.
I'm not even sure where it's gonna go, because I like Marcy Ayo because of the sidekick, but similarly, I think maybe Marcy Templar could be strong. Maybe Marcy, well, was essentially any ranged core or any ranged carry could be really good, or maybe it's just an off lane with Crystal Maiden and a lot of aggressive potential. We don't know yet, but all of the possibilities are kind of exciting.
Well, we're seeing the Lich come out again, my friend, and you know I am a Lich believer. Love this hero. I just feel like in the current state of the meta, it's like there are so many better options. Like maybe you could even pick up Enchantress here for some pure damage. I mean, Enchantress not that great against Marcy, I guess, but you know, like there are heroes to be played. Is Hoodwink available? Hoodwink is available. Like, why am Lich?
Zayvidi likes the Frost Armor. In a game against Templar Assassin Marcy, you know those two are going to be right clickers, right? They don't have any other options outside of being right clicking. Even as support, Marcy typically goes for maybe a Pavis Solar, but usually after that she goes BKB Basher and wants to right click people. So Lich with his Frost Shield is already kind of value. Everything else on the hero currently, I mean, his first as a Frost Blast is okay, I want to say.
Fine.
Yeah, I think it's a good laning victory kind of ability because it has good damage to mana conversion as well as a potent slow. but you need something aggressive in the lane to make it work, and a Chaos Knight actually fits the description pretty well. So in that regard, I do like Lich. Frost Shield is relevant in this game, as we said. Maybe not against Brewmaster, who has a good dispel against that. And Chain Frost is, I mean,
It exists.
it looks great sometimes.
It does.
But
It just depends on like when you can get it and if you get the lucky bounces.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like even if you do get those, it's a purely decorative ability. It can force.
Imagine if Lich Chain Frost prioritized heroes.
I feel like even then it just doesn't make that much. Mostly teams and players are ignoring this Chain Frost as soon as they have BKBs. At like minute 15, and at minute 30 they just stop pressing BKBs for it because they literally don't care. It can bounce all it wants. It does nothing. The damage on it is way too low. It comes way too slow. You essentially out regen it. Lich is usually by this point is like level 12, and you have maybe a pipe on your team as well, or maybe somebody has a neutral item that gives you magic resistance, or maybe you have intelligence and you have this built-in magic resistance. So all in all, you pick Lich for the Frost Shield, essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
And the Brewmaster already a purge available to Team Bright. It's maybe Execration are just doing a little bit of research, just doing their due diligence and figuring out if they can pick up supports here that aren't necessarily the bread and butter, but could be tools in the arsenal of heroes in future drafts. Execration, I believe they're basically a shoe-in for where they are right now. I don't think they can't lose their spot in the upper bracket. So they're kind of like Kev at the moment. If they get a point, then they are top of the teams that didn't get the first round bye. So, they do have that to play for at the very least, but overall, Execration, again, this series not nearly as important as it is for Team Bright.
Absolutely. They get to test things out. They get to play with something fun. Chaos Knight definitely fits the definition of fun. Lich, testing the hero out is nice. Techies, I actually like Techies more than Lich. Because Lich, Frost Shield is amazing. But if you have Techies and you get charged at minute 15, you give Frost Shield Plus because it's a disarm. It's a full-on disarm against Templar Assassin Marcy. They land one hit, and after that, they are kind of stuck there without being able to do anything for a couple of seconds and maybe even more. So all in all, Techies Leech, a lot of defensive options as well as some aggression, but Leshrac is coming in, and once again, Execration have no natural Mage Slayer builders.
It's kind of crazy at this point. Mage Slayer's pretty OP, Execration can go for that mid, of course. They are there, or maybe even use Primal mid and then go something there. It looks like Team Bright think that Execration are going to try to pick an offlaner here. Throw the Primal Beast mid. But I feel like Primal Beast is pretty okay against the Templar Assassin, right? Like Trample burns through Refraction pretty okay.
Yeah, I think you're mainly afraid of having Primal Beast into Lash. Because at some point it could be trouble, especially with any kind of rotation. So you're gonna go for Lewis, Keeper of the Light, Tino, Primal Beast, Insanity, Chaos Knight. This is just bread and butter for Execration. It's a cookie cutter kind of draft, with Chaos Knight being the only. I would consider it a question mark in a sense that why, like literally. But maybe they wanted to play like a Swen type hero, but someone who can also deal with Templar Assassin refractions.
Yeah, something like that. Also, I have to give a quick apology. I was calling the Slaughter Zhang Yu last game. He is not actually Zhang Yu. That was, I believe, Life and Death. And the Brewmaster in this game is Zhang Yu. I double checked, so apologies. We're all human. We get it wrong. I'm admitting the responsibility of my actions and the consequences thereof. But yeah, Team Bright here. They got like this pretty high tempo kind of pseudo team fight lineup here. They want to put on the pressure, go in as hard as they can. And Execration, they have the deep push, they have the slow burn carry with the Chaos Knight, you know, the defensive support on the Lich, and of course the high ground defense with the Techies. So it's looking like it's going to be a sort of yin and yang draft coming out here for both teams. But I will say the Primal Beast and the Chaos Knight are matching pretty hard. Like the colors on the sets are like almost the same.
Okay, yeah. Because I was like, for a second, I was thinking, what is the synergy? What am I missing? I kind of panicked there for a little bit.
No.
But yeah, but then the set wise, I completely agree with you. I think the color coding, the fashion here is on point by Execration, and their draft. It doesn't matter. They are here to chill. Do you feel like Team Pride might be a bit too kind of, you know, greedy with their lineup? They have Marcy, they have TA, Lashrak wants to farm, Brewmaster wants his Radiance, right? Like it's so greedy. Unless they win all their lanes, like, for them this game matters a lot, right? So unless they win all the lanes, I think for Execration this game could be kind of straightforward.
Oh, CML has his smoke broken. It is going to be TK on this Crystal Maiden, kind of like the ice on ice action. Which one is colder? Bright, they don't have the balls to go up high ground anymore. They're going to back off.
I feel like CM is definitely stronger overall as a cold hero, but the strongest one is definitely Ancient Apparition.
That's true. Isn't like in the lore, Ancient Apparition one of the like most powerful beings in Dota?
I think Kotal and Io are, what is it called, fundamentals. I think CK is also a fundamental or something along those lines.
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely sure. The anime kind of messed with the lore quite a bit, because apparently some of the heroes that are in the anime, and they showed at the very end, right? They got their power from the Ancients. Arc Warden was actually the Warden of the Ancients. What we know is that. But how do the fundamentals come to play from here? Because from the looks of it, Chaos Knight should be outclassing absolutely everything, and Kotal should be outclassing absolutely everything as like the essence of light and the essence of chaos in general. But here they're on equal footing against the Saints that just got their power from Ancients randomly, like being bitten by a radioactive Ancient.
I mean, you know what? There's no the Broodmother might be a reverse Spider-Man in terms of the lore. The Ancient bit her instead, and you know, this Primal Beast normally the one doing the biting, but Melt Strike's gonna push him off a little bit out of the lane.
Does he actually bite?
You know what? I'd like to imagine that huge. It's like a crocodile jaw. You see that thing? That thing is.
He's supposed to bite, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to. I don't think he actually does, though. I don't think any animation that he does uses his mouth. I think he just slaps people in the face.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe he doesn't eat them while they're still alive, and he eats them afterwards.
Because he like doesn't crawl either. When he's completely healthy, he walks on his hind legs.
Yeah, he's essentially a bipedal dino.
Yeah. Very weird. It's unlike a T-Rex, actually has arms, and Ukoyo, unlike a T-Rex, doesn't have that much tankiness. Not a really beefy target, but a big one nonetheless, and he's going to be the target of a couple of spells. Take a look at top lane. We do have the actual Zhang Yu and the Crystal Maiden laning up against the Xanad. I'm not going to try. And CML. Did you have a nice combo, though? That's a lot of magic damage. CML's got to be really careful. The right push coming through the Blood Grenade at the very tail end of his life. TK now slowed up. We already know how slow Crystal Maiden is before Blood Grenade, and after it's like just sadness. Gotta call an Uber to get anywhere on that hero.
But I love to play here. He went level 2 Frostbite with Crystal Nova, so no aura yet. but that allowed for a quick and easy first blood play, and that gives Brewmaster his.
Hold
I
on,
believe
bottom. They had the play on Koyo. The blast off was there, but Lee Quinn did such a nice job. The trample was there, and then the dispose away, making sure Templar Assassin wasn't under any more threat of danger.
Defensive dispose is always so nice to watch. It's such a underused ability, because usually you wanted to initiate with it, or like you get an enemy out of position, but you can get your teammate into position. But as I was saying, like off the back of this first blood, we have Brewmaster quickly approaching his Urn of Shadows timing, and that is a big deal, because this hero, all he needs is extra mana and maybe something extra in terms of damage to kill people repeatedly. He is going for a Thunderclap level 2, interestingly, not going for the Cinderbrew build.
I wonder why. That seems like a mistake to me. I mean, you have a really good way of getting Cinderbrew off, and he's gonna eventually pop it, and now a bat. He's gonna run away on this Chaos Knight, and he will. The Frost Shield basically came in at the very last second. CML, that might have been a little bit late.
Yeah, like, Cinderbrew is so good in terms of converting mana into damage. It's essentially converting it at a 2-for-1 ratio, which is insane for most heroes in the game. And he is opting for Thunderclap. Also a good ability, does give you more slow, but it's a no longer cooldown. It doesn't change, right? Whereas with Cinderbrew, you get it lower and lower every single time. And you do have the ways to ignite Cinderbrew. Ironically and counterintuitively with frost spells, but you do ignite Cinderbrew.
There should be like, you know, we should make Dota just more complicated and add damage types back into the game and have like ice and cold and
it could be fun.
Melee, and it could be fun. But
the ways he did it, but it was but
yeah.
it could be fun.
Well, Abat's gonna get hit with the Cinderbrew. It's gonna connect, and now we get the pause of BMs. I wonder why Lewis is pausing. It's actually the Lich that is disconnecting. CML is not happy with probably the 100 ping that he's experiencing right now.
Yeah, we've heard that complaint before, and we have our counter arguments for it.
Yeah.
Things don't matter as much as people want to believe. It's just an excuse. Good players will always find ways to gain MMR if they want to. Watson is the #1 player in the world, playing on a 90 to 70 ping, probably like 70. I don't know, like he lives in a different city from me, but he still lives in Kazakhstan, so it like geographically he's really far away from the servers. Doesn't prevent him from being top 1 player. So it's all an excuse.
And it's not even really that close either. He's like top 1 by a pretty fair margin, so you know, the only excuse that you have at being bad at Dota is you don't want to get better.
Yeah, we're not shaming anyone who is not good at Dota, don't get us wrong.
Oh, I am. If you suck at Dota, your life is over. Yeah, I mean, screw you, dude. I only play and cast with the best Dota players in the world. Hawaii, you obviously know this.
I'm honestly terrible at Dota right now. I used to be so much better, like when it was more in the zone. Oh, top lane, a rotation from Lewis. They go for CML. He's gonna get healed up. He's gonna get healed up as I'm saying it. Lewis releases Illuminate, and CML still falls.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is the Lich at the end of the day, but now Zhang Yu, he's gonna be the target. Lewis coming through, has another blast, gonna fire it off early. Recharged blast coming out from Lewis, but a nice rotation getting the kill onto Zhang Yu in the top lane. And now mid, Shanks is getting dove by QEDVD, coming forward, trying to anticipate the blast off. Blast off will connect. Lee Quinn didn't get the dispose off, and now it's a tier 2 dive. Hold on, a tier 2 dive before 7 minutes. This is a little ridiculous. Execration, they have to make Team Bright pay, and Team Bright with the salve onto the Marcy. Marcy gonna juke left. Leshrac is gonna juke back to the base, and somehow they get away with it.
They see just a moment, right? They see a moment where Keeper of Light is in the top lane and there is a solo hero in the mid lane, and they immediately strike, they immediately take the fight, and they kind of get rewarded for it. Is this early on? Is this kill? I feel like the amount of creeps they've lost while this was happening is actually more in terms of golden experience that they got for the kill. But at least they're giving us entertainment. That's what we're here for.
And TK loses that rune battle, so the CK actually getting the Wisdom rune. 2 runes on the side of Execration. Not a strong first 7 minutes for Team Bright, even though they're 1 kill ahead.
Also, Brewmaster keeps on killing Thunder Club.
I wonder if that's just because of the illusions. Like attack speed slow, movement speed slow. I can see it working really well against the Primal Beast, maybe, right?
I guess. I feel like part of the reason is that Cinder Brew is dispellable, while Thunderclap it's also dispellable in terms of slow, but the damage is instant. While Cinder Brew it comes in over 5 seconds, so it's not instant damage, and you want instant damage against CK who heals up, and you want instant damage against potential dispels, be it well, KSI can always dispel with Phantasm, right? So maybe that's the reason.
Could be a reason. Could not be a reason. Chaos Knight. Getting up, getting thrown under quite a bit of pressure here. They do have, of course, the Primal Split available on the Brewmaster. And now they rotate a couple supports on the side of Execration top. They're going to target TK, who can't get away from Lewis at all. And about using that Phantasm. Gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. Now, I didn't know Safety Bubble worked on the illusions, and I think about kind of a overstayed his welcome here. They do have Zhang Yu using all of the spells from the Primal Wings, and I mean, the damage is going to be there. It's just a matter of time, I think, but maybe not. He got 1 crate, throw it back. They get the kill onto the Marcy, and Zhang Yu comes out of the Primal Split form. He's not doing too hot. You bring TK in as well, but it's going to be Lewis with that kill with the Solar Bind as well. Lewis with that urn. I mean, you didn't have the damage to kill a bot. He basically has as much health as when you use the Primal Split to begin with.
This is an insane hero. Level 4 Chaos Strike means that every single time he hits something, it's just he heals up so much. And he was hitting Brewlings. I don't believe they have a lot of armor, so the heals are coming in really clutch, but Insanity not losing his skull, not trying to run away, not trying to outrun the Primal splits. Just standing there, standing his ground, hitting things, using Reality Rift to get even extra armor reduction and some extra life steal because of it. And now he's full HP, full mana, going for it.
DVD going up a high ground. He does have no ward, but it's going to be about coming in as well. The Chaos Knight helping out Shanks. Now, Tino rotates from that bottom lane, getting the kill onto Lee Quinn, and Team Bright are not playing like this series is that important, honestly.
I think it comes down to slightly misjudging their capabilities. If the play on the top lane connects, right? Like if Master actually gets a kill on CK, and suddenly he's alive, then the play in the middle isn't as poor, because then CK cannot really go for TP, because he TP'd back to lane after being killed. But because CK didn't die, he has this TP available, and that was a huge misjudgment here by Team Bright, and that it cost them quite dearly. Right now they are at a 2k deficit, and even though they have it late game, at least I believe so, they are extremely greedy as a draft, and their most important hero, at least in my opinion, for the mid game, Leshrac, just got killed and is going first item Yule, so he's forced into defensive place.
Yeah, I mean the Yule's a purge for the Frost Shield, and also a purge for the Solar Bind and the Spirit Vessel that's gonna be coming out. You can't afford to go like the Bloodstone first, because there will be that Spirit Vessel on the enemy team when there is the Coddle available. And Lewis, I mean, he's 3-0-2, has made some great rotations and key moments, and has kept some of his teammates alive.
Yeah. The heal from Koddle is definitely one of the most powerful aspects of the hero. Because while Illuminate does get mitigated by magic resistance, the heal does not. And 500 heal in that massive over an AoE, it's relevant throughout the whole game, actually. Heal scales, because heal gives you HP, but the more armor you have, the more value each point of HP is. So the more magic resistance you have, the more value it is. So heals naturally scale with the game.
There's so much sustain, so much damage coming out from the Coddle mid. I know you're not a big fan of that Coddle mid, but this game, it seems to be paying off. And when you have like heroes that kind of want to just go in, right? Like the Primal Beast, the Chaos Knight, healing up a bunch of illusions, healing up your Primal when he's pulverizing. Seems like it's pretty decent.
It basically gives Lich more than half of his HP at this point. That is definitely nothing to scoff at. I'm not a big fan of Koddle, because I feel like he falls off for different reasons. Not because his abilities are weak, but because at some point his movement speed stops becoming that big of a problem, and he is extremely, extremely squishy. And just playing him well is an art form. And a lot of players, I feel like they play him well, sure, but like the middle lane, Koddle, is he in trouble?
I don't know if Koddle, he kind of does look like he's in trouble. They're gonna onslaught forward. Can he get the pulverize off? Yes, he can. Lewis gonna turn around with the blast. Gets the kill. It's basically a middle finger if you could give one in Dota to Kiwi DVD, who just dove solo.
That was questionable.
Yeah, it was unnecessary, I think.
At some point, he had to commit, right? Like, it doesn't matter. He dies regardless on Leshrac, so he had to commit versus kill. But I think somewhere around the river, the porch to the enemy base, maybe that's where you stop and just force Lewis out. Maybe wait for another mistake from him. He tried to capitalize on something here, ended up capitalizing on himself, and all 3 cores inside of Execration, top net worth, great start. Lewis has Spirit Vessel, so he can deal a lot of damage, and he can heal a lot.
I mean, the Spirit Vessel, again, such a key item for multiple reasons this game, obviously forcing QED into that defensive item. Another reason why it's good is gives you a way to kind of burn through some of these refraction charges as well. It's not like the best way of doing it, but it is a way of doing it. And I mean, Koddle, otherwise, you don't want to use Illuminate to burn a refraction charge. You kind of want to get rid of refraction before you start throwing out those blasts.
It also slightly cuts into the sidekick lifesteal, right?
Yeah.
It is sidekick level 1, so yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
10% lifesteal.
I am still waiting for a Marcy support build that maxes out sidekick in the lane with a glass cannon kind of hero with tons of damage but low HP, and then they just never die.
Like Morphling, maybe?
Maybe more. Oh, Morphling is. I was thinking maybe even worse.
Maybe Tino is getting a Conjure rooted up just before they can get the onside away. And the turnaround play under the Koyo. There's an angry Tino. This is a Primal Beast that you can't really mess with unless he's stuck underneath the tower. Can't do anything. The Primal Split almost dead to rights, and Lewis has to come in to bail his team out. TK gonna be the first target from blast number 1. Blast number 2 also gonna connect. There's no Primal Split. He just came out of it. So Zhangyu gonna fall as well to the mines from Shanks.
That was showcasing that Brewmaster is kind of hard hero to play. Like, it was a showcase of 2 things. I think A, Brewmaster, he pulled the Chain Frost away from his team by sacrificing his Brewlings, but he didn't split his Brewlings well, so he ate the full Chain Frost and lost the Brewling, the blue one and the red one, so the damage wasn't there at some point. B, Chain Frost is bad, honestly.
Well, yeah, you're right.
I don't think it ultimately really led to anything. It could have been a straight 1-for-1 exchange, Primal Beast for TK. They jumped further for some reason, wanted to get something extra, got punished for it, but at least it was space for Leshrac, who now has his Yules. And it's not like they're losing more and more. They're keeping it at 2K deficit, and they're okay with it, I guess.
Oh, onslaught forward onto the Marcy. Not going to connect. The Cinderbrew does, but no way to ignite it.
Still kind of baffled he went for 7 clap maxed out.
Oh, I think Kiwi DVD might be, like, gonna get blasted. Oh, it's gonna miss. Never mind.
Lewis? Use his ultimate with Arcane Rune. Oh, QTVD. Now he should be going down.
I think he's still in trouble. They're gonna go in on this dive. He pops the Yule Scepter. Lewis again amplifying that blast, but I think Bright are just kind of trying to buy a little bit of time in this lane, and Shanks has that ward, immediately gets dewarded though. Shanks, nice deny, but Zhang Yu has arrived, has a Blink Dagger available. Primal Split in 3 seconds. They pop a ward down as well. They're going to be able to make the play. Is Shanks going to be the target? I'm not quite sure who they want to go for here. Zhang Yu again has arrived. They go down onto the low ground. Shanks burst it up immediately. They throw out the Chain Frost. But it's onto a bunch of Brewlings. Who really cares? Except for the bounces are really bad. Really not favorable at all. Finally, it goes down. But the Lich CML pays for trying to make a play happen with his ultimate ability.
At this point, do we just skip it entirely? The Chain Frost, I mean.
It has 10 bounces, allegedly. Uh-oh, top Otoyo getting gone on by both Tino and Lewis. You got one more blast with the Pulverize. You slam him down, and you get another slam 6 feet under with the Green Stove on top of it.
I love the voice line from Queen Imperia. There's no...
At bottom, the QE DVD wants a little bit of revenge. You can't really TP out of that one. That was, you know, optimism is something that can be portrayed in a lot of ways, and TPing out when you're definitely going to die is one way of putting it.
He didn't account for Marcy. I think Marcy did the fatal damage, right? Like, was a rebound. Yeah.
There's no way TK lives here. What? How? What?
Drums.
What?
Drums. Get drums on CM.
Oh, drums. I see, okay.
Yeah, drums on CM is such a big difference maker. I'm also a big proponent of a Nil Talisman, at least one on CM, because she surprisingly has some mana issues, not in terms of sustain, but in terms of like burst. As CM, if you live long enough, you actually run out of mana within a fight. You will have full mana for the next fight, but like, yeah, just get drums and or one Nil Talisman, you're Gucci. And drums are amazing when it comes to giving you HP, movement speed that you lack, and some extra mana.
You know what, can I be honest with you, Kawaii? I don't like items that have charges on them. I wish drums just like nerf it a little bit and get rid of the charges. You don't need to. This item doesn't need eight charges. It doesn't do anything. You're gonna build bongo boots anyway.
I agree and disagree, because on one hand, the effect of Boots of Bearing is extremely strong in some games, whereas slow immunity is giving you a lot, right? Like, let's say you're playing against Warlock. It's like a big difference maker. It's countering one of the biggest issues that the Warlock is presenting to you. But in most games, it's kind of, you don't really want to. You have other problems to solve, usually. You need something else, and etc, etc. And because of it, at some point, you will run out of those drum charges. And especially like at high level play, those drum charges typically do run out pretty quickly, because 45 attack speed is massive in the earlier stages of the game. Many people underestimate how important attack speed is. In terms of DPS, every point of attack speed is more or less equal to every point of attack damage. And, you know, getting 45 attack damage, people would buy that every single time. And this is the equivalent of that in terms of just raw damage output.
Well, you know what? You learn something new every day. I had no idea that's how that worked, but I guess I didn't know how to quantify it beforehand, and Luquin doesn't know how to quantify his life. He won't need to either. Hold on a minute. I think that is the saddest shit that you can look at when you're a Crystal Maiden. Is just Chaos Bolt 2 Phantasms hitting you.
What
do you do?
He's hyper aggressive on this CK, and I'm loving it. Just the straight Orchid, blink, kill things. And he's accelerating this way because the meta for CK for the last year and a half, maybe even more, was I use my ultimate on cooldown, I send illusions, I'm playing Naga, but strengths and I scale better than Naga because I have actual damage in the late game. But Insanity, he's going for the old school approach of I kill stuff. And this is working. You're playing against CM, you can kill her, absolutely. You're playing against TA, if you catch her with no refraction with your Orchid, you kill her for sure. You probably kill the Lash Track as well at this point. Again, no, not Lash Track. Lash Track has Yules. But everyone else is a target for you.
Yeah, that Yule's coming in from QE DVD, just coming in clutch a little bit more, you know, maybe not in anticipation of the Orchid buildup, but it's nice. It's a bit nicer now as well, as you just mentioned. Otherwise, he would be a target. Gonna go for the Bloodstone next, but for Team Bright, I think for them, it's just a matter of making the game go as long as possible and just getting money on your cores.
Yep, they're really greedy with a draft here. Also, something has to be flying to Brewmaster. I'm not sure what it is. Definitely not Radiance. Oh, he actually... Nothing?
It is.
He just... Oh, he is really poor.
Yeah, he's... Well, I mean, it... What does he have?
Spirit Vessel and Blink Dagger. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
he's gotta have more than that. No, he's gotta have more than that. 2,000, 2005. He's missing something. There's literally an item missing. The math isn't mathing. Unless I'm bad at math, which is very possible.
Maybe he bought Shard? Oh yeah, he bought Shard. Okay.
Oh, I see. That's where the money went.
Well, it's kind of... I don't know. I feel like if there is a game where you build Radiance and Brewmaster, this is definitely it. You're playing into CK with illusions, and you want some mischance, and you want to protect your teammates slightly. Radiance is a defensive aura, maybe you could consider that.
Yeah, that's copium, but sure.
it is 70% mischance. It is blocking every 6 hit. It's not nothing. It is something in terms of defense. So maybe you go Radiance, and you also deal damage with it. You're also burned people like randomly while everything's happening. So it's... If there was a game for Radiance, it was this game. And instead he's playing like Blink, Spirit Vessel, in a game where they are the ones being jumped. I feel like this Blink is not paying for itself.
Well, Okoyo has, apologies for the yawn, Okoyo has Maelstrom finished up. I can't remember the last time I saw Maelstrom TA. And top lane, there's going to be a fight breaking out here about Pops. That BKB QE DVD has to get out of there, but has to help with the primal split. And Tino charging in. He's upset that he was lifted up into the air. The target is QE DVD. There's an Earth Panda stun coming out, but nowhere near enough damage to survivability. TK walks in, pops the ultimate, and dies. And that sequence of events exactly. Now the Earth Panda gonna be the target here. Blinks out immediately. Lewis force stuff up onto the high ground. They get the vessel and the blast backward. A very nice play. The Orchid as well. He's silenced, controlled, pulled, and mauled to death. And the Tormentor goes alongside him as well.
And that's the problem I've been alluding to. Like, the current play on Brewmaster is blink in and run away.
Yep.
You saw it, right? Like, he blinks in, he's ulti, and he runs away. That's the whole play that is available to him because he is using gold kind of inefficiently. I don't know. And even if it wasn't even game, it was like 2K, right? Before this fight. Yeah. Even if it wasn't even game, who do you jump on Brewmaster to kill? Primal Beast, you're not killing him.
No, QE DVD. You're definitely killing him. You have more than enough heroes. The tier 2 dive that actually pans out. Execration do the impossible, Kawaii.
Honestly, Team Bright, I had such high hopes for them. And they are still not out of this game. They're still not out of contention. But this approach on this Brewmaster, to me, like, he was so impressive, right? He's a new guy on the team.
Yeah.
And he was so impressive yesterday. Absolutely incredible. Today, I think it was an itemization mistake and a pretty big one. Like, it was a full-on blunder. Unless they go right now and he uses his Blink Dagger to initiate onto Kotl, kill Kotl, plus also get a kill on the support while this is happening. And they are smoked up. They're going for that play. Unless they actually do that, he's going to be out of the game completely.
They're going to use this play. They pop the drums of endurance. They have vision of the Kotl. Kotl going up, kind of found himself into that intermediary position to blink forward onto Lewis, but you're in a position where you're going to be diving tier 2 towers, and my friend Lewis is going to be falling here eventually. They get the onslaught to stop the freezing field. Not going to be enough to save the mid, and CML, again, the train cross bouncing back and forth, actually did something. Brought Quinn to half HP, and he will be finished off by about actually. Brewmaster TP's out. You lose 2 or 1, I believe, but you do get Lewis. Not the kind of exchange that you were talking about where you get 2 heroes, but I mean, you do get Lewis at the end of the day.
That was, yeah, that could have been worse. That definitely could have been worse. That is an okay play. He's still in the game. He's still doing something. He's still relevant for the outcome of the match as an offlaner. But it's already shown, right? Like, most of the damage in this fight was actually dealt by CML on his Mars. Not CML, I'm sorry. By Marcy. The 3-3-3-3-3.
There you go.
Yeah.
3-3-3-3-3-3-3.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like I have a lisp when I try to pronounce his name.
Dude, I just looked up his name, and I was like, okay, well that's his professional name. I'm gonna say that instead of whatever this is. 2 mites take out half his HP. Very cool.
Maybe call him 15. How about that? Oh, actually 18.
Call him 15. Well, it would be 18. Yes, 18 would be funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him 18. I like it this way.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. But, you know, the math is adding up for Marcy's name, but maybe not for the Team Bright draft. It feels like, again, that greed is kind of biting them really hard.
Yeah. Maybe Brewmaster tried to be not greedy, and that's why he went for a Blink Dagger, so he was like, I'm gonna create space for you guys. And so far, it's actually kind of working, kind of not. They are pulling back slightly. TA is not in the position, though, where she wants to fight, really. She wants BKB before she can really join, and it's still like 500 gold away. Once she has it, I'm still not 100% sure she gets the fight she's looking for. CK is really problematic.
I mean, TA has Mjolnir. So, like, you kind of have pretty okay clear for the Phantasm illusions.
At this point, those are... I'm not going to say they are irrelevant, but late game CK is heroes that throws his illusions mostly as a nuke, right? Like, he Phantasm somewhere in the trees, jumps in, uses his illusions rift, gets a target, like a solo target, extremely quickly, but by that point his illusions are probably dead or half dead, and then it's just him.
Shanks has the Guardian Greaves, he'll be able to purge that off, but you can't really purge off a whole lot of people going after you. That was the weirdest interaction I think I've ever seen in my life, as Shanks goes forward with that blast off, but thrown up into the air, thrown down to the ground again.
What happened there?
I'm not sure. I think he got pushed back by Primal by the Primal Split, and then the blast off was still going, and he blasted off to the place that he had targeted. So it went a really far distance.
Okay, interesting.
I think is what happened.
Probably, you're probably right, because he was blasting off, and mid-animation he got caught by the purple panda. Yeah, it's kind of like hook, right? Like, no matter where Pudge is at the end of the hook, the person he's pulling is going to be where he started the hook regardless. So no matter where you are at the end of the animation of blast off, you're going to land where you were aiming for, kind of deal.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's what happened. You know, cool. You learn something new every day about Dota. To be honest, I thought it would have canceled it, but it didn't animate to cancel it. So you know,
There's so many things that actually cancels a blast off.
Yeah,
I'm genuinely surprised that this one does not.
well, I guess the thing about Dota is there are a lot of interactions. You can't cover all your bases. Team Bright, they can't cover all of their towers either. As Execration group up as 3, gonna make a play on the top, but think Team Bright kind of know what's up. Who's who, where's where, and TK, slowest hero in the game, I believe, is still going to the Crystal Main, but with the Tranquils, with the drums, gonna be a little bit more okay to leave. The Quinn, he's gonna TP out, and you'll be okay.
It's probably Viper.
No. Oh, you think it might be Viper? You know what? That actually might be true.
Because I've seen Vipers with like boots running at 320. It's not fun.
Yeah, it maybe could be Viper actually. I feel like if Viper did have movement speed though, the hero would be impressive.
Oh yeah, I mean he's impressive as it is.
Yeah.
I just looked it up. It's Viper, Medusa, and Deaver, slowest heroes base movement speed in the game.
Oh, interesting.
I'm actually surprised about Deaver, but like in my mind he's like the quick guy, right? But he's actually super slow without boots.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are sometimes you will. I've seen some games where people don't even buy boots because why?
Yeah, you're still slow, right? So it's an 8k gold lead here for Execration.
Yeah.
They're not really kind of pushing the gas all that much. Still have a minute and a half on Aegis. So, jump in, but it's a free play by Insanity. And the high ground is kind of hard for them because you're playing into Lesh, who potentially will buy a shard if he needs it for high ground defense. You're going into traps from Tambor Assassin.
Smoke play. This is not going to be good for Team Bright. Blinks in immediately on the John Yu. He finds out CML. Purges off that Glimmer Cape, and now it's the Chaos Knight thrown up into the air. The Chain Frost going forward. Bounce, 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 bounce. But CML, he's dead. And they continue on. They want to get the kill onto Lewis. That's the target for them. With the BKB going, he will get chased down here. And now the Chaos Knight turning around onto the Brewmaster that just came out of the Primal Split. It was a weird fight from Team Bright as they couldn't really get any cohesion going, and Execration kill 3. It's a triple kill for a bot.
Yeah, I don't know why they step out of their own base. I think holding the high ground was probably the play. They kind of focused fire to Slish, and it's not a hero that's presenting threats, right? He used all his abilities, you just let him go. He's not going to be doing anything. He used Frost Shield on himself, he used Chain Frost. At this point, he's no longer a target that you should be prioritizing, as the slows are mostly irrelevant. And then they kind of went running for Lewis, which is also not the best of ideas. And they also went smoking into Aegis, so they couldn't go for the big kill, for the Chaos Knight. So the end result is kind of predictable in this one. They get destroyed, they don't even get the Aegis off, and Lewis kind of runs away on his huddle without any problems. Yeah, with his pony. Yeah.
One of them is a light bulb pony, and the other one's a disco pony, and the light bulb pony is kind of owning the game right now.
He didn't purchase a disco ball on Kobolds either, right? Because he also has access to some funky stuff.
He does. He's got the taunt, right?
Yeah. He has no. Like the Lash is a taunt, and Lewis has Will-O-Wisp. So.
Oh. See,
so,
what you said made a lot more sense than what I did.
So they're both kind of disco guys.
Yeah.
One of them is kind of really rich, and the other isn't as much. Actually, the net worth difference is minimal.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Considering the state of the game, I think most of the net worth difference is going to be in the supports.
Mm-hmm. Kay's doing surprisingly well, given the circumstances.
I mean, it's, Mjolnir. the farming speed on this TA is accelerated somehow more so than normal. And QEDVD, his life is shortened shorter than normal. TK coming through with the Blink Glimmer Cape. Not going to be that effective. The Chain Frost bouncing through, but it's going to end on those Primal Split Little Brewlings. Unfortunately, Koyo with the BKB has to use it to run away. Jenks winning at the very tail end, will die to the Primal Split. Will happily give his life away to get the kill on the two heroes in Team Bright. I'm not sure the high ground hold is here. The Illuminate coming through, but again, the Earth Panda gonna turn into a Brewmaster here in a couple of seconds. Tino has to be maybe a little bit careful. Not, he doesn't really clear. There's a Bloodthorn on the Chaos Knight. No buybacks available for Team Bright. We'll see if they can make anything happen as they continue on. The Mjolnir right-click damage from Mukoyo doing quite a bit of damage. Not anywhere near enough as Tino, and that is an instant freezing field cancel. We might be seeing a GG call here from Team Bright in just a few moments as Execration punch into this tier 3 tower. A bat on this Chaos Knight just clicking over and over and over again. But again, it's just Okoyo defending this high ground, and I mean, you do have Lee Quinn on the Marcy as well, but the fortification has been used. Team Bright continuing on the defense, and Execration bumping onto this melee racks. It's a bot on this Chaos Knight that is full health with a full heart, a nullifier as well. If you're a support on the Radiant, you have to be terrified of the amount of damage coming through on this hero. He might just blink kill Marcy right now if Marcy's not careful. And I mean, the healing from Lewis as well. Kawaii, it looks like a bot has found the target. It's going to be QEDVD on the side. It's a beautiful play. It's a double kill for the Chaos Knight. Probably didn't even need to use the BKB. But the right clicks coming out onto Okoyo. He's feared. He is afraid. He is dead. And now they buy back onto him as well. They continue on. Execration might have to back up a little bit about getting right clicked in by Okoyo. But the damage really, I mean, who cares, dude? This Templar assassin needs a little bit more help. He needs something, and the Primal Split might be the help that they need. It is CML taking the right clicks, will eventually fall, but the BKB is going to get nullified by the Pulverized just a little bit. Okoyo again gets a double kill, so both supports dead on the side of Execration. They continue on. It is the pull in, the onslaught forward. It's a dieback on Okoyo. They continue on, and they have been only continuing. They have only been pushing forward, and Earth Spirit, this Primal thing, and maybe they wish it was an Earth Spirit or something with a little bit more impact. The Brewmaster out has an Assault Kiras, but he might have needed a Defense Kiras instead. There's no such thing in Dota, but there is such thing as a GG as Execration take game 1 in one of the longest high ground sieges I think I've had to cast in my time.
Oh, that was good. That was a really good fight by Execration, and actually a really good fight by Team Bright. And the cast by you was amazing. I literally have shivers. But have you seen this CA just trying her hardest, her damnedest to actually do something? Like, he played this fight, I want to say he played it almost perfectly. He was always there, dealing damage, dealt a tremendous amount of right clicks, and it was just not enough. And it wasn't enough because they were so far behind, because they were so greedy with their draft and they were so greedy with their builds. All in all, though, I have to say, Execration, they're definitely like a level ahead.
Falcons might still have a chance of the fight, though, because they've got the Spear connection and the Laguna. They'll burst straight through Nisha and through Boxy. 33 sort of left on his own here, trapped in the arena. He'll try and run away from this all, but there's a missile heading his way. Snaking and Skeeter slowly running him down. He's very likely to be going out as well. Double kills for Skeeter.
And Marine is going full spellcaster, so the rest of his team is a lot of physical. He's all that magic.
They're going to get the jump on him. They try for the Spirit of Light Strike. The combo's not quite clean enough. He's still able to step away. But the Yules, is anything else left to play with? There's still an arena. And Mars got the catch. It doesn't matter that they don't hit the initial combo. They get the 2 kills at the end of it all. In the mid, Boxy and Isha. They're trying for snaking.
He's tanky.
He's getting the heals off. He's walking away. They can't finish him. And the backup's inbound, and the rest are wrapping across. As Amar's here, Nisha's got to be careful with the way that he gets out of this. Boxy, he doesn't really have a whole lot of options. He's got the snowball. catch. It's going to be another pick here for Falcons.
Good lord. This is brutal to watch. Skeeter's actually leaving.
They do have the number advantage. They're going to have to set up on him. He has got the Aegis. Let's see if they can get through him the twice, maybe even not the once. But the damage is not quite there.
They got crit.
Skeeter's able to step away. They'll jump in with the Waning Rift, and they have got Mickey in with the God Strength. So they've taken out Skeeter the once. Mickey is going to try and deal with snaking off to the side. They'll ignore Skeeter for now. Over to the top, Mars caught.
And they're on him.
Staying in the arena. They're going for round 2 on Skeeter. He'll get the flat cannon off, but they will kill him.
It could be, I feel like, but perhaps just the power of Luna being a really strong hero, and same thing with Zeus, and especially that timing that you provide globally. Let's see.
So if we get a bit of first blood action here, Falcons trying to get the setup in with the disruption into the Light Strike Array on towards Boxy. And the Fairy Fire's there, but they'll still get him first. First blood goes towards Skeeter. Liquid in return will manage to take down Snake King, and they'll also take out Skeeter. So they'll get the 2 kills in return for this Liquid.
Still will have that Thunder Gods, of course.
Insania should be pretty dead here. Disruption into the arrow, the burst of the Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave will take him out. Mickey is considering helping Nisha out as Nisha. They're trying to get in on top of the Zeus. Mickey trading back at them to try and dissuade them from committing it to get the kill. It won't stop them. They take down Nisha.
Is under attack.
Bring in the numbers. I think he just hit 6 to get the purge right after the kill.
Amar with the rest of this Moonlight Shadow as well, considering the setup onto Mickey.
His boat is up in 1 second.
He's got the X mark. Is there any help for Mickey coming in? There's 4 heroes of Falcons going in for the Luna kill. The Light Strike lands. They take down another big kill here. Falcons with a solid punch back. Moonlight Shadow kicks back in, but the sentry's down. Liquid are prepared. TP backup will be coming in for Skeeter. Crit turns up. Crit immediately going to get doomed there from 33 as 33 takes Crit out of the fight. Amar, he'll drop the boat combo, but Skeeter's gone down the once. Malorine, Light Strike Array, the full combo, dropped over towards Nisha. He burst through the Zeus. Mickey, though, he's punching heavily into Skeeter.
Oh, he died.
Skeeter's out. 33, he's kind of cleaning up. He's in on a Snake King. Snake King cannot stand his ground against the Doom. Double kill for 33. The fight's Liquid.
A couple heroes still getting low. Poisons the rum.
Get 33. Can they get Insania as well? I mean, X mark is up. He's not got any heal for a few seconds. Marine's starting to fall low on the mana. He's got enough for the Light Strike. The heals are out. Insania's walking away, but the Tidebringer angle's there from Amar.
There's that Radiance. They didn't proc the Reincarnation, and there is a Static Storm on cooldown for 60 seconds. Marine.
Amar teasing around with the setup onto Mickey, but the Doom's going to get dropped here for 33. Defensive disruption comes out from Snake King, and they're still trying to focus down the Kunkka. 33 will stay on top of him, but it has led to the split where Mickey's been left on his own almost. He's just gone. He's out of the fight. The backlines are falling, but Skeeter's ready for round 2. He'll turn towards 33 with the Rave Fire Blast. Crit and Snake poking in from the side, but Nisha, he's dished out his entire mana pool of damage, and it's too much for the Wraith King to live through. As Skeeter goes down, Liquid, they've found 3. Can they find more? Crit, he'll go down. They'll get themselves a 4th kill out of this one, Liquid.
Again, they're not able to find his backline, which I figured Liquid could.
Maybe
it's just not presenting itself.
Maybe now, though, John. Boxy's making his move up. They want to try and find her against Arteezy, but the Orca does make him kind of hard. Still, he'll go for a snowball, hitting 3 targets with the stun out. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, so he's going to keep manning up here up against Team Liquid, but it's looking pretty rough for him. He will at least go down the first time. Do they back him up? Arteezy's in the middle of nowhere right now, and the answer is just no. They could not get there in time to help out the CK. And so Team Liquid, they will be gifted a very important couple of kills, as it seems like even Saberlight now going to get caught, but does have the Primal Split, so he'll pop that. Still looking for a target. Smoke will be broken. 33, though, misses the initial stun, and now Thealacor looking to try and turn this one around. Will start to move in along with Saberlight. They found Mickey first. The Luna, she's the big target. Already being targeted with Saberlight. Needs to get back together. He just took way too much damage. He's got no Primal Split left. Saberlight's still running. Nisha unable to finish the job, but now 33. He found a 4-man stun. Oh, what a setup from 33. You missed the first one, but there was no way in hell he was missing the second. Arteezy's been caught to boot. On the high ground, still trying to survive, but the chase is continuing. Can he make it out? The answer is no. An ultra kill for Mickey.
if you can kind of isolate him away from the saves of Boxy as well. But it's easier said than done.
Easy. Caught out. Shards will lock him down for a second, but not for long enough. They do not want to dive that deep. They've got to be a little bit wary as well against the sniper. Going into that high ground attempt. There's a jump in from Saberlight. He's found 4 targets with that Thunderclap. He'll go for the split as well, but all his brewlings are just melting.
My God.
Saberlight is gone. Saberlight just absolutely annihilated by Team Liquid. He can't jump in on his own like that. It's just too easy.
Yeah, that wasn't the initiation the Shopify needed. It looked like a good opportunity. Arturo was a little bit too far. I think if they managed to get the follow-up from the CK as well, maybe that goes a little bit differently. But now the high ground feels a lot comfier for the side of Liquid without worrying about that big teamfight split.
Okay, still taking a fair bit of damage here, but they are going to make the jump in with the Eclipse off the back of Boxy. They've got Yopaj and Kidrak. Theolacor will follow very, very soon by the looks of it. A double kill for Mickey. They'll rush there immediately. In fact, Team Liquid, they're going to try and hold the high ground of the Dire base and just use it against them. Theolacor's coming back in, but it's a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. They've already found the Rubik. They're in a bit of a tight position, but it won't matter. Nobody's dying from Team Liquid. They're all just surviving, or are they? Boxy, he's getting a little bit lower. They will at least find the tusk, but it's already cost them too many, I think. They go again. Arteezy still trying, does find 33. In fact, does take down the Slaughter, but will die to Mickey. Yopaj also dying as well. GG is called. They've seen enough.
Lasso coming off cooldown in 3 seconds as well. This is a big moment. Heroic trying to break it with Schofield.
Boxy with the lasso. Static Storm right on top as well. And a flame break in addition. 2 dead from Heroic right off the bat. And Divine Llama glimpsed into death. So Heroic absolutely crushed. And now they have to worry about their Void Spirit potentially getting away because Coil was still up and available. He pops it. Analog with the Astral Step. Trying to get away with all this mobility, but just not enough.
3-0.
And now he's going to snowball Insania. Has to live here. He's going to get Malefist on, and the Eidolons will continue their reign of terror. And that is a long walk back for Insania. Boxy's TPing in. Be able to get the Firefly off. This will be a pretty damn valuable kill onto Divide, but he's just right-clicking away. Flame Break is there. Boxy getting pretty damn low, and now another snowball, so Boxy will die, but can Mickey try to get the kill? Indeed, Divide's reign ends. The kill streak is over, and Mickey really needs to finish the job here. A couple more right clicks will suffice, but a nice Ice Shards buying some distance. Looks like he'll be able to walk away unless... Oh my God! Okay, Analog.
Rogue Siege Creep here, giving
They
some
have vision there, but they find Schofield instead. Snowball. Gonna put himself in a terrible spot, but Divine Llama with a nice black hole onto 2. Mickey just on the outskirts with a nice focus fire to be able to kill off Schofield. Eventually, Boxy does fall, so it's a 1-for-1 to start. Divine Llama burns to the ground as Nisha taking care of the back line. K1 looking to try to do something here, but he's left all alone. Shackle shot and dead. And this is likely going to be a full team wipe for Team Liquid. Obviously, the Inkswell is like the most important spell on this hero. You need somebody that can go on. Is going to have to hold the horses again. Moonlight Shadow, Analog again in a lot of trouble. I don't think the Inkswell is getting him out of this one. Does dispel, but just too much damage as Boxy ends up taking him out. And the Primal Split doing some extra work on the K1, who ends up dying. My goodness. So the Brewmaster ends up falling to the swashes. The coil comes in from Nisha onto 2. The silence is there as well. Rolling Thunder from Divine, not able to find any connection, and K1 just has to rage, try to run away, but the Inkswell does connect onto Nisha, but he's gonna have to run away instead as K1 just taking too much damage. Nisha actually going in for the kill. He gets it. Really get out with his life. Swashbuckle connects. Schofield in the tree line gets nightmared by Insania, and in fact, they might just turn this around on Schofield instead.
See if Oxy is pretty well positioned here. We'll break it.
Yep, Schofield making his way over.
And he will just yield the area.
Yeah, but now Sticky Bomb is actually going to not hit. Fissure going to block out Boxy. Lucent Beam onto Schofield. Who gets the first blood is the question. Got the shield crash onto several. Boxy is going to go down first. And first blood goes to Analog. Very important for Heroic. As Schofield, he's going to make it difficult. In fact, he's going to make it impossible to kill him with that Fairy Fire. Now Insania slowed to a crawl with the enchant. See if they can actually finish the job. The fissure is there. Nice block from Schofield. Terrific start.
You can start strategizing around, all right, are we going to target him? Are we going to dodge him in fights? What's our prioritization?
Orchid, Dragon Tail combo into the blast off. Do they have enough damage? So tanky, but eventually Analog does die. And KJ now.
Big damage,
Some good damage. He's actually stuck in the trees. Very awkward for him.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second game of this series between Team Bright and Execration. Execration taking a convincing game 1 over Team Bright, who are on the brink of elimination. They need as many dubs as possible, and I am Mr. Plate. Unfortunately, my co-caster Kawaii Sox lost power, so it's just going to be me until he gets it back. Hopefully, he'll have it back sometime in the middle of the series, or when the second, or I guess when the next series starts. But until then, you just get me, where it's just going to be a conversation between you and I, an intimate experience where we get to talk about Dota for hours and hours on end. How lovely is that? And how lovely is the starting lineup from Execration? You have the Phoenix paired up with the Slardar. Pretty nice opening. It's not synergistic in the sort of traditional way where you have minus armor for days, but today's 2 series? Okay, well, apologies for me. Apparently there are only 2 series happening today. I thought there were 3. Maybe there was a change. Third one is tomorrow. Okay, so the third one will be tomorrow at the normal cringe stations. Kobolds Rave 2 start time. Thank you so much, Tio, for educating me on that. I appreciate it. Big ups to you. And you know, Team Bright coming out with this very interesting draft here. They use the Wind Ranger, amazing hero against the Slaughter. You can't right-click the Wind at all. You can't get the bashes out either. And Wind actually one of the few heroes in the game that can keep up with the Slaughter or run away from the Slaughter if they need to. Shackle Shot, again, a very big powering spell, can single out the Slaughter as well. But the Phoenix, you know, Egg might still be a problem. Team Bright don't have anything in their arsenal that can really just kill the Egg immediately. I would be very surprised if Snapfire would be picked up by them, considering they already have gone for the Crystal Maiden. So maybe they're just opting that, you know, 3 ranged heroes be enough to right-click the Phoenix down. And Execration liked the way the Chaos Knight looked game 1. Figure it's a pretty okay Chaos Knight game. Again, gonna pick it up once more. Not looking like a terrible game for the Chaos Knight. And Execration, you know, they're saying anything you can do, I can do better. Pick up the Rubik as well. You know, you take Glimpse, and you thought Glimpse was BS before. Well, it gets worse when you have extra cast range, and Rubik, obviously one of the kings of cast range, is just, it feels like it's a cheater. It's a hero that shouldn't exist in Dota, but he does, and we love him for it. The Aghanim little boy that he is. And Team Bright, I think they have a few options, but most importantly, they need something that can frontline. But it's kind of hard to say what hero can really frontline against both Slaughter and Chaos Knight. I'm kind of thinking Timbersaw could be a play here for Team Bright. It hasn't been banned out for some reason. Maybe could be the play here. I'm not sure if Zhang Yo plays it, but you know, it's probably the first thing that I'm thinking about for this team. To go for Tidehunter instead. It's kind of the same premise, just a big boy that stands in front of the team and doesn't really care about anything that's going on. My only issue with the Tide is if you don't get very good Ravages off, you know, it can be kind of difficult. I've seen games where whole teams ignore Tidehunter entirely and just kill the backline. Like, Tide can't do anything to keep the team in front that he is facing from going behind him and just going past him. You can kind of ignore him a lot of the time. Execration don't really have like the kind of heroes that can sort of ignore somebody. They both Slaughter and Chaos Knight care about that Anchor Smash damage reduction, and again, it's the Purge as well, so the Corrosive Haze not going to be doing anything. Fire Spirits not going to be doing anything as well. Fade Bolt damage reduction, not going to be doing anything. You can also purge off the Chaos Bolt as well. And I also believe you can purge off the Chaos Rift minus armor from Chaos Knight pull in as well. So this whole like anti-armor armor hate strat that Execration are building off of right now, pretty negated by this tide. I'm pretty happy with the pick, and Dead in the Water is another really nice ability. But enough of the tide. Looking at the mids here for both teams. Execration banning out the Leshrac. They don't want to play against those big AoE heroes that can just burn through the Chaos Knight illusions early on the Phantasm. A big part of the mid-game Chaos Knight plan might look to pick off another one of those types of heroes, maybe the Puck. I don't think Execration have the best Puck hero dealing heroes, and Team Bright could layer the Puck on top of the Ravage as well, on top of the Static Storm. You know, cause some issues for whoever gets caught, and Team Bright again had that big team fight, but instead Coddle's banned out. It was basically the same thing. Big problem, big AoE guy that pumps in a lot of magic damage and can deal with the Chaos Knight pretty early on. Again, pretty good against the Slutter as well with the Soul Bind. And instead they go for Gyrocopter. So it's going to be Wind Ranger mid then. Interesting. I for sure thought it was going to be Carry Wind, but instead they're going to go for Gyrocopter, safe lane. Go for, again, capitalize on the big amount of control that Team Bright have. Flat Cannon is probably one of the best carry abilities at kind of enabling a carry to pump in damage in a very wide area when everybody's stunned up, can't do anything. You get like 3 or 4 Flat Cannon hits off on everybody. You're dealing like 3,000 damage in a team fight, so it's pretty good. No steroid, like no IO for this Gyrocopter either, which kind of sucks, but it should be fine either way. I mean, you just don't really care. And you have pretty good wave clear as well. Also, Gyrocopter, pretty good at dealing with Egg because you can hit the Egg with Flat Cannon and still deal damage to everybody else. So it's pretty decent here. I'm kind of a big fan of it. Execration, they're dealing with a lot of ranged heroes that are going to be standing in behind a Tidehunter. I would like to see something that can just kind of get on the back, maybe something with a Purge for Wind Ranger. I'm not quite sure what their plan is here. They're going to go for the Invoker, so that is the Purge. You can kind of ignore the Tidehunter as well. You're throwing spells out. You're not really in any threat, per se, in this game. You can always see where the enemies are, but again, if you get glimpsed back by Disruptor, it kind of sucks a lot. Maybe buy yourself a Eul Scepter so you don't get glimpsed. And yeah, Execration here. Going for that back-to-back, they have Chaos Knight, obviously. They won the first game with it pretty convincingly, and looking to do that again in game 2. I'm going to have to probably give my draft to Execration here. I don't know how much Tidehunter is going to be able to do into this Execration lineup, and Disruptor, Wind, Maiden, and Gyrocopter all hate dealing with high spell burst, which the Rubik provides, the Invoker provides as well. I mean, Execration, their team fight is, we're going to go and we're going to burst your heroes down one after another. You get Chaos Rift, such a nice spell with the Slaughterer on top of it. Corrosive Haze giving that vision, so you can't really get away from the Chaos Knight once the Chaos Rift has been wound up. But Team Bright, they're gonna need to at least get one win, not only to force the series to 3 games, but also to put on quite a bit of gap close for themselves. They are on an elimination spot at the moment. They need to win. They need to find an angle here to make it out of, or make it into the playoffs. My apologies. Take a look at the Gaben graph. Gaben graph think Execration have a very strong draft. I'd have to agree with them. I think it's also, wait, how does Execration have 60 more gold? What? Literally, how does that happen? Did somebody use an expendable? Did somebody use an extra smoke that they didn't need to? I'm not sure. I am actually not sure how that happens. Well, Execration won, because 2 smokes were used, so I think that's a little bizarre. But again, like I'm trying to think about the plans in place for Team Bright, what they can do to kind of come back and win this game. And the biggest thing I could think of is making Wind Ranger just an absolute unit. QE DVD, if he has a game, can run over this game pretty easily with the BKB. You get the I don't know if Gleipnir is really the build I would go for this game. The AoE is nice, but I think ultimately you don't really need the control. You have that on your team already. You kind of just need to build damage. Double Bracer, maybe like Chrysalis might be a little bit too much. And Liquin, on this Crystal Maiden, getting ran down. That's a first blood in favor of Lewis, who went for the Sunstrike level 1. And that's not a great start, considering I just said QE DVD needs as good of a start as he can get, while Lewis got the better of that. Is gonna have a full Gloves of Haste on the Courier. And they'll be able to Sunstrike the creep, the range creep every time, and doesn't really have the same kind of sustain in the lane. I really like the changes to the Quas Wex Exort. The fact that the orbs affect spells instead of the hero itself, like Spell Lifesteal, cooldown reduction, Spell Lamp. It's kind of weird that Wex still gives movement speed. I think that's a little bizarre. But, you know, to each their own. And top, TK, to each his own. Well, he is on his own. Going up through the trees, but the right click will be there. CML giving the vision. Gets a Courier as well. About gonna have himself another game. We're getting to that point now where Execration, you know, you get the first blood pretty good. You get a kill on your carry even better. Just to talk about bottom lane a little bit, I think this is going to be kind of that pivotal lane. Team Bright here needing to put on pressure onto Tino. And Tino, you know, he is the Slaughter, right? So he'll get that Blink Dagger pretty soon. Go look for pickoffs, look for kills. And really, his timing is Execration's timing. If he can get that early blink, if he can get the early pressure, Team Bright might fall pretty behind. But we do know that the Chaos Knight doesn't really mind going for the big plays here. And the big play out onto the Gyrocopter only has the Flat Cannon. Pops the Rocket Barrage. The turnaround onto Timo. Damage is there. Maybe uses the Flat Cannon to put the Harass out. Yes, he will. And Tino getting pushed out of the lane. Not having the kind of start that you'd like to see. But it's the kind of start that he's going to get. I'll be able to farm some creeps underneath the tower. It's a matter of matchups here in Game 2 between Team Bright and Execration. And Tino gets... Okay, well, you got telekinesis under tower Gyrocopter. You kind of deserve to die. Wasn't expecting that, but... And now Tino, even though he's only got 8 CS in the lane, he's going to be able to recover nicely. No pressure coming out from the Gyrocopter this time. It's, that's kind of surprising. A rare mistake from Mikoyo, actually. I felt like he played that first game incredibly well. Very happy with his performance. Flat Cannon used to harass and push out the wave. Slaughter will pause the game. You know, I'm not quite sure Tidehunter can kind of control the game as much as the Slaughter can in terms of that fish-on-fish matchup. I do kind of prefer Slaughter in the current meta. However, Tidehunter does still have a place. It's just not the same role, right? Tidehunter, you want to come out with that Blink Dagger, use Ravage, farm the enemy jungle, control their vision, control their map. When a fight breaks out, you come in with that Ravage, or you can just come in general without Ravage and, you know, body people, stand in front of them, negate the amount of damage the enemy melee carries can do, which, you know, you're up against the Slaughter, he's going to be right-clicking a lot. And TK with the gloves back onto Abbott, but that is a lot of damage over time from CML. It's going to be Zhang Yu doing quite a bit of damage you know, just standing in front, double bracer, he heals up for 6 HP regen a second. He's very tanky. Doesn't really matter about stacks either. Has 2 points in Anchor Smash. DK, he's going to be the target, I think, every time that spells are on cooldown. But has to be a bit careful still. And yeah, no, careful really isn't in his name, is it, TK? Got slowed up. The Fire Spirit will connect, and one right click will be enough from both people in the lane to get the kill. CML also gets the courier, unfortunately for Tide. And this is kind of looking like a dead lane top. Disruptor not really being able to provide a lot of pressure in the lane. You can get the glimpse out maybe, but again, Tidehunter, not really a kill partner for Disruptor. You have glimpse, right? You have Thunderstrike, but like, you don't have the right click damage. Tidehunter doesn't die, but he can't kill. And instead you're seeing Abbott just like ignore the Tide completely and just go onto the back line, kill TK, and I think this kind of trend is going to continue for the rest of the game. You just ignore that Tidehunter and get behind him. Lewis, again, one of those, or the Invoker, one of those heroes that does a really good job at ignoring targets with the Sunstrike, with the Cold Snap, but bottom lane, it's going to be Shield Crash. They have the Sunstrike as well. It's going to be a pin perfect. And Tino, with the bash out onto the Crystal Maiden, has the Frostbite, but the right click from Tino. Gonna be there. They get the kill. It's a beautiful play. And bottom lane, or Tino dies again. Tino dies. You know what? That might have been, you know. That might have been, I guess I don't really care about my life. Top lane, meanwhile, CML. Is he gonna get the Sunstrike? Nope, but instead, the turnaround Blood Grenade at the very end will secure the life of CML, and it's going to be the return kill. TK not quite there, but meanwhile, mid Lewis got rotated on Lee Quinn with the Frostbite Crystal Nova play. Focus Fire as well. It's, you know, you get some consolation on Team Bright. Nice play from them, rotating mid, getting the kill onto the Invoker. And that is one problem with the hero, is like he can't just kind of die sometimes. Even if you play incredibly well, he's very positionally reliant, and Windbreaker, or Wind Ranger, can punish that every now and then. Especially when he gets level 6. I mean, level 6 Invoker, not as important as level 6 on literally any other hero in Dota. It's just how that hero works. But yeah, Lewis gonna farm up still. I mean, somehow I'm kind of surprised. Team Bright dominating the CS at the moment, and Tino eating a double support gank. They have completely given up on this top lane. They kind of said, you know what, this Tide, he can just get solo farm, solo experience. He's got level 6. Isn't gonna put the point into Ravage quite yet, but I feel like he should. You know, go underneath that tower, hit the creeps, be completely fine. There's really no kill threat on him. He can just always TP out. Doesn't really care. Lewis, gonna be the target of a gank here. Liquid coming in. They have the vision, the Frostbite as well. Power shot gonna be more than enough damage. And again, the focus fire, getting that kill. No TPs in from either of the supports of Execration, and that is a dead mid. Lewis kind of needs a little bit of help here. Now they bring the supports after Lewis died, so it's a 3 versus 2 engagement here, and I think that Execration might have fumbled the bag here onto this one. Shake's gonna get a glimpse back, will end up falling here. Nice stun out onto TK with the flame, the damage over time from Phoenix. Phoenix also has egg, doesn't get the deny. Sunstrike gonna kill QE DVD. Beautiful Sunstrike plays from Lewis. He has not missed very much. It's, you know, it's like every time Team Bright kind of look like they're an advantage, they look like they're getting ahead, it just falls flat on their feet. And I think that time they just stayed a little bit too long, right? Like they wanted to set up vision, control this tower, get the, ultimately get the tower itself. But Execration, they TP in bottom. It's both supports again for Execration that are going to fall here as the Amplified Damage Room is available onto the Wind Rangers. They're going to go forward onto CML. The Shackle Shot basically barely going to be a stun. The dive away. Not flying anywhere close to the sun. In fact, flying to the ground to safety. And it's kind of an over-rotation to get just the kill under the Rubik, but you're not letting Tino get much space. You take a look at the net worth graph here, and it is going to be the Wind Ranger up a little bit above Lewis, but Lewis just finished the hand of Midas. He's not really looking to commit to fights early on. He just kind of wants to farm up, going to get the boots of travel as well. So again, Lewis going to be a bit of an answer as opposed to a question. And the Phoenix Sun forced to get popped. Beautiful combo with the Fire Spirits on top of the Cold Snap. Sunstrike misses, a rare miss from Lewis, but I think we can forgive him. The Abat Courier dies. That is his Armlet of Mordigian. I think that's how you pronounce it. Gonna go for the Orchid next. Wants to be able to put on the pressure. I mean, if you're Wind Ranger, you get caught. Chaos Rift Orchid, you definitely die. I mean, there's no saving you as well. There's just too much magic damage. And the thing too is, you have the Sunstrike as well to amplify the solo pickoff potential from the Chaos Knight. And he hasn't been missing either. Level 4 Power Shot on the Rubik as well, gonna do quite a lot of damage. Trying to clear out the middle creep wave, but the tower, or the catapult is there. Tower does fall mid, and the ping is up bottom. Tino, the TPs are there as well. This is a Fizz. Yes, he's kind of slippery, but not slippery enough. Goes down instead of up, but there are 4 heroes bottom. Power Shot not going to connect on a Shackle target. Execration losing their grasp a little bit onto this game. I mean, the only person that's really having a very, very good game is going to be the Chaos Knight, but again, he had his Armlet dead, so it's not like he can really engage into some of these engagements. I told you it would be an intimate experience. You know, I'm kind of thinking about what they have to protect Egg. They don't have a lot. I mean, Tino, like, can walk at the Egg, I guess. Or in front of the Egg with Slithering Crushes and kind of bash people that are standing still. You can Tornado. But you don't have any points in Wex. It's the Quas Exort build up from the Invoker, so that's not really an angle. Maybe the Chaos Knight, right? You can't ignore Abbott using the portal. They do see him on the ward. He's kind of up onto the high ground. 2-second stun out onto the Jar Cappuccino. Now diving underneath the tier 1 tower. They get the Power Shot. It's a stolen one. Crystal Maiden Liquid has to kind of evade. Evasive maneuvers, CM. Evasive maneuvers are impossible under Sunstrike, under Corrosive Haze. I think this TP play from, or the portal play from Execration is to take this tier 1 tower bottom so Abbott can farm up safely without having to worry about a freaking Tidehunter in his face all the time. I'd be pretty annoyed if I was Chaos Knight worrying about the Tide the whole time, but the net worth lead 1k on the side of Team Bright, being pretty effective. And I'm not too sure again what the plan is for Team Bright. I mean, again, you kind of need to just go for these pickoffs. You need to go for these weird plays. Slaughter, what's his build-up? He's got Blink finished up at 12 minutes. Gonna look for an angle. There is a smoke on smoke action in the middle area. Smoke will break. CML finds it, but it's gonna be that, again, the Static Storm onto 2. It's a burst damage, and you have no idea how squishy you are, Wind Ranger, until you have no life. And they're gonna continue on. The meatball up onto the high ground, and Tino clipping down onto the low ground. Tidehunter TP's in, but it's way too late. Has a blink of his own. Tino now Cow scouting out the Tide. I don't think you're gonna get the kill, but maybe he thinks otherwise. Blink forward, Corrosive Haze was applied, but purged immediately. They get the Stolen Glimpse. Stolen Valor. Blinks back. He's trying to pop the Ravage, and he will do so, but not before dying to the Solar, to the Sunstrike. And the egg ends up connecting. Nice double Firefly, but the Glimpse back out onto this Rubik. We'll end up getting that kill.
Thanks for playing.
Slardar dies. They get the kill onto the Tide. So overall, not a great engagement from Execration, but at the very least, you know, you do get that extra kill. And again, you're just making space for Lewis. Lewis, who, top of the net worth first team, has the Hand of Midas available, has the bots, gonna go for the Blink next. Is that the build? Is Blink the build on Invoker nowadays? I guess. Huh. Interesting. Tino, they have a ward. Oh, QE DVD, he's going to be the target. Blink up onto that high ground. Sunstrike is going to be available. The Glimpse used onto Tino. Sunstrike misses. Wasn't quick enough. I think that's a Sunstrike you have to use preemptively instead of in response to the stun connecting. And this middle tower will fall as all of Execration team up. They know there's no Ravage. It was used to get the kill onto Tino. I think this is kind of a problem with like not being used to playing around Tidehunter. I think most people, you know, you kind of like, oh man, I need to 5-man Ravage every fight or it's a waste. Sometimes you can just Ravage to get kills. And like, it was basically 6 minutes by the time, 6 or 9 minutes by the time Tide was level 6, had Ravage available. Didn't use it for those 9 minutes. You could have used Ravage during that time at least like 2 or 3 times. I think Team Bright here, a little bit of unfamiliarity with their own draft. Oh, beautiful glimpse onto CML. And yep, Static Storm gonna be more than enough. Focus Fire as well. He's gonna end up dying. You know, I think Lance of Pursuit on Wind Ranger is actually... Oh, 13 more damage? Never mind. I thought it was for the move spell, but 15 extra damage each attack when you're focus firing. It's kind of goated, not gonna lie. So I take that back. Apologies, chat. Apologies. Looking at the graphs, a huge lead for, well, not that huge, there's only 2K. Kind of back and forth game here so far. It's only 16 minutes in, so can't really tell who's going to be ahead of the other. It's actually incredibly even. And with Ravage up again, I kind of expect Team Bright to go for a sort of smoke blink play here. No Static Storm, but again, because when you have all of these big team fight ults like Freezing Field, like Static Storm, like Ravage, you don't need to save all of them at once for a big team fight, only until the Roche Pit is there. The 5v5s. That's going to be my question. Can Team Bright really layer those ultimates together to get that big 5v5 team fight? They do have Crystallis, Falcon Blade, Aghanim Scepter finished out onto the Gyrocopter. Execration poised top lane. Team Bright are here as well. Tino wanting to look for that play, and they do find a Sunstrike coming out, but it's the blink. It's Static Storm onto the reverse team fight initiation there, and that was kind of obvious, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if Execration really should have gone for that play. Abbott wasn't available, but it is 3 ults, I believe, 4 ults used maybe, so they're gonna continue on. Akonyo taking a lot of damage. Gives the magic burst there. I'm not quite sure. They buy back on the Phoenix as well. That tornado, more than enough damage. And now Abbott has to make the play. Continuing on. This poor Crystal Maiden is dead. They know there are no teamfight ultimates. No ults left. There's a glimpse, but the pullback. That is a really funny time strike considering the situation. And Tidehunter gonna get chased down, rooted up as well, but purged off. This is kind of why the Tidehunter is very annoying to deal with. You can't really kill him, but he can't really kill anybody else. It's just a lot of damage, but eventually Execration get the kill. A really smart play from them kind of recognizing, hey, Team Bright went a little bit too far forward, and they win that fight pretty convincingly off of the back of Abbott, who just pumped in the damage that whole time. And he's going to go for the Bloodthorn next. And Roshan, the next target here, they have the Corrosive Haze out onto the Roche Pit. This Roshan is going to start to fall. And if you're Team Bright, you're kind of thinking to yourself, what went wrong there? Well, you tried to take a fight with no green diamonds. No ultimates available. No plays could be made. And Execration. With the Roshan, they have the Aegis of Immortality. It's incredibly important, actually, for Team Bright. They need that Aegis. They need the play. Abbott looking for the glimpse. It gets the glimpse off Patino. The Thunderstrike gonna cancel that Blink Dagger. They disconnected on Invoker, probably lag. And okay, here's my prediction. Okay, guys, chat. This is the plate prediction. Okay. Execration are currently diving a tier 1 tower. Look at the TPs. Okoyo, no TP. Crystal Maiden has a TP. I would be shocked if Crystal Maiden TPs onto this fight. There's no Ravage for 40 seconds. I think Execration actually have a fight advantage here, considering the egg is available. They have a level 4 Frostbite. Tino doesn't have Blink, but he's just going to chase this guy down. We'll see what happens. Okay, well, you know what? That's kind of lame. Execration, I feel like, could have definitely gone for that. Again, no TP on the Gyrocopter. I guess they don't know that. Instead, they're going to TP bottom. Focus fire onto an Ancient Creep. They get that kill. And I'm looking at TK dying. I mean, Liquid dying. So there's that. Again, guys, this is an offlaner meta, okay? In the offlane, such an important position into this game, and I mean, this poor Tide, such an important hero to the Team Bright kind of ethos that plays here. This is a beautiful ice wall to get the Tide dead, and he will die eventually. It's just that Fade Bolt that gets the kill, and now they have Tino up onto the backline. TK taking quite a bit of damage. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3. That is more than enough to get the kill for free. And Execration, they're going to take this tier 1 tower top. Team Bright are falling apart here. 12 kills to 21 at almost 21 minutes. 1-2, 2-1, 2-1. And now Execration heading out onto the top tower, or heading out onto this Tormentor that, I mean, they have the Orchid, they have the Corrosive Haze. It will be more than enough damage. I would be surprised if Execration didn't actually TP back to get their own shard. They invade the Wisdom Rune successfully. And now Abbott, top of the net worth. Invoker, third highest net worth. Just buying time is the name of the game, and now the TP is out. Tino also going to TP out. TP from the Phoenix as well. Shackle in the air, not going to connect. And CML rewarded for his play. Will end up getting the Wisdom. Or are they going to give it to Invoker? They're going to give it to Invoker. Okay, I see. He's a greedy little guy. Tino has arrived with the Corrosive Haze. They get the Tormentor on their side of the map as well. Tino gets his shard. Take a look at the items real quick. Yeah, BKB finished on Okoyo. BKB on QE DVD. Pevis on the Crystal Maiden. On the side of Execration, 4 blinks. BKB on Lewis. Solar Crest on CML, and then Bloodthorn has been finished up onto a bat. I know the Gyrocopter is the most farmed hero in the game, but I can't help but feel when you get hit with Corrosive Haze, you have Slaughter and Chaos Knight hitting on top of you, it's not going to turn out well for you. You're just going to die. And Tidehunter not that close to Shiva's Guard. They need as many armor items as possible on the side of Team Bright. Maybe even somebody might even need to build an Assault Cuirass, I'm not going to lie. Tidehunter has Shard. interesting. So dead in the water, pretty effective. But again, the Tide can't really die anyway. Tino pinging up onto the high ground. He knows that somebody's there. If they go now, TK, he's going to be the target. But they blink up immediately. Chaos Knight has Mages for mortality. It's going to pop. Not before getting the kill, but the blink in. The Ravage is going to hit out onto 4, onto the backline. They get the stun on to the Phoenix, so there's not going to be an egg. And now, this poor Chaos Knight with no BKB dies immediately. It's a botched play from Execration. The Glimpse going to kill Tino. And I keep saying this, guys, over and over and over again. You can't just blink up a high ground without any vision. You're just gonna die. Your whole team is gonna be killed. And even though Execration have a 6,000 gold lead, it's Team Bright knocking on the doors of the tier 2s. And Team Bright winning this game would be so huge for them. It would be so big. The counter initiation from the Tide Hunters doing wonders. They won't get a tower. Team Bright back off. They don't quite have the tower push. But Execration. Oh man.
Every coin helps.
Execration. Losing their grasp on the game a little bit. Take a look at the win probability at this point. 80% in favor of them before that fight, dropped down to 60%. Okay, so, you know, not the worst team fight in the world, but it could be worse. It's still coming up, though. Oh, now it's down 69% again. Nice. It's, Team Bright looking to come back into this game, but the problem is with these long cooldown fights, you can't take back-to-back fights, and Execration are looking to get a pick off here onto Disruptor, who bought a bracer for that little bit of survivability. Bloodthorn again finished on Abbott. Gonna go for the BKB next. I think this is a wise choice when you have so many big... Just like, when you're up against all of these ultimates coming up from Team Bright, using the BKB to negate the Ravage, negate some plays, can be really big. But Lewis has found himself in between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower, or tier 2 and a tier 3 tower, apologies. Kills TK. That is a dieback, for what it's worth. And tower taking a lot of damage. There's no Tino in the area though. The fortification has been used. Abbott coming through with the reality rift. This is kind of a weird angle for Execration. They don't have all 5 heroes here. If they did, they would have that advantage. of Bloodthorn onto the Tide, doing quite a bit of damage, but again, he's got the Purge, the Kraken Shell. And this tier 2 tower basically gonna die. Tino getting ulted by the Wind Ranger, trying to TP out. Dude, you cannot TP out there, and you're stuck in the river. But Shanks has arrived, has a Blink Dagger available. Will he be able to use it? He does know where the Wind Ranger is. Maybe blink up onto the high ground. Yes, he does. Lewis has arrived as well. EMP Tornado, but the BKB turnaround is gonna be there. Shanks now has to get out, has Wind Run of his own, so he can't get right click down. Power Shot though works, and Homing Missile, they have Glimpse as well. Lewis, there's a little bit of save your friend syndrome happening right now as Execration lose 3 for nothing. It's not even a team fight that gets them. It's just pickoff after pickoff after pickoff, and the Disruptor showing its value here, getting the kill onto the mid, and now this top tower under siege. Execration kind of falling apart here. They don't have pickoff, they don't have team fight. What do they have anymore? Ukoyo is so big. He's got a full Daedalus, gonna get that Satanic next, and once he has that, I'm sure you can just burst them down with through the BKB. Tino has arrived, gonna get the Slithering Crush, maybe Corrosive Haze as well. Tower doing a bit more damage, but he's glimpsed back underneath the tower. The Shining Storm is there. No BKB for Tino, and instead it's the leash out onto the Phoenix. Has to use the egg immediately. Ukoyo getting so low, gets the kill anyway. I cannot believe how low Gyrocopter is. Maybe they buy back on the hold on a minute. That was a glimpse. Uh-oh. Chaos Knight glimpse back into the mid lane. There's no... the Roshan has spawned. As Abbott on this Chaos Knight just kind of slipping away a little bit. He's still pretty farmed. He has the BKB. I think... Okay, guys, I think Execration is fine. Okay? I think it's okay. I think they're fine. But it's not like it was 10 minutes ago. It's kind of like a you're fine, as in things aren't going well, but in the end of the day, you'll be okay, you know what I mean? We all have those... Anybody have a day where, like, you just got some bad news, and then the rest of the day is completely fine, and, you know, the bad news didn't really matter. But if you let the bad news affect your day, then it wouldn't really, you know... You can't let the bad news affect your day, as you can't let a bad couple of team fights affect your gameplay. And now there's an Aegis on a Koyo, but I don't think Execration really care about Aegis. You know, they don't have the big team fight ults. It's just a matter for them of dealing in the damage, getting the pickoffs. It just means that Gyrocopter can't be the sole target for them in these engagements. But the point's down onto the low ground. That's a bunch of heroes that you can catch out. The BKBs are popped, and it'll only hit onto one hero with the Rabbit. You just have Anchor Smash stolen, but it's Lewis that is dead. You get the kill on the TK out of the backline. BKB TP out for Tino. With no... I can't believe the Abbott survived as well. But with no Lewis, you basically trade Lewis for all of the teamfight ultimates. TK didn't get his off. But is it really that worth it at this point? I feel like if you're tied, you're okay with trading Ravage to get the kill onto the enemy mid laner and preserve Gyrocopter Aegis. He's that much closer to the butterfly as well. Chaos Knight. Can Execration, on the back of this Chaos Knight, take this game 2? Or will Team Bright complete a bit of a comeback here? Well, Lee Quinn dying. Ganak, it was a great start. Chaos Knight getting caught in Static Storm. An even worse start. It's, not looking good. Not looking very good for Execration at the moment. Bit of a reconnect here from the stream, it looks like. So, get some play-by-play action from me. You are having Gyrocopter tied, pushing down the tier 3 tower, the defenders. Rubik, Slaughter, it's a Blinken onto the tide. You find the Rubik. There's a big fight happening. Come on, find it. Big fight. There you go. You got her. This tower, this tier 3 tower under siege. The Gyrocopter doing a bit of damage. And now Lewis on the side gets scouted up by Luke Quinn, actually. So they know that there's not going to be a tornado setup. Well, the tornado setup happening up onto the side. The Lotus Orb does end up falling in the EMP Blast, burning all the mana from the Gyrocopter, but Satanic does not use mana for some reason. I'm not a game dev, I'm just a guy that loves the game. Tanks with the Fate Bolt trying to negate some of the damage, but it will not be enough. That Rax is going to fall, but maybe not before Gyrocopter finds himself in a little bit of a predicament. Still has the BKB and the Aegis of Mortality if he wants to be able to use it. The BKB on the Slutter is going to pop it. The Blink forward from the Tidehunter doesn't have the right. They get the Silent Storm out onto the Chaos Knight. Maybe the equip's available, but the Sun is used. On top of the Aegis of Mortality, he gets stunned up basically immediately the moment he comes up. The BKB has the Satanic going as well. They use the Ravage, but it's actually not going to connect onto anybody. It's a whiff of a Ravage. And now Abbott, he wants to go back in. You know that he does. It's a stolen Ravage! Stolen Valor! You get the kill onto the Rubik in exchange. It's a bait. You turn around, you kill the CK. Tino onto the backline trying to get the kill onto TK. It's not going to be there. Instead, Tino, he's run down like the fish that he is. The bait was there. It's an even bigger fish. The Tidehunter on the back of the Yukoyo. Now take the top tier 3 tower, and they're going to go for more. Execration want to take this third game, or want to take this game 2. They're buying back on everybody. They know how important this next fight is. They're going to pull back the Tidehunter with the EMP. He has no mana. He's just going to look forward. He knows basically how dead he is. But no, Tino, he wants a little bit more. Koyo, Force Staff, going a little bit awkward of a way. The sun up onto the, maybe They won't chase, but Lewis with that tornado onto Okoye with the ice wall. They're throwing him back into the arms of Abbott. The same panic has been used. Can they kite it out? It looks like they can. And meanwhile, onto the side, they're going to get Luke Quinn. But that Bloodthorn ripping out of the heart of the gyrocopter. Luke Quinn getting run down here. The burn from the stolen Frostbite getting that kill. And Execration pop all of the buybacks in the world. And all they get in return is saving their top racks and getting a few kills. But I think Team Bright more than happy with that. Now running down the mid lane. Well in the back of the Phantasm Illusions. Team Bright kind of overstaying their welcome there. No ultimates available. Kind of looking for a little bit more, but I think they were completely fine just taking the middle racks and backing up. I'm not sure staying was the play. And Execration, I mean, they don't really have the best high ground push themselves without Phantasm, but the tower is still falling little by little. And the damage is starting to pump up onto these towers. You do have buyback on the gyrocopter if you need it, but again, you take a look at the buyback status. Execration, only the Phoenix is buyback. The Chaos Knight, the Slaughter, and the Rubik all on dieback. And Lewis is was 100 gold away, now has it. Octarine Core. BKB gonna go for the Sheepstick next. Kind of surprised he's not going Refresher. Kind of feel like Lewis needs to be the guy that just throws as many spells as he can. I like the Octarine Core, but I think you should just double down, get Refresher, you know, wait for the BKBs to end, kind of survive through, and then do the big wombo combos. Third Tormentor going the way of Execration. They get the gold and experience, by the way. Bet you guys didn't know that. Tormentor gives experience when you kill it, and it gives gold in addition to that. And for those of you that don't believe me, look it up. Look it up. Oh, I just have to give myself a break here as Execration. Again, it's kind of weird because TB, oh, that's a Divine Rapier on Okoyo. Okay, now this game can go very poorly, or very quickly. It just depends entirely on what's going to happen next. I mean, for Execration, this next fight might be the whole game, and for Team Bright, they might win this game off of the smoke play. It's a bit cheeky coming out from Team Bright. They want to make the play onto Execration. Execration looking for a little bit of an angle here. They have the Sentry Ward. Okoyo breaks his smoke. He's going up onto the high ground. He wants the Slayer Rack's top. I think Execration can just give it. But no, they're going to keep him back onto the Chaos Knight. They get the Hex immediately out onto the Gyrocopter. Can they press it down? Yes, they can! They get the kill immediately onto Okoyo. He does not buy back. The Ravage is nothing. It's basically useless. TK now getting chased down like the dog he is. Shanks continuing forward with the Blink on Lewis. Right clicks galore. And Team Bright didn't think that they had the burst, but CML with the Hex. Icarus dive in. More than enough burst damage to get the kill, and Execution throw everything to get the kill. It works out. They use the Ravage to return the Stunning Storm also, but it's nowhere near anything. And Tino looking for a little bit more, and has nobody behind him. Also has an Orchid to his own name. But now, Execration, the Dire, running down the middle lane. This tower gonna take a lot of pressure, and I just have to highlight this play from CML. I mean, the Icarus dive in. I think he might have actually pre-charged the Scythe as well. Something you can do is Icarus dive and then shift click the Scythe. So you Scythe the, like, right, the frame perfect Scythe. And now Execration, they have the gold lead back again, so it's, you know, 6-4-4. Oh boy, Team Bright. I mean, you want to play these team fights, but I don't think you can. I think it's too dangerous to show the gyrocopter. I mean, I know he has the butterfly. I think you actually need to buy a Lincoln's on the gyro. Oh no, Lincoln's actually doesn't do anything. Hold on, never mind, that's not gonna work. Do you have a Lotus Orb on the side of Team Bright? Yep, you do. Okay, that's good. Refresher on Tide might have impact. You know, double. Oh no, Okoyo. Oh please, Okoyo. Oh please, 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 please. You didn't get everybody in smoke though, so you have to double back. Okay, hold on a minute. The smoke onto the left side. Team Bright pause. Which gives us the ability to reconnect. And gives me the ability to thank everybody for watching. This is, of course, Game 2 between Team Bright and Execration. Team Bright desperately needing a game. They need a win if they want to come out and drag themselves out of this last spot. I mean, they are literally last in the group stage. Last in the group stage, but first in our hearts, Team Bright.
Fall at my feet.
Needing a little bit more oomph here. A bit more bait. A bit... I mean, I don't know. Execration, just... That last team fight was played perfectly. I'm just not sure if you can keep doing that again. And again. And again. It's so difficult to just think about what you can do here on the side of Team Bright, and you see Zhang Yu playing perfectly. He's positioned himself in that tree line so the smoke break would be available. Okoyo, I don't even think he got one attack off that last fight. It's 25-32. In favor of Execration. The tips coming out on the liquid. What did he do? Oh, he got a ward. I guess. They have the Phantasm Illusion mid. They have a ward as well on the side of Execration. It's a beautiful ward as well, spotting out the fact that they know that Team Bright are there, and now they back up. They know the Roshan is available. They ping it out. They're gonna TP up Lewis. A ward from Team Bright, though, that's placed pretty nicely. You have the Trickster Cloak, and now the Blink in the round is going to hit onto all 5 heroes. They have their choice of targets. It's a dieback onto the Slaughter. They kill Shanks in the back as well. TP from the Phoenix, not going to connect. It's 2 dead on the side of Execration, and Tidehunter just blinks in, gets the Ravage off, has a Refresher Orb available. In addition, they're going to kill the Roshan on the side of Team Bright. Egg and himself, they're finished up onto TK as well. Who do you give Egg and Scepter to, actually? I mean, maybe Tidehunter? Probably Tidehunter, honestly. I don't know if Freezing Field is actually that important in this game. You don't have the KB on Crystal Living. Oh, it turned into Refresher Shard. Wait, guys, it's Refresher Shard! Give Tide Refresher... Okay, well, he's going to have double Ravage for the next fight. I don't think Refresher Orb puts Refresher Shard on cooldown, right? Oh, it does. It does. Shares a cooldown with Refresher Shard. Okay. I see. I understand. That would be kind of broken if you had 2 Refresher Orbs. And now this top racks, I mean, Execration easily going to get this up. They still have the bottom tier 2 tower available, so you can't just go up high ground on Team Bright. It's just a matter of time until Team Bright asks the question, how do you defend high ground on Execration? And I actually think Team Bright are doing the correct play as well, because they have the choice here of going up high ground. They have the ability to force the fight. Chaos Knight won't have BKB for the next fight either. Unfortunate play catching up the Chaos Knight, just trying to push the waves out. I feel like you could just go underneath this tier 2 tower and kill it through backdoor protection. As a Koyo gonna go instead for the Aghanim Blessing recipe. Maybe Moonshard next. I think the no, he's got Divine queued up. I think Divine might be a little bit aggressive, but we'll see. You know, just depends on how well Execration take this next fight. They need to play it perfectly like the last time, but I think Team Bright might be wiser to it. We might see preemptive Lotus Orbs onto Okoyo. There's a gem available onto Liquin as well, so Crystal Maiden gonna be able to put on the pressure. For the map pressure, no wards available for Execration. You're playing in the dark. You need a nightlight. Where's the nightlight? Don't know if there is a nightlight available, but Team Bright, the one saving grace for Execration, okay? Buybacks coming up for them, but Team Bright playing very greedy. No way they have buyback themselves. Like, they just don't have buybacks. They're just 1,000 gold away, 1,000 gold away, 400 gold away, 600 gold away. If Execration take, and this is crazy, a clean team wipe, they could kind of go down mid and just win the game. They're going to smoke up on Team Bright. Again, this Okoyo is buying out for a Divine Rapier. Okay, guys, I want you to understand something. Okay, you guys back home. If Gyrocopter dies, this game is done. And we might find it here. The BKB coming through from the Invoker. They're trying to find the kill out on the Gyrocopter. He has the Aegis of Immortality available, but on the backline, it's the Refresher. The Phoenix Egg is popped. They don't have the ability to kill it quite immediately. And now Tino coming in. It's going to be definitely a kill out onto the Wind Ranger. Bashed up one more time. It's a dead wind with no buyback. They continue on. They get the Hex out of the Gyrocopter. The Refresher going to be available out of the Chaos Knight. He isn't going to be able to use the BKB because it is the Aghanim Scepter. The Freezing Field instantly canceled, and the Sunstrike available. Not going to miss, not going to hit the Tidehunter. Instead, Tino up on the high ground. They get the Yule Scepter. He's going to die. It's no buyback available on the Wind Ranger. Execration somehow hold that tier, the racks. They hold up high ground. I think Team Bright might just be pulling the trigger a little bit too fast. They don't have buyback on Okoyo. And I mean, he had the Divine Rapier, but he basically left the fight as soon as he started it. I think this itemization is making him play a little bit too cautiously. If he didn't have Divine, he wouldn't have ran away there. He would have used his Aegis. I think they would have won the game. But instead, Execration's going to push in all three lanes. And all three lanes getting pushed in does mean that Team Bright, they're going to have a small problem on their hands. Maybe if Execration can even up the rack score, they can make something of a game happen in this fight. Again, no buyback on Gyrocopter. He only has the Divine Rapier. Smoke up onto the back line. It's only one because of the Ninja Gear. They use the fortification as well just to clear out the camps. The banner is on the bottom, going to be able to push out those creeps. But again, this tower, this tier 3 tower falling. Team Bright had a pretty big lead. Now the Phantasm Illusion's killing alongside Lewis, who does have the buyback. That's why they're not committing Abbott. He doesn't have the buy, but Lewis does. So Lewis cleaning up the racks here, has the Refresher Orb. It's available. He's going to try to walk away. They have the blink out onto Abbott. No glimpse available. If they had the glimpse, maybe they could have made the pickup, but no. Instead, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Execration, they're going to back up after taking one lane of racks mid. So the creep equilibrium mid should be okay. It's evened out. I can't remember the last time I saw like a super creep on super creep game or a mega creep on mega creep game. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I've ever personally had a mega creep on mega creep game. As in like a game where like it extended past like 60 minutes and like mega creeps are going and you know one team didn't immediately win the game after they took all the racks. And there's a lot of guys in the chat. Guys in the chat, okay? Listen to me. You guys are spoiling the game for each other in the chat. Stop doing that. I know the moderator has been very kind to only deleting your messages, but soon you're going to be getting banned. So I'm just telling you guys for your sake, enjoy the game while it's happening. You don't need to have the second tab open. Just close the tab. Watch the game, chill with me, you'll be fine. Take a break from, you know, being cringe, okay? I know it's kind of hard for some of you guys, but you can do it, I promise. It's not a scary world out there living in the unknown. Lewis has the ghost walk going. They did catch him out for like a split second, but again, he's a fast boy. He's zooming. 550 movement speed.
The dire scan on the hunt for radiant forces.
And Execration again. I mean, I'm looking all buybacks available for Team Bright. Only 3 available for Execration, but you know, it's 3 that are pretty important. I'm looking at this graph. If Stream wants to pull it up, the graph is like a valley. It's like a ocean into a island into a valley into a double mountain. The graph is kind of crazy. Maybe not as crazy as the start of this fight. Lewis is bottom. They're pushing in this tower. The melee rack's starting to go. Koyo TP's in. And now Execration, they have the liberty of coming back out of their base. They're going to get the D words going. They have the gem available onto the Phoenix. It's all about, for Team Bright, it's all about finding the perfect fight. For Team Bright, it is all about finding the perfect fight. And for Execration, this is kind of the best you're going to get, actually. I mean, I know it's kind of not ideal. It's really not that ideal to just be, like, waiting the game out, but you have pretty good late game tools on both teams. CML, gonna go for Blink and the Aeon Disc next. Roshan respawning in 40 seconds. Pretty close. Our respawn timer. And Team Bright, they're going to smoke up. It's smoke on smoke action. Can Team Bright find the perfect fight? They're underneath the ward from Execration. It's their own ward. The Blink is going to come out. But it's nobody. The Static Storm, the Ravage, they don't connect. And now Execration, you know they're hungry, looking for a fight. Slaughter, Wind Waker up, dodges the homing missile. Execration, they set their feet once again. You have the Ravage up once again. This time it's not going to whip. It hits out onto 4. Lewis trying to run away. Buyback immediately onto the Phoenix, but it's a dieback on the side of the Chaos Knight. The damage coming from Okoyo going to be way too much, and you TP on out of there if you can on Execration. They were not expecting the refresher buyback from the Tidehunter to connect, and not only did it connect, but this gyrocopter did 12,000 damage with, I think it might have been like 4 Black Cannon attacks. It was not a lot. This Roshan now going to follow Koyo with the Divine Rapier. It was a really greedy itemization, but really greedy itemization can pay off if you play the cards right. And now Execration onto the bottom lane, trying to push out these bottom racks. The bottom racks are under pressure. Lewis, I feel like you can actually walk up. I know you don't know where anybody is, but, you know, walk up. He's going to keep taking the range racks with the Fire Spirits. But it's not the racks that Team Bright are interested in. It's the game, and they smoke up. TP back on the Invoker. He disconnects. And now we talk. Now we talk. Because this is the problem. Static Storm is now available. And let me tell you something. If you get hit by Static Storm before you use your BKB on any core, especially Slardar, you're dead. Game is over. You're done. There's no Ravage. But I don't think Team Bright care about Ravage at this moment. They only care about these tier 4 towers. They have an Aegis of Immortality on the Gyrocopter. He's going to blink forward with the Swing Blink. The attack damage is there. Lewis now comes in with the BKB. They get the Hex out onto the Gyrocopter, onto the backline they go. TK, he's the target, he's the Sonic Storm. But again, no BKB available for the Slaughter. It's Liquid doing the damage with the Fusing Field onto the side. They got one life, I believe. They will get one life from the Gyrocopter. They killed the Tidehunter as well. The buybacks coming out from Team Bright. They want to end the game. It's a dive back onto the Slaughter. And now, again, the Flat Cannon doing so much damage. It's so much easier to, you know, get your Flat Cannon attacks when you have an Ancient to hit and Execration. They call GG. They call the game. They know there's no point defending, no point holding on. And we're going to go to a Game 3 as Team Bright actually take a game off of Execration. And I think it really comes down to Okoyo with that Divine Rapier purchase. It was just too much damage for Execration. Execration just did not have enough of the team play abilities there. Just couldn't match the Refresher Orb, the Ravage, the Static Storm. It wasn't all there for them. And I mean, again, Gyrocopter dealing 68,000 damage, just going to show how important he is. But after a quick break, we will be going on to Game 3 between Team Bright
do the job, though. Nisha, bit aggressive on the other side of the fissure now as the Eclipse comes through. A lot of creeps to tank it up, though, as the Primal Split is used as well. As Nisha gets destroyed by Schofield. Devi eventually getting run down, though. So lots of trades throughout this fight. As Schofield brought into the air and swiftly brought back down into the tree line he goes. The Enchant Totem trying to get off the blink, but there's just too many cancellations. And that should be another kill for Liquid. Ends up being a 3 for 3.
I think Heroic might have got an even better fight out of that.
Yeah.
Boxy in trouble.
Boxy being pursued, but has some company with him. K1 gets loose and beamed. He's silenced up right now as well. The Sticky Bomb applies. They don't have the damage to finish him off. It looks like he's going to be close. Finally, the Aegis is taken. And Nisha getting rolled on as support in the form of Insania as K1 making his way over with his Shikuchi. Look at the impetus damage. A big vacuum from Devi Lama. Nisha's dead. Insania looks to be next. This is a disaster for Liquid. Mickey pops the BKB. Will he be able to get out with his life? Looks like that is not to be. 4 dead. Heroic absolutely destroying Liquid here. Yeah, the last thing they want to do is just sit high ground and wait for the inevitable. It's K1 being shown. They dust him. They pop the Lincolns and they get the Dragon Tail. Do they have the damage? Big vacuum into an Echo Slam. K1 has... is dead as they're going to push back the Enchantress, and now Analog comes in with the Rolling Thunder. K1 continue to apply a lot of pressure from afar, still has the Aegis intact. Nice fissure with the Rolling Thunder combo. Mickey getting really low, the shield crash into the impetus. KJ gets the kill, make it 2 as Liquid crumbling. Now they get the Aegis, but that is all. Aegis, Cheese, and I believe Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see who consumes that after this potential fight. Schofield is found in the tree line. 33 with the gem in vision. Now they take out the Earthshaker immediately. Has the buyback though. There's the back wall, but not really hitting too many. But the Luna is who they're targeting. Mickey pops his Eclipse, taking a lot of damage from that impetus. There's the Hand of God keeping him alive. The Blast Off going to connect onto one. Divine Llama in a lot of trouble. Boxy getting extremely low as well. Beautiful Rolling Thunder. The beautiful fissure as well. They lose one on the side of Liquid as Nisha trying to continue the pressure onto Analog. As K1 finally the Echo Slam comes in onto 2. Schofield and company take out Chen as a result. They take out the Aegis though as K1. It's going to kill off Instania. Mickey getting relatively low. Beautiful vacuum on the other side of the fissure. They're kind of stuck here now next to this cliff as Mickey trying to heal up on the creeps. He's going to be left to his own devices here pretty soon. The last remaining member of Liquid will not survive, and no buyback to come from him. A great buyback coming out from Schofield.
Okay, wait, we might not get to talk about anything else then. Who's going to die?
Yep, smokes break, KJ. Oh man, that was beautiful, but the snowball comes out. Pseudo save, but now they're putting themselves in precarious spot as KJ is the one getting super low. The Nature's Attendants healing up ever so slowly. Nice blocks from Analog. It's a nice Resonant Pulse off as well. Nisha wants to finish the kill, but KJ continues to run. Half Bambi. It's Analog now. They're going to turn their sights to him. This will be a much bigger kill, and it looks like another snowball. Potential save, or is it suicide again? Now Analog is on the run. Nobody from Heroic wants to die. Instania looks like Nisha's the first to fall, in fact. Analog ends up trading his life. It's a bloodbath as 2 more supports go down. It's a 2-2 trade.
25 seconds without collapse. The Hex there. And the swap here, they're going to try and go aggressively onto BZM. They swap him back under the tier 4s, but Seb's in with the disruption. Yatoro, able to burn through with the majority of the mana here from Tomato, and Yatoro is considering his next target. He'll look over towards the Morphling, but he gets caught by the bashes of Whisper. He has to split back up, backs off under the tier 4s. Collapse gets caught once again on the front line. Cookie's in, they're taking the Aegis out of Tomato's hands.
Was BZM? Oh, he gets him.
There's no chance to kill BZM though. Oh, maybe there is Yatoro. Okay, he gets the kill, but he's losing his teammates. Can Yatoro do this? He's going to go over towards Seb, but the Glimmer Cape is there.
Tomato's there, though.
And he's going to turn over towards Tomato. They've got the Cookie in on towards the Morph. He's losing his mana. Yatoro able to focus Tomato down here with the illusions. Tomato's getting low.
He's cleansed up. There's a heal coming in.
Can Yatoro make another jump? He's looking for his target. He's going to head over towards Ari. Tomato with the Stolen Spear is there. In fact, it catches him and kills him off. Ari with the outplay.
Ari is playing like a beast.
And there's nothing for Mira to do there. Poshka's watching from the side, maybe looking for a stomp setup. He's not going to get it though. With the root instead on towards Seb with the Brambles. Jump in and a jump out from Lal. It's a little low on the mana. The Supernova comes out. They're not going to try and kill it. They'll let the Spear from Collapse finish off Ari. The arena's down. Now they're ready to go back in for round 2. They look towards Seb. Seb caught in the arena. Tomato turns up. The Infest is there. Gives a bit of a burst heal to Seb to keep Seb fine. And instead of being Lal that's dove under the tower for this attempt, he gets punished. Lal's out. Mira will manage to TP away. BZM, he'll get the deep one. He's going in for this one. Beyond the tier 3, but the Yules is there. Mira will be able to dodge the combo. Whisper's still ready to go, though. Jumps in with Tomato. They're diving into the base here. He's on towards Collapse.
It's deep.
They've got to be a little bit careful there, OG. I don't know if they can continue to try and get away with this. They're on the retreat. Lal will try and drag back Tomato. They've got the arrow, but the spin. It's not going to catch him. Tomato looks to turn, but he's still getting torn apart by Yatoro. Yatoro's back in action, and he's cleaning up. OG, they stuck around for too long. They've lost 3 of them. BZM also in trouble. I mean, they stuck around for that dive.
Spirit playing around their vision. They have that one ward they just placed.
Starting to jump out with a Wind Waker. Collapse.
Laurel. Gem is on top of him.
They've got eyes on him. They'll head back for now. They'll turn with the Bramble and the Curse Ground down onto Whisper. Tomato's got the BKB. Tomato. He's still getting torn apart, but he's got the Axe. Will be able to jump inside of Yatoro for now. Yatoro also getting caught by the Fiend's grip from Ari. And that's a good grip. That's a big grip. He's out for 90. Great they kill off the Luna. Now they're ready for more. Let's see if they can find Collapse. Whisper jumps up to the high ground. Collapse trying to run away from the Ari. He's got Sleep back up. be able to put his escape to a stop, sets up for the X-Mark drag back. They'll get both the carry and the offlane here. 2 kills, both going the way of Tomato. I mean, you said things have been a bit slow for Maru with the grip.
Finds it.
But when he hits the big ones, he hits the big ones. It gets them the biggest kill they could hope, knocking out Yatoro for over a minute.
Pretty much perfect opportunity they could get there to bring things back for them. Tomato chasing forward with his brand new axe. Top.
He's going to try and stand around and fight. We'll have to zip TP. Didn't have anything to put a stop to that, even though his BKB did come to an end. Maposhka, on the other hand, though, he will die as well, was the case for Mira. So after it all, it's going to end up with Spirit losing 4 heroes. OG, they've pretty much done it in terms of rectifying what went wrong earlier.
They must have got the Seb speech, I guess.
I think they did.
Age is still on Whisper, and yeah, they have double hexes at the moment on the side of OG, so have to watch out for these catches. And yes, all 3 BKBs at the ready.
Oh, collapse. He's been caught by the hexes, as you say, and he's out. Has got buyback available. May needs to use it here, as he's otherwise out of the game for 80 seconds.
Ooh, I don't know if he saw the second one, because he stepped up a little bit far.
It's all right. He's going to consider getting in position. They're going to try and go for BZM. BZM, he's going to get saved for now by the sleep. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to get healed up as well by Tomato. They keep BZM alive. The Supernova's out. Spirit, they've got to head back to the fountain. They're going to head back out of the fight. Collapse will jump in for the spear catch onto Tomato. They get the pushback with the fear. The full-up control with the vortex. Yatoro's in with the damage. It's enough. They're taking Tomato out. Spirit will hold, and they'll chase out for more. The spear push back onto Whisper. A double kill for Yatoro. They get the catch onto BZM. They'll keep the game alive again. It's another hold. It's another triple kill for Yatoro. Tomato, put the rage. Lal heads in. We'll get caught by the hex, but no follow-up.
Yatoro's in.
I mean, Collapse the jump. They've managed to burst through the Kunkka immediately. Collapse and Yatoro find BZM, and he's out of the fight as soon as it starts.
Oh, this is so awkward. They're trapped in the corner.
I mean, what do they do? Does he buy back? There he is. BZM's going to buy back for this one. There's the jump in the backlist, but Ari's got the Axe Fiend script. He's controlling the storm for now, but it's...
Yatoro.
Lal doesn't really care. He's perfectly able to zip over to the safety of the left side of the fight. Yatoro, though, will go down.
They stuck on him.
Now, the question is if Yatoro wants to buy back. Does he want to try and turn their efforts in this fight, try and get it back their way, as Lal's getting run down by Whisper? Lal still with not a lot of mana to play. Looks like Spirit are just going to try and write this fight off. Maposhka will turn with a stop, but the Hex is there in time. OG, they're going to be able to take down the ET as well. See what they can get away with. Tomato in with the Rage, working on the tier 3. Safety of the X-Mark drag back. Will still get caught by a Stomp. Collapse. He's taking it back over, but he gets caught by the Hex. Lars in with the BKB. Whisper.
Where'd he go?
In an instant. He's gone. He'll buy back. The feed script's there on the Lar, but it's not enough time to lock him down and finish him off. He'll still get caught by the X-Mark, though, and he's dead.
Tomato. Oh my God,
They get it to clean up. 3 dead on Spirit. They have to use the buybacks. Yatoro's back in. Maposhka's back in. Mira's back in. The silence down onto BZM. They're going to try and take him down twice, though. Still has this Aegis, of course. The spear will get him.
Holy shit, everyone's just dying in an instant.
I mean, can they keep BZM safe on the second round? Tomato and Ari heading up. They'll use the sleep to try and protect BZM from any sort of combo that's thrown down, and if they turn towards Collapse, they get over the Hex, the drag back there for the vortex.
Big damage.
They've killed on Whisper. It's a dive back on the Timber Saw. Lal turns over towards BZM. He's in on top of him. BZM trying to run up towards the high grab. Yatoro finds the Lucid Beam to finish
Tomato's
him off.
alone.
It's a double kill. Tomato caught by the Hex.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 between Execration and Team Bright. Team Bright get that W, that certified win, and if they can win the series, put themselves in a very favorable position to make it out of the last, or the elimination position of the current playoff format, the group stage. And they're going to open up with Disruptor. They felt like Disruptor did a lot the last game. I actually tend to agree with them. I think the Disruptor had a very big impact on that last fight, and they will, of course, go with the Phoenix as well, taking it away from Execration. They don't want to play into that. Both teams picking both supports.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And ultimately, you know, you're going to pick up a core here for the side of Team Bright. Thinking about ideas that they could go for. Mars is the obvious one. you know, protecting the Phoenix Egg. Protect the egg and just push out any opportunity. I think Mars Techies is also a pretty good lane, so you kind of get that off. But Slaughter gonna be the target for Team Bright. You get the BKB piercing stun with the bashes. So again, some amount of control to help out the Phoenix.
Ten seconds remaining.
But again,
5 seconds remaining.
oh, I just heard the Discord baboop sound. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? The person that I replaced at the start of today is coming to see us to the end. Crasheroni, holy
Hello.
smokes. Hi.
How's it going, dude? It's been a long night, clearly, huh?
Yeah, it's been there's been a lot of Dota, let me tell you. Holy smokes. We've had
10 seconds
Chronospheres, we've had I mean, the last fight we had double ravages, panic storms, we had Phoenix eggs, we had a divine rapier. I mean, we've had it all, dude.
Damn, yeah, last game went 51 minutes. That's insane.
Team back.
And it was a solo cast. So glad you could come in to help me out on this one.
I'm glad I could be here, dude. Glad I can hop in. My internet started the day by shitting itself, so we're all good.
It did.
Yeah,
Hopefully
we're all
this
good.
isn't
We're here
bad
now.
again.
No, it should be fixed.
Yeah, no, should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, definitely gonna be
10
okay.
seconds
We're not
remaining.
caster cursing crashes the internet
Oh God,
at
please.
all.
Radiant team
So
back.
what are we looking at? Play what was the first few games like? How are these two teams matching up? Because Bright, they need some victories here, quite poorly. Or quite badly, I guess would be the better word. So how did YG do earlier? What was that score?
So YG,
do you remember?
Oh my gosh, it's been such a long time. I mean, decades ago even. My
Here, let me
old
check.
man
I'll
brain.
check.
Yeah.
You
this
run us through
series-
this draft.
Yeah, so this series was pretty close. I think Team Bright fell flat on their face game 1.
10 seconds
And Execration
remaining.
had a lead going into game 2. Pretty early on, actually.
5
And
seconds remaining.
Team Bright kind of just clawed their way back through. It took them a long time to end the game, but they did eventually. And I was really impressed, particularly with Okoyo. I think he's the person to look out for Team Bright. He straight up just bought a Divine Rapier on Gyrocopter and was like, I'm just going to win the game for my team. And Team Bright were like, okay, that sounds like fun.
I mean, I feel like a lot of the times on these teams, the carry player is the player to watch out for.
Mm-hmm.
I think Erica is one of the first players to pop into my mind. Like when Erica pops off, they're gonna have a great game. And I think Okoyo is very similar. Like when Okoyo falls flat, oh man, does he fall flat. But when you get a good Okoyo game, I mean, it's fantastic, right? Like he'll carry you to victory. And I think that's a lot of carries right now, right? There's sometimes feast or famine. Like Lifestealer is one of those heroes that isn't necessarily feast or famine, kind of pun intended, where like he can lose early and still do a decent enough recovery where his impact with his items is very impactful, right? Like Armlet, Radiance, these very big items where, you know, maybe another carry needs a third or a fourth item, like a BKB in there to try to really start fighting. But Lifestealer, he can get those 2 items and then just go immediately.
Yeah, the Lifestealer has a pretty okay matchup against the Gyrocopter as well. Like you can go the Aghanim Scepter Radiance build, and then you know you don't care about Gyrocopter at all. You can also protect yourself from Timbersaw. But again, you know, Team Bright, go for the Storm Spirit. Can I be real with you, Crash?
Yeah, you can. This is a safe space.
Storm Spirit is like the most dead hero I think I've ever seen in my life, dude. I don't know why anybody.
Choose your hero.
Oh, what?
You know, Enigma. Interesting.
Oh,
I know. We're getting a treat, aren't we?
Oh, we're getting the juice today. You know, I went
Hopefully,
to.
it is a treat.
Well, I'll tell you, I already have been to the store to buy candy to make myself feel better today. I didn't think I'd be getting more candy today.
Ooh. I mean, look at eye candy too. I mean, that's a very nice
Yeah,
looking
that is
enigma. Kinda
one
goes
might
both ways.
say that this enigma is out of this world.
Ooh, some might say that. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
DVD's got a naked storm spirit. Someone's got to fix that.
Oh. Okay, well, I hope
That
Execration
game really
wins.
lacking on Team Bright, yeah.
Yeah, I really hope Execration win, actually. I don't even...
just based on the
Yeah,
schedule.
no,
I
whatever.
mean, just based on draft, I'm favoring Execration with the caveat of if this Storm Spirit pops off, it might just be over.
Yeah.
Because they really don't have that much reliable catch outside of Frostbite and Black Hole. So yeah,
Well-
if QEDVD gets a game, which he might not, Lewis might just trample him in lane.
Also, Crash, I don't know if you know this. Team Bright did have some roster changes.
Okay.
So they no longer have Irving.
Oh, it's now Lewis. It's now who is it now?
Now Zhang Yu.
Okay, Zhang Yu. Okay.
Yeah, and they got rid of their position 5.
Red Panda.
Red Panda in
Prepare
exchange
for
for Lee
battle.
Quinn.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, hopefully it'll start shaping things up for them because they need
It
it.
has, actually. Yeah, no, it's actually worked out for them really well. I've been impressed. I've been impressed with both of their performances. I was not very, now that Irving's out, I was not very impressed by some of his performances. I felt like he was lacking a lot of the time.
Oh, so now that he's not here, just trash talking to his back.
I would trash talk him to his face though, so that's why I feel confident talking about him like this.
Okay.
So it's
No,
not
fair
like I'm nitpicking, but
yeah.
I feel like I just don't think his playstyle really fit Team Bright's. He's kind of the I'm gonna solo carry from the offlane type deal, and Team Bright kind of need more of a playmaking, like initiating, space absorbing hero or player, and I think Zhang Yu does that very well for them. I think it fits the bill, and I mean Red Panda, maybe not the strongest shot caller for that Team Bright we're kind of looking for, and Lee Quinn. I think a lot of the fights that Team Bright have been taking have been pretty good, actually. I don't think they've been doing anything ridiculously stupid. So that's how you know your shot caller is good, is when you're reining in the team.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully, obviously we don't know what comms look like, like for the shot calling or pause 5 wise, but I hope whoever it is, wherever it is, right, they can grab a hold of that team, right, and control them in a way that makes it so that these little mistakes don't really slip through the cracks, right?
Yeah.
Like either you are addressing them, or you're just making it so that doesn't happen, right? Like eventually you gotta rage earlier, blah blah blah, right? Making these calls that are important, maybe not necessarily playing the other players as well, but maybe like giving them just a little bit more.
I think the only person that is like acceptable at playing every hero on this team is Puppy. And he
That's fair.
also has the micro to do it too. I feel like there might have been 1 or 2 times in his career where like he's been playing pub games and he's probably been like, guys, just let me control you.
Give me shared unit control.
Give me shared unit control.
Well, I think we were talking about this. I don't know if you were in the party at the time, Play, but we were talking about this in the 5-stack recently. I think No Tail used to do that as well, with his Meepos, and he would share unit control to his teammates, so they'd be able to like use the Meepo just in case he didn't net in time or this or that. I thought that was pretty interesting. I think the only other like use of that I've seen is TA traps.
Yeah.
Which I think the most common, right? Share unit control of your TA traps for your team to pop the traps is very important. At least I think. I think that's one of the things that makes, unironically, one thing that makes the difference between a great and a good Templar player. But that's not even like under your control, other than clicking the buttons. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's like you could take the necessary steps, but beyond that, it's up to your teammates, and we know how reliable that is in our pubs.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it?
No. Well, you know what? This lane isn't. Oh, TK.
Speaking of not ideal.
Yeah. Speaking of, can you run me?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I was about to say, can you run me through what happened there?
Well, it kind of just got run down by Insanity and CML.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy went down. I mean, Disruptor level 1 is really rough. You know, you have Thunderstrike and the power of the Runaway on your mount, and that's about it. Right, no glimpses. Definitely no static fields, or static storms, no kinetic fields to keep you safe. And the first few levels of Disruptor is really where you can punish them the most.
Yeah.
Especially when Disruptors nowadays are going like a 2-1-1, 2 points in the Thunderstrike, instead of like a 1-2-1, getting the 2 points in a glimpse. So we'll see what TK wants to do here. I would assume it's gonna once again be another.
Well, it might be a dead here, but
no. Now that he's 2, this lane gets a lot easier for him. He still needs to be careful of not getting run down. Like, call out. Yeah, he's got the salve already going.
Yeah.
He's got more regen now, too. So, right now you just kind of got to weather the storm. Because this lane, this Gyro CM lane is super strong. I think Disruptor's notoriously one of the weaker laners until he starts getting doubles. Yeah. In the game in general, like in this game, but also in the game as well, right? He's fine, but he'd love to be paired. Like his aggressiveness is amplified by his core,
or his core,
right? Or like, whatever hero that might be, right? Like I think Disruptor Gyro's a really cool pairing as well, similar to the CM, right? You just keep them in or you drag them back into the rocket barrage. Slardar's fine too. But Slardar needs a little bit of levels, right? Like I think Slardar's aggression peaks at level 6. Where he's not necessarily one of those heroes that hits a huge level 3 power spike. Like if you look now, he's got 1 point each ability.
Again.
Yeah, this should be like status quo. I think for TK, right? As long as he's using his abilities, he's safe. But the second he stops using his abilities, plate, that's when you'll know he's in trouble. So, mana, health. Any sort of resources you can get right now to stay in lane and keep your Slardar safe. Because at the end of the day, if they're going on you and you're not dying, that means they're not killing your Slardar.
Yeah, and Slardar, I mean, he's going to eat up all of those wand charges as well. It's up to 15, so he's doing well. You talked about weathering the storm earlier, Crash, and there is quite literally a Storm Spirit in the game. I'm not sure Timbersaw is the quote-unquote best laner against the Storm, but maybe we can walk through this lane together.
It feels fine, in my opinion, for both ways. I think as long as you don't overstep your bounds in the Storm Spirit, Timber shouldn't have too much of a kill potential. Like, as long as you're not sitting near the trees under your tower tanking an entire creep wave, you should be fine, and QEDVD's been doing a really good job at kind of keeping the lane in a good position right in the middle of the river where he's not getting pushed back under his own tower. Because that's where Timbersaw is the most dangerous, really. When there's a wave under your tower and he can dive you under the trees. Top lane.
Yeah, they're looking for a little play. It's going to be Insanity or Abbott. I don't know what he prefers. I was going to ask, actually, in the lobby, but wasn't able to. I've been calling him Abbott.
Okay.
Shanks bottom had to pop the Lotus to keep himself alive.
Dire structures are fortified.
But
I mean,
Crash, there's a big number on the wrong side of the last hits and denies chart. It's Tina with 18 denies.
Jesus, that's actually insane. I mean, keep in mind too, this is Enigma without the demonic it's demonic conversion now, right? It's not whatever it was called before.
I don't know. It's demonic summoning now.
Now it's demonic summoning, not demonic.
Yeah, it was You freaking idiot.
I know, I'm sorry.
How could you not get this? Top lane, the Gyrocopter getting run down. Abbott needing a little bit of support here, but CML, the only thing he can do is help a blast off. Shanks continuing on. They get the frostbite, they get the 2 kills top. You lose Gyrocopter, Crash, but I feel like that is kind of worth early on.
Yeah, that's not too shabby, right? Slardar's probably going to be the main playmaker for Bright, so anytime you kill off Slardar, you should be happy with it. Now this is where this Timbersaw lane really starts hurting. Right now he's level 6 and you're level 6. You want to make a rotation, but you need to clear out this wave first.
Tino bottom, he needs a little bit of help. There's no Tanky is around because he made the play top, and you know it was like okay for Execration before. Now I think it's bad.
Yeah, because keep in mind that maybe it's gonna start getting better here if they can kill Slardar once again.
Yeah, they're looking for that glimpse.
It's just a get out of jail free card. It saves the Wisdom Rune, I guess.
I guess, but I mean that Whirling Death. Can you tell me why Timbersaw only does pure damage? Actually.
Can I tell you why? No, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
can
not
you tell me why?
I got no answer for you, unfortunately, brother.
Why is this like the only hero that does only pure damage?
Because they really needed to make Timbersaw not fall off as the game went later, I guess. That'd be my answer. Because here's my thought, right? And this is my philosophy on game design, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I think if the general audience can think, why isn't Timbersaw magical damage? Then clearly the devs have tried it. Right? Clearly they went, Timbersaw magical damage, let's try it out. And they went, oh, this doesn't work. We need to fix it. And this was the fix they had in mind. That's not rocket science, right? Like thinking, hey, they should make it magical. That's not a hard thing to do, right? Oh, CML might have to hold that thought. Big zip.
Yeah, CML. Talk about things that are hard to do. Living on Crystal Maiden against the Storm Spirit is one of them. You have the glimpse. Actually, QE DVD, the Shock Group still went through, cut him in half with the help of the blast off from Techies. And now they're continuing on a little bit more. Lewis looking for that angle with the Timber Chain. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, the name of the spell, because it's not a chain of timbers. It's like you chain 2 timber, I guess, but timber is manufactured wood. It's not like...
Well, yeah, that's why it's a timber chain. Oh, I guess.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like a tree chain. Yeah, no,
exactly.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, that's where my problem is. See, I'm just gonna nitpick everything that I see from now on. That's just the mood that I'm in.
Oh, that's fair. You know, we all get in that mood sometimes. Speaking of mood, Tino's in a mood too, a Vlad's mood, and he's almost got it already. Pretty good timing. I mean, he is, despite all of those denies, one of the least farmed cores on the map. Slardar and Tino are fighting for that spot right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, one does have 22 denies, so, you know, a bit happier than the other.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty space top, right? Like, you have level 6 on Zhang Yu now, so Abbott can't really go in the lane. He's got Falcon Blade finished up, gonna go for the Chrysalis next. Very normal item progression from the Gyrocopter, but we've been seeing in this tournament like 15-minute Chrysalis Falcon Blade Aghanim Scepters on Gyro. This was not one of those games.
Now play, are you in game itself? Because I'm stuck looking at the clean feed, so I need you to look at something for me.
Yeah.
Very important. Is Slardar rushing an Orchid?
So what if I say no, and what if I say yes?
Well, the no is good, the yes is bad. What are we looking at?
Okay, we're looking at a good situation here. We're looking,
Okay.
Dead Phoenix, which is bad, but no Orchid Rush, which is good. Instead, we're going to be seeing Link, Shard, BKB.
God bless. God bless. Because this is also not a good Orchid game. It feels fine until Enigma gets BKB. It feels fine until, like, CM, like, I guess gets literally anything to help her live. Right? So, you're trying to feed off these cores that just, like, that's what Orchid enables you to do, is feed off the cores as well. Right? Like, I feel like if Slardar was on Execration, maybe we'd see more of an Orchid rush, because you're dealing with a Storm Spirit and a Life Stealer, these heroes that need their abilities to work. Where Execration, they really don't have a hero that's really reliant on that other than Timbersaw, and you can't really full to zero a Timbersaw as a Slardar, even with an Orchid. That's just not happening.
Oh, speaking of games that you missed a Meepo game.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
It was, and it actually worked really hard. It was a first pick Lifestealer on the enemy team, and then the team countering the Lifestealer picked, this is not a joke, Bane, Tusk, Beastmaster, and Meepo.
Damn, that's insane.
Yeah, the Lifestealer did not have a game.
No, that's fair.
Yeah,
and I feel
felt
like
I wanted to bring that up.
Make it so Meepo doesn't have a game is like Elder Titan.
Yeah. Well,
I've
it
been
was
seeing a
last
lot
pick.
of 3 Elder Titans. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you last pick Meepo, you just can't deal with it. It's like this weird cheese pick, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel it weird calling Meepo a cheese pick because you need to have a lot of skill to play the hero. Oh, QDVD. Did he just cancel his shovel? Oh, that feels bad.
He did, yeah. No, we're definitely going to highlight that. Just make himself feel a little bit worse, yeah. Amplify damage room. Blast off, getting pump fake. Shanks commits. QDVD actually got the... Okay, that feels illegal. He did get the amplify damage room, one more right click, but that's the static storm on top of it, trying to keep QDVD alive. Will not be able to. Now TK is going to chase down with the Timber Chain. That little mine, it might be little, but it does a lot of damage. Gets the kill onto TK alongside Lewis, and Execration are going full throttle. Then the capitalists of the Timber Saw and the techies, the manufacturers, you could say, creating a bit of a win here in the capitalistic Execration society.
You know, that's one thing you can always count on for North Americans is to go on a capitalist rant. Jesus plate. Wow. Holy moly.
I just
really
gotta get it.
Us all look bad here, aren't you?
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I'm not the guy that lost my internet, you know?
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Blame Rogers, not me. And you know how unreliable that is.
I do. You know what? Fair.
Yeah.
Completely reasonable. You know what's
Smoke
also
out from
fair?
Bright.
Smoke.
What's
Yep.
this? Yeah.
Well, Team
Into
Bright.
jungle. Oh, by CML.
Oh, well, no, it's actually going to be by a bad It's a beautiful call down and Execration. They let Storm Spirit deal with CML, and Advent has to deal with 3 heroes by himself. He absolutely cannot do it. And again, we just talked about this. Crystal Maiden, how do you run away from a Storm Spirit?
What beautiful target prioritization there from Team Bright, right? CM is under no circumstances the hero you need to make that gank work. Instead, you dive deeper, grab the gyrocopter, exactly the hero that you want for that gank to work. And I mean, it's just phenomenal from Team Bright, right? The target prioritization is very, very good. Whoever made that call, hands down, well, won them that engagement. Because if they all in on CM, Gyro gets out, right? There's no chance in hell Gyro just doesn't run away from you. Like, you could have done that the other way, I guess. You could have had Storm Spirit jump on the backline onto the Gyro, and then you all 3 kill the CM first. That's the only other thing I could think you really do there.
I think the problem with that crash and why what Team Bright did makes it so much more impactful. Storm Spirit doesn't have the mana to kill Gyrocopter.
Yeah, exactly.
2,000 HP on Gyro with the safety bubble. Like, you don't even have 1,000 mana on Storm Spirit. Don't look at, mind you, he has 999 max mana, but it's not 1,000. So
that's true, that checks out. No, that
yeah,
checks out.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I know about numbers, it's when they're not the same. Not quite knowing when they add together well or multiply.
Yeah.
But, oh, trust me, when they're different from each other.
Black Bull has been committed onto Slardar. This is a world of pain, and he's definitely gonna die there. Lee Quinn, the target of that whirling death.
Lewis
How
is
do
on
you
a
like
roll.
your eggs?
This is so scary. How do I like my eggs? I'm an over easy fan.
Over easy fan? You think Timbersaw likes his eggs over easy too?
I think with his sunny disposition, he's a sunny side up boy.
That's a really fair point.
Yeah. Maybe a poached egg.
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice hollandaise sauce. Ooh. Can you tell it's breakfast time?
It is breakfast. I can't tell. Oh man, both you and Kawaii have been complaining about breakfast the whole time. I'm not gonna lie. Link on the slaughter.
CML.
Yeah, CML, dude. You're just a lamb at this point.
But once again, tanks the gank. This time it works out very, very well. They just rotated 5 heroes for Team Bright. Very big over-rotation for sure. But they expected the Timbersaw.
They wanted Lewis.
Goodness.
What?
There's just 3 mines popping on Zhao Yu there.
Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, he's barely fine, but he's fine.
Barely a scratch, honestly.
Now, we could definitely be stepping up those mine games, because I'm pretty sure you could put like 6 or 7 down there instead of just the 4. Really need to up those mines up.
You know, I love what Shanks is doing. I saw it was ZZQ on the techies, just like I think he did. You know, like the hexagon pattern you can do with mines if you have a big enough era? He was doing that on the mine spots and just like getting kills.
Yeah,
consistently. The whole game. Yeah.
Consistently, yeah. Like he killed Puck. I'm pretty sure I remember the game you're talking about. He killed Puck like twice doing that. He killed the Void once and tipped him, and then typed ... in chat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I remember this.
Yeah.
This has single-handedly made me want to play Techies. Nice play.
Lewis! Oh moly smokes! Oh, there's a reason why this guy's cooking.
Oh man, he's feeling himself after that one. How could you not feel yourself after that?
Oh
goodness.
Oh, Pog, crazy.
Execration are here to win.
Yeah. They don't want to give Team Bright the light of day. And as we keep saying, Crash, Team Bright aren't actually in a playoff spot at the moment. They need to win a series, whether it's today or tomorrow. They only have 2 chances. This is one of those 2 chances at winning it. And this game is not looking like it's good odds for them.
Yeah, right now, everyone else is decided in the group stage except Yangon, Galacticos, and Team Bright.
Yeah.
Right. There's only 2-point difference between these teams. And YG, they've played all of their games. Bright, they have 1 more. So technically, they could lose this game and still be tied, I believe, with YG.
But they have to head-to-head matchup.
Yes. Yeah. So
you need to have 1 more point with YG.
Yeah.
That's how that works. High breaks. Very important.
Very, very.
Oh no. Is this another black hole? Is this another dead slaughter? I mean, Shanks pump faked once, the blast off coming onto the slaughter. More than enough damage. No, they don't need it. And I mean, that makes this engagement even scarier. You brought TK in, or get out onto the Storm Spirit, but again, Tino on the side still has that black hole. I'm waiting for it to land out. TK cut through from Lewis. Storm Spirit died, and this is kind of why I don't like Storm. You just kind of aren't a hero until you have 6 items.
Yeah, I mean, what Execration does there is beautiful, right? They all just sit around. They show the techies. That's about it, and they're sitting there waiting for Storm Spirit to show up. Right, just sitting there, buying their time and waiting. Who cares if Shanks is dead? You get 3 very high priority kills on the side of Bright, right? Any sort of kill on Disruptor even is super important. This is a greedy position 4/5 hero. He needs items, he needs levels. Ideally, he needs like Shard Blink Eggs. That's what you want in perfect world.
Yep.
And those are expensive items, right? Even your Shard, unless you're getting it at 20 minutes, it gets a lot less valuable. Like, you ideally want that Shard as soon as possible. And he does have it, thankfully. TK did get that Shard. So things do get a little bit easier for Disruptor now. Like, he can kind of sit back and fight a little bit easier. And just pump out damage. This ability is so busted with the Shard. It's so dumb.
I experienced it for the first time in all of its glory. On the tail end of it, mind you. And Shanks, he's also on the tail end of it. Has a blast off, but again, there's always the threat of glimpse. So really, are you going to get up? They pop the rage as well. Under Okoyo, where's the black hole, Tino? I guess the Static Storm is there. Beautiful call up from my co-caster Crash, and of course, beautiful infest from the Lifestealer getting out of there. And still, the Techies died from that Aghanim shard you were talking about moments ago.
So dumb. I mean, it feels so good to be a Disruptor player.
It does. Are you a Disruptor player?
I have 500 games on the hero, and this was even like before that relics were created. I've been playing this hero for a very long time.
This is before the relics were created.
Like, I have 525 Disruptor games, and I just hit level 25. Like, just. That's how many, and then I have 200 and something Dawnbreaker games at level 25. So that just goes to show how much, like, I play this hero a lot. I've played him a lot, but he's been so bad for a long time.
He's been
the first time that people have really been like, oh my god, this hero, like, he's onto something. And I've been saying this shard isn't the worst shard in the game. No one ever believed me, but here we are. Look who's laughing now. It's me. Haha. Sorry, I really had to get that out of my system.
Yeah, you know what? I just wanted to stay silent to let you sink in that moment. Yeah, no, it's all you, dude.
I needed that, yeah.
I know. You need the validation. You don't get a lot of validation from Dota, trust me.
No, it's you really don't. And to
You
be fair,
really
the
don't.
shard was really bad for a really long time.
Oh, it was awful.
I
Yeah.
get it. But it's just because people weren't maxing Thunderstrike. Right,
Yeah.
you'd get the shard and you'd have 1 point of Thunderstrike and you're like, cool,
Yep.
I can grant vision, and that's about it.
Yep. I recall the days when Bat Rider Shard was good. You go Manta style, and now it's needs to be reworked because it's due to water.
Didn't it like used to work with Mage Slayer?
I think why it worked was doing
or something like that.
It still does. Like the sticky napalm still applies damage on those items, which is why you bought them. But it was because like you'd buy Manta style and then you'd keep applying sticky napalm stacks and you get to max stacks within like 2 seconds.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why. So you'd like go blink.
They had to shift a lot of things around in that shard.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because there used to be a bug with it in Mage Slayer. I'm almost positive.
That's possible.
I can't remember. Other people will probably know. I was never a Bad Rider player. I didn't keep tabs on that hero whatsoever, except when he was like on the enemy team. That's when.
Yeah.
That's when I'd really remember all the pain and suffering that Bad Rider causes.
Oh,
What a
pain,
great hero.
suffering. Yeah, what an absolute great hero. Just can just abduct heroes for free through BKB.
Yeah. Speaking of through BKB, Tino is fat as hell in the best way possible. He's got a BKB, a Blink Dagger, an Aether Lens, and that Vlad's. They're just going to sit behind Insanity, and there's really nothing that Bright can do at this point. They just finished Radiance on Lifestealer, and that's all they really have.
AF Manta, I guess. He's come back, but again, this Aegis of Immortality onto Abat, the Gyrocopter. Is there an angle to kill him? I think Team Bright thinks so. They're going to go in a little bit, just doing the poke, doing the prodding. But Lewis, he's doing more than poking and prodding. Jag, QE DVD with the play, with the BKB as well, trying to find Tino, stopping that blink from coming in. Saves maybe the life of Okoyo. And now it's Abbott's turn. Does he come in? Does he come out? Does he weave in? Does he weave out? No, instead, it's going to be the Slaughter coming in with that BKB. Lewis finding the backline. TK with the Static Storm. It's a disaster for Team Bright. They have to get out of there. TK, he pays for his sins with his life. And Execration still have the black hole available on Tino. Even though Team Bright know where the black hole would come from, they can't do anything to stop it. He's just sitting on the side, licking his lips, chopping his chops. And Execration, they get one lane of racks off the back of a failed Static Storm and Crash. I'm not sure if Team Bright can hold on to this high ground any longer.
I mean, look at the net worth difference between Gyro and Lifestealer. Right, and we talked about how Lifestealer, he is one of those heroes that can do a lot early on with his little net worth, or with less net worth than the cores, as the other cores, but how do you get on top of this Gyro to start doing the damage to Lifestealer?
I'm not sure, and Lewis, he's just gonna run amok, run free, little boy. Go through the enemy team with your haster, and they get the glimpse back, so he's kind of stuck himself a little bit into no man's land with the BKB black hole coming in. It's protected by an egg onto the two cores. Gonna come in at the very tail end, but not before the two people stuck, caught inside of the black hole. It's a net worth difference that is causing all the difference here as Execration go up onto the high ground. Lewis, he's gonna charge forward, get glimpsed back, but Al, that's a big Static Storm onto 3 heroes. Hold on a minute, the damage is there onto 1 hero, but Lewis coming in, getting a double kill. It'll most definitely be GG on the side of Team Bright, but they're not going to be finished here yet, Crash. They're going to fight to the very bitter end, and Team Bright, they bite back on TK. He doesn't really have anything left in his back pocket. He just has pocket change. Please, sir, may I have another? He's just waiting for a little bit of time, but his middle racks has fallen. There's no tier 2 tower bottom. Execration, what is the plan here? Are they going to get glimpsed back onto the Gyrocopter? Yes, they will. He's dead. So, you know what? At Constellation. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you lose 2 lanes of racks 26 minutes in, but you get the Gyro Copium.
That's okay. We're in Copium territory, yes.
I think you almost have to be now, right? You're 12k behind at 26 minutes in. Team Bright, they're kind of running out of options, and the only option consistently is going to be big Static Storms.
Well, you are 2,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor. So basically, you need to win like 1 or 2 fights before he's gonna have it.
Here's my thing with this Aghanim's Disruptor.
Yeah.
You are not going to be BKBing after your Black Hole on Enigma, right? You BKB Blink in Black Hole. Static Storm doesn't do anything at that point. Your Ag Static Storm means nothing, right? All it doesn't increase duration. It doesn't increase damage. Yeah, but does Gyro have a BKB yet?
He does. Yeah, he does.
Okay.
He does.
I didn't quite notice it last time. So I feel like he would have popped it if he'd had it.
I think he.
Am I
just
crazy?
Bought it. I think he just
9
bought
seconds,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
9 seconds. Yes. No, 8 seconds. He did.
Okay,
use it.
so he did use it last fight. Okay.
I think he used it during Black Hole.
That's exactly what happened. I'm pretty
That
sure.
is what happened. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
You know what, Crash? I'm normally not right about things that have happened. I've actually
I
have
think
a
you're
really
right on
bad
that
track
one.
record.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of proud of myself.
Dire's top tower is under
Just notice the
Execration.
big glowy heroes. I
Yeah.
don't have that same skill.
Well, you know what, big glowy heroes, Execration are looking for
Dire's middle
big
tower is
white
under
buildings. There's a tier 3 tower left in the bottom lane. What can Team Bright do to make this win happen? They're going to smoke up, maybe find an angle here, but there's Black Hole available on Tino. I think he's the target. You have to find him on the Storm Spirit, burst him through BKB. Execration, they walk up high ground. I think they know something's up. They have Lewis Engel on the top area, and Sonar uses the BKB, can't find anything, and Lewis blinking up onto the high ground, finding Phoenix as well. It's going to be Gyrocopter in the middle with the BKB of his own QE DVD, right-clicking through Shanks. He gets 1 kill, but it's Tino on the side. I'm just waiting for this Black Hole to come through. Black Hole onto Lifestealer, maybe at some point. The Freezing Field comes through. They get the Static Storm onto the Gyrocopter. But again, Lifestealer, he's going to walk away. It's a homing missile. You kind of botched this fight a little bit on Execration, being a little bit too patient. Well, finally, you get the kill onto the Storm Spirit. Now Koyo walking away from Lewis. He can't really man-fight that guy. But the Gyrocopter falling incredibly low. The Static Storm doing a lot of damage. He needs 1 more. You get hit by 1 more Static Storm on the Gyrocopter, you're probably going to die, and it will happen. He gets picked off, and Lifestealer is still alive. You're dancing around with the Timber Saw. Beep, beep, beep. I'm a creep. Okay, what can you do to me? Clap. Tino has the BKB, has the Black Hole, is going to use it for Radiance Burn. Is it going to be able to kill him? By the time the BKB hits, no. Okoyo still getting cut down here by the Lewis Timber Saw. Is there a tree around? I don't think so. 1 blink, Whirling Death going to be it. Ha ha ha, lucky him. Lewis, he is owning this game right now, and Zhang Yu going to be the target of the blast off. That completely whiffs. We're not going to talk about it that much longer, except for the fact that I'm going to continue saying what I will, because I can. Shanks, shame on you.
I mean, that fight, all things considering for Team Bright, went okay, right? You get the Gyro once again. This Disruptor Shard is so dumb, dude. It is such a dumb ability, and it's killed Gyro 2 fights in a row, pretty much single-handedly. It's just consistent, long-term damage over these fights, and once you get that level 10 ability, it's dealing like 1,000 damage or something. Like, it's actually insane. And it stacks, so it is constantly forever. Ideally, in a perfect world, you lay that on top of Enigma so he can't blink Black Hole in any given fight. Right? That is the perfect world for you. Or if he does, he needs to BKB it off, wait a few seconds for Blink Dagger to come back up, and then initiate. And at that point, you've wasted half of his BKB.
You know, say what you will about Enigma, but you need to be able to Black Hole in order to, like... Again, like half of Enigma is not Black Hole. It is actually using Midnight Pulse effectively and the Malefice as well as not feeding away the demonic summonings, but the other half is Black Hole. He waited basically until everybody was dead before he used it.
Yeah, I think he definitely could have Black Holed that Lifestealer a lot earlier.
Yeah.
I think Tino was waiting for the double Black Hole. Unfortunately, it just never was given to him. They do get him in the end. Right, Lifestealer does die, but it costs you a lot. Well, Sean will be next on the docket for both of these two teams. Hopefully, Execration, they're able to, hold their ground here.
Problem
they
is
are
Tino,
down a hero.
Yeah, they're down a hero, and they're down a Black Hole. So the big team fight from Execration not going to be available. Lewis I mean, he's pretty unkillable, but the rest of his team, we've seen that they're not. And at bat, he's caught out with the creep. They see him, they blink in immediately. Static Storm not going to be available, but they pop the egg immediately. Everybody on top of the gyrocopter, he's going to die. CML up onto the low ground, dies as well. The egg connects beautifully, and now Team Bright, they're going to march towards the Roche pit. Roche hasn't respawned yet, going to be another 30 seconds, but by that time, Team Bright easily will take the Roche on.
They still have to be careful because Timber saw Enigma exist.
Yeah.
Right? And if they group up in the pit, they're just dead. That's that Egg Static Storm coming in handy, right? Gyro, they just all in on the Gyrocopter as soon as he's caught in Static Storm. And unlike Black Hole, it's not this huge multi-man ability you need to use, right? It's a pick-off tool. I think that's that's a thing that people really miss with Static Storm, is that it's simply just an ability to land, like to supplement your glimpse, right? You glimpse someone back, and the worst thing they can do is blink away. Throw a Static Storm on top. I guess they can't anymore because glimpse does damage. Wow, that's my old brain. But you used to be able to just blink away, and that's why Static Storm exists, right? You just lay it on top of them, and they're dead if your team all ins on them. And that's what happens there in that Team Bright fight.
Okay, so Koyo did a really cool play I want to highlight. He infested a target that was teleporting, and so he got a free TP.
Very high value play, honestly.
Yeah. I know it's like kind of meaningless because at best it's 100 gold that you save, but you know what? We gotta highlight. We gotta highlight these because nobody in chat would have done that.
And you know what?
What?
And you know what too? If you're saving for buyback, 100 gold could be the difference.
Hold on, let's see. Let's check buybacks. He doesn't have buybacks, so that value play.
Well, it's more valuable now because he needs 100 less gold for his buyback. He didn't need to buy another TP scroll.
The only two players that have buybacks in this game are both the position 5s.
Oh, good.
It's Phoenix and Crystal Maiden. Yeah, nobody else cares. Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
to be fair, Execration really need to not care. Execration shouldn't care. Team Bright, they're definitely the players, the heroes that really need to pay attention to their buybacks.
I've been critical of Storm Spirit, the hero, not the player, but I think QEDVD has had a pretty couple nice glimpses. That's the wrong player. And hero. He's had a couple nice zip-ins. He's found a few good targets, and has 8 kills, so it's not like he's just feeding his life away for nothing.
No, he only fed his life away once, and that was pre-BKB. Ever since QEDVD has gotten the QE BKB, it's been looking really good for him.
That's a high level analysis right there. That's good stuff.
DD Rune spawns in the river. Execration. This is the game ender here. Hopefully, they might have Aegis, but if you pick up that DD, you posture on a high ground, wait for Team Bright to step out, might be able to find something here.
I had to cut you off there. It's not double damage rune.
Oh,
actually,
I hate you.
It's not double damage.
The worst part is I do this to other people too, and it just feels awful coming back to me.
I know, dude. It's so bad.
Bright. This is what Execration were waiting for, right? Bright to make a move like this. They might have Aegis, but it was just a damn Roshan banner, so no cheese, no nothing like that. Kill everyone but the Lifestealer, and he's an easy double take.
It's Execration owning up this high ground. They have a beautiful ward up, scouting out the mid lane, but they don't have any way to scout this bottom lane. And Team Bright, they can't really afford to just go up high ground with that vision. You see them scouting it out a little bit. CML eats the gank to start, and now they BKB Black Hole. And Phoenix dives in, gets caught. The Static Storm out onto 4 heroes, but is it going to be enough? QEDVD bumps the BKB immediately, then buy back onto 2 heroes. The Infest coming through and onto Abbott, but of course, you have nothing besides this. Agents of Immortality have been trying his best, but the sun coming in. The brashes onto the gyrocopter are going to be more than enough, and you see the high-level play. The harpoon and the glimpse now onto Lewis. He's caught in the middle of 4 heroes. Execration had to use the buyback for the Timber Chain. Not going to really connect. Double whirling blades get the kills, but Lewis will eventually fall. You did have to use a... Oh, TK, you got to be careful. Team Bright had to use a bunch of buybacks to salvage that fight, but in the end, it's kind of okay for them. It ends up being 4 for 4.
I mean, it's a huge fight for Team Bright. Execration, they do have a win condition now, and it's not like Team Bright are going to take any sort of big objectives here, other than maybe a tier 2 tower or so. But still, right, getting 2,000 gold onto your Slardar from that fight, pretty much just from killing the Timber Saw, is huge. Right, that's going to propel him towards his next item, because he doesn't need to save for buyback anymore. Life's here, like, he'd like to get his buyback before he gets the next item, and I don't think there's anything too big for Koyo anyways to really purchase here. Maybe Abyssal Blade would probably be your best option, the way to cancel the BKB Black Hole. But yeah, that fight was, I mean, kind of disastrous for Team Bright if they didn't buy back, right? Phoenix dove into the Black Hole. Storm Spirit zipped into the Black Hole, the very tail end of it, catching at the end of it all 4 heroes. So that was quite bad of a start for Bright, but they salvaged it with that huge Static Storm from TK. But once again, the BKBs were already out. So unfortunately, it's not stopping. It just does what it normally does, right? It wasn't stopping those BKBs from coming out.
Well, you said it doesn't do extra damage, but I think the extra duration kind of...
There is no extra duration.
Well, there isn't? It literally just mutes items?
Yeah, it just mutes items. Like, hover over the Aghanim Scepter, it literally just has mutes items.
That's like the one tooltip that Dota got right, dude.
Because you have the talent for extended duration, which in then turn gives you extra damage, so you don't need a damage talent and a duration talent. Right, I think it's 2.5 seconds at level 15 or something like that. Or maybe that's the 20. I can't remember. It's one of the two. 500 disruptor games, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt.
Oh man, look at my stats. I swear, I promise. I promise.
Just like how you're really an immortal Smurf.
Oh, I don't know who told you that, but that's a lie.
Yeah. Shout out to the people they play pubs with, and they're like, I'm an immortal, listen to me. And you're like, are you sure about that?
Yeah, I say that all the time.
Yeah, you do say that all the time. That's why I friended you, because I thought you were good at the game.
Oh, TK now with the blink dagger as well. These static
hold on a minute. Gyrocopter gonna get zipped on here immediately. Can they get the connection field before he gets the BKB out? Yes, they can. But it's a huge 4-man black hole. Tino, he gets revenge. Hold on a minute. The egg actually stuns on 4. And Team Bright, they lose the Storm Spirit. They're gonna get the run hightail out of there. It's actually pretty good for them, all things considered. They force a Gyrocopter buyback for basically some pretty low cooldown spells. I mean, Egg not quite so much, but they force the refresher from Enigma.
I mean, they're not going to expect this. I don't know if they know that Tino has Refresher Orb.
Did he just buy it?
He, like, just bought it, yeah.
Oh, this is not going to be good for Team Bright. If they can somehow...
Like, oh, if they're overzealous here, if they play... Because I think to kind of harp on what you were saying earlier, 50% of Enigma's Black Hole, I think 25% of Enigma's his other abilities, and I think the other 25% is the threat of Black Hole. I think Black Hole is a huge part of the hero, and not having Black Hole is a very big opening because the hero kind of does nothing otherwise.
Well, Team Bright, they're going to have the tier 3 tower sieged. Gonna burn down the Timber Saw a little bit. The call down coming through. Okoyo, like losing maybe a quarter health, can't quite manage to dodge homing missile. We all saw that. You're about at the game. The fortification has been used onto the tower. They have Storm Spirit available, but it's Tino onto the back line. He's got the smoke up. What will Execration do? They don't have buyback on the Gyrocopter, so if he dies here, this could be the game. They get the Hex out onto the Lifestealer. He's in a lot of trouble, but Storm Spirit in the back, dealing quite a bit of damage to tanks. Now has to get out. Has the BKB running out, and Tino, has anybody clicked on him to see that he is Refresher Orb? I'm not quite sure, but these racks, they're taking permanent damage. You can't really help it out. Disruptor has the ninja gear, so he'll self-smoke. Looking for an angle. The angle's found onto the Timber Saw. They use the Rage onto the Lifestealer. They know that the Black Hole might be available. They're just trying to play around kiting out this Timbersaw, but again, he's just so tanky. He's got the Hex out onto the left field once more. Can he get the they get the black hole? It's there, but it's gonna be underneath the Static Storm. The egg. Can they get the kill out of the gyrocopter? I don't think so. The right click coming through. It's a disarm onto the gyro. They buy back onto two. They buy back on left field. Buy back on the Storm Spirit. Trying to get the kill onto the damn gyrocopter, but he's gonna live through everything. Tino, black hole. Tino, God. Tino did everything for Execration. They get the kill on the Lifestealer and the Disruptor. And now Execration, they're going to take these two last racks. And Tino, with that surprise refresh, are going to have another black hole in 30 seconds. Well before Team Bright are ready to fight again. Wind Waker up. Storm Spirit, what can he do to make the play happen? Panic Satanic on the gyrocopter. Maybe one attack can get him back up to half health, but Team Bright, it's Mega Creeps knocking on their doorstep in just a few moments. What can the Slaughter do? He's basically, I mean, it's him and Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit, where's his angle? Who does he kill? I'm not sure, but it's very clear for Execration what the plan is. They want to kill the Ancient, and now the Storm Spirit forced to commit, forced to get hexed up. Instant GG called the moment he dies. Black hole into the fountain, because why not? And Team Bright lose. They have to win the next series if they want to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, huh, Play? Team Bright, they're currently 1 point behind YG. Wow.
But they need 2 points.
But they need 2 points, yeah. They pretty much need to win against Spiky.
Yeah. I mean, unless they don't want to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If they can, I guess they can just concede. That's fair too.
Yeah.
But I feel like getting into playoffs here at Kobolds Rave's a very big thing, right? The difference between 9th place and 8th place is $1,000. So that's no chumps change, right? So
nope.
They're definitely gonna be battling out for it. But Execration, what a crazy game from them. I mean, was this what the whole series was like? Play? Did I miss a banger?
Yeah, you missed a banger, dude.
Oh man.
You actually did. But, I mean, game 1 wasn't like this, but game 2 definitely had a lot of moments like this. And you know, Execration coming out ahead against Team Bright here, it looked pretty close. Like, Team Bright had a lot of fighting chances, but I'm not sure they really had an answer to Lewis, who was a monster that game.
Yeah, Lewis played phenomenally. I mean, Tino was great as well that game on the Enigma. There was really the only sign of hope was a 300 net worth lead that Team Bright had at 39 minutes into the game. Other than that, it was Execration's game the entire map, right? They played insane. Tino, he had one-man black hole, and that was at the very beginning of the game when it doesn't matter how many people you black hole, it just matters they die. And after that, right, 2-mans, 3-mans, 4-man black holes, absolutely phenomenal on the Enigma. What more can we say about the Execration lineup? Lewis played great as well, I guess. CML tanked the ganks. I mean, it was just all around really good plays from Execration. Execution from Execration on point.
Oh, there you go. And a little bit of iteration to close it out. But I have been Mr. Plate. This has been Crasheroni finishing it off with us. And
pushing the high ground has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
They're kryptonite, the high ground.
But Malrine, he wants to play aggressive. Arrow will miss.
Rolling Thunder.
Gwen denied regeneration rune.
Still on this Razor with a lot of damage now with Amar arriving. And that Rolling Thunder ending. Curse Crown is there. Amar with crits still going to get on top of Jokam for a double kill on your Viper. Now Ponyo, very isolated, left out on an island. Not much Akashi can do here. Level 5, 10 minutes in, so not even a defensive chrono available here for Akashi. As the Moonlight Shadow is going to allow Falcons here to close the gap onto Ponyo.
They really want that level 4 maiden, huh?
Get it.
Big chunk of money, 221 for Malrine.
Yeah, we've seen these games, though, where some teams only get support kills, right? Just killing off a position 5 over and over again. At least Talon are finding core kills, important ones to try and buy them time to get into late game. And good attempted move by Chuen there to get to high ground, but now he's stuck on low ground, moving and turning around on the snaking. Dragonite in, and with that breakdown on Timbersaw, tons of magic damage comes his way. WS and Jokam both fall. Amar with a double kill. And is that the Crystal Maiden trying to scurry away with a couple of 100 health? I don't see her. Instead, turning their eyes and targets onto the Faceless Void to bring him down, and a triple kill. Yeah, I think at this point, Talon needs King Jenkins and his entire round table to come in on their Knights and Lancers to try and hold back the Falcons here. Viper on the front lines. From the chakram damage, Malrine moves forward with a jump in, rolling thunder. There's a freezing field and a chrono there. Onto Malrine, they're going to get the kill on the Pango. Down he goes. 2,000 gold into the hands of Talon. And Akashi moving forward.
I think Malrine is going to buy back. I think he's going to buy back and they want to end the game.
Rage buy, let's go. I mean, Chrono's down. What else is going to stop him? Skater still just beating at buildings. Amar, the real carry in this one, going to stand up on the front lines and hold them all back. Chuen with his BKB, trying to chase into the Viper here. Oh, dodges the Terrorizer, looks like, with the Manda style. Skitter holding the ground, but the Viper's going to fall. Talon fighting back. They get the takedown on 1, 2 cores, now a third. Aegis gone. Crit the Snaking, trying to turn back. Malrine did buy back. You're right. With the Rolling Thunder back in onto the Faceless Void. They're going to get on top of Akashi. Can he try and walk away from this? Does he have the protection? No, the
that Rolling Thunder.
Far too good with the arrow over the top of it. Ponyo now in trouble as well, but WS and Chuen are still going. Snaking has that leap to get a bit of distance after Malrine and Crit. Turn back around. They've got the firepower here to bring down Chuen. Buyback's ready on the Razor. No Faceless Void and no Dark Willow now, though.
Didn't get much done in the last couple of fights.
Nice vision. Joe Cam, he can find the Hoodwink. Oh, but hang on, that Gleipnir holds him back. Malrine breaks away from the static link, turns onto the Tiny, and the Doom is there onto the Zeus in the back lines. Akashi has to sing the song, try and buy time for the rest of the team to get away from the Doom, but look at Amar. He's going wild. He's unleashed the beast onto the Zeus, taking him down, and now the rest of the team can come and help him. Snaking with the bubble, saves the Doom, the turn on the Nagasaran, brings Akashi down to the ground, and Chantra's in trouble as well, and Falcons pummel Talon, absolutely annihilate them. Yeah, it's really a possibility right now. Gleipnir onto this Razor. Might have to BKB, a good amount of damage and control on the Weaver, pops the Aegis immediately. Sharpshooter's coming, trying to aim it in onto WS. They've lost Snaking, Crit nearly falls, but Amar and Skit are going to work in the actual fight proper, killing off the Razor. Joe Cam, Ponyo, Akashi is now turning tail and running, but the Gleipnir once again cuts them off, holds them in place to find the 2 support kills that the Falcons will gladly take. Team Falcons, there's a tier 2 standing top, so they can't go for the full megas or anything like that. But Skitter will get himself down to low ground. Look at this Tiny.